Mr. Clerk, are we mostly ready?
Still working on it. Give me just a moment.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. We are working some technical issues to ensure that the meeting is properly broadcasted. So we'll have fixed that momentarily. Come on, here, Arlington. We are good? We're ready, Mr. Clerk, right? Good morning, everybody. The County Board is in session. Welcome to the July 19th, 2025 County Board meeting. I'm Board Chair Takis Karantonis with my colleagues, Vice Chair Matt Ferranti, members Susan Canham, Maureen Coffey, and Julius J.D. Spain Sr. Thank you for joining us today on a late July meeting. We will start with a few announcements, and then we will proceed with public comment on today's agenda. Announcements. For in-person speakers, that's the podium height, for those of you who haven't testified before, can be adjusted by using the up and down buttons on the right. If you are submitting documents as part of your testimony, please hand them to the clerk along with your name and some contact information. For those for speakers who are joining us remotely, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are called on to speak. We have a Spanish language interpreter who is available for the public comment portion of this meeting. Could our interpreters, good morning, buenos días. I hope this was audible. Here. Yes, maybe use one of the mobile microphones.
Buenos días. Si alguien necesita interpretación en español, por favor nos dejan saber. Gracias.
Gracias a usted. So occasionally we may need to get up and stretch our legs. However, if we disappear in the back, there are speakers and monitors that we can continue to see and hear and follow the meeting. As it is sadly now a habit at the beginning of every board meeting, we are pointing to the resources that are available to federal workers and immigrant Arlingtonians who are affected by federal actions right now. I would like to acknowledge those who have been impacted, including the many employees of the State Department lately this week, and also of the EPA. Arlington County stands ready to support you. We have flyers outside for outlining resources that are available to federal workers, immigrants, and refugees. They are available in the atrium and the foyer here, and you can find more resources on the county website by searching for phrases like assistance for federal worker employees or contractors and resources for immigrants. We will still share further information at our Tuesday recessed meeting. Public comment. We're about to begin with public comment this morning. As a reminder, this time is reserved for topics that are not related to recent or upcoming public meetings or hearings. To help ensure fairness and efficiency, we have a one speaker per topic rule. If you are here with a coordinated group, we ask you to please designate one representative to speak on the topic that you want to testify on. That representative can note that there are others who share your views. Our goal is to hear a broad range of perspectives while keeping the regular meeting on schedule. If you would like to share more detailed input or engage in deeper discussion with us, we encourage you to attend an Open Door Monday session or email us at countyboard@arlingtonva.us. There is more contact information about all the ways you can engage with us available on our website. Please see our clerks, Mr. Kushner and Mr. Davis. I believe he's outside. If you have any questions about what I just said. With that, Mr. Clerk, we are ready to hear from our speakers. I believe that you will call two at a time to help keep us moving. Please come to the front and be ready to speak when your name is called. You are all welcome to show support for speakers, but we ask you to use the American Sign Language as a way to indicate applause instead of clapping to show your support. Mr. Clerk, we are ready for our first two speakers.
Indeed. Our first speaker this morning is Audrey Clement, followed by Nicole Toulouse.
Welcome, members of the board. County Manager, I'm Audrey Clement. County candidate.
Power your microphone on.
Dr. Clement, your mic is off.
Hello? Hello.
Now.
Welcome, members of the board. The County Manager, I'm Audrey Clement, the independent candidate for County Board. On July 17th, 2 months after Arlington County revoked its policy of limited cooperation with ICE, Fox News' Griff Jenkins reported the arrest of a twice-deported Guatemalan rapist released from county jail to a courthouse street after Arlington police refused to honor an ICE detainer for his arrest. According to the National News report, quote, Acting Director Todd Lyons blasted the release, telling Fox News it puts agents and the public at risk. Quote, this is the whole reason why sanctuary jurisdictions do not keep America safe, Lyons said. It lets criminals back on the street to reoffend again. And if Arlington had cooperated, we could have arrested him in a secure facility. Instead, our agents had to track him down in the community where they could have encountered others. Quote, the Cabrera case underlines the dangers posed to the public when jurisdictions do not comply with federal law enforcement, Lyons said. Quote, Cabrera was arrested on June the 4th for a probation violation and released from Arlington County Detention Center on July the 11th, despite an active ICE detainer. Quote, here you have an aggravated felon that's been deported multiple times, and Arlington County is releasing him back to the community to reoffend again. It's just not right, and it doesn't keep the public safe. Quote, Lyons said that Arlington County's actions put agents at risk. This comes at a time when agents are being doxxed, and attacks on them have skyrocketed 830% since January. End of quote. While there is little sympathy for ICE in sanctuary jurisdictions like Arlington County, police should be concerned about their own safety. And I want to quote Arlington County
Dr.
Police
Clement, your
report
time is almost up right now.
that crime in the county was up 11% in 2024.
It's time to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement. Our next speaker is Nicole Toulouse, followed by Asim Rawoot.
Good morning, Ms. Toulouse and company.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the County Board. My name is Nicole Merlene Toulouse. This is my son, Miles. We're here to talk about two important issues for our family and likely many others. First is the condition of Glebe Road north of I-66. While VDOT recently studied Glebe Road from Columbia Pike to I-66, they missed a vital opportunity to address the stretch from I-66 to Langston Boulevard. This corridor is just over a mile from Ballston, connecting Ballston to the new planned Langston Boulevard area and proposed affordable housing project. Yet it's incredibly unsafe and unwelcoming for pedestrians and not ADA friendly. Sidewalks are only 3 feet wide with a mere foot of grass separating walkers from 40-mile-per-hour traffic. As two parents walking side by side daily with a stroller and our dog, it's terrifying. Yeah, I know. The road also the road also leads to Glebe Elementary School, but children have no safe bike lane and must share narrow sidewalks with pedestrians. Promised speed cameras near Glebe never appeared, and the medians are in terrible condition. The grass being so high that private property owners would be fined for if it were their property. My recommendation is to widen the grass buffer, remove a traffic lane or reduce lane width, and add bike lanes or parking. Beautify and then third, beautify and maintain the medians, or in the interim, get a mowing agreement with VDOT. Traffic volume here is lower than the studied segment, and I think that Williamsburg Boulevard is a good model. Also, second, please reinstate the child car seat inspection program. When Miles was born, the program was available through ACPD at the library, but it has ended mid-year without notice. Recently, Fairfax County ended their program, but it was through a public budget process, and now we have no local options. No budget change was cited here, yet a core public safety service was just disappeared. Please restore the program. Thanks.
Thank you. I believe that Miles tried to tell us that the international standard for the width of sidewalls is 6 feet.
Exactly. Not 88.
Good
Thank
morning.
you. Our next speaker is Asim Rawoot, followed by Steph W.
All right, I got some slides again.
Indeed.
In the meantime, shout out Nicole, class of 2010, still here. All right. So over a year ago, we were told the genocide of Palestinians wasn't a local issue. Since then, we've shown just a fraction of Arlington's material ties to apartheid and genocide. It was only at the last board meeting that we received a substantive response from most of you. Next slide. To recenter our motivation and purpose, I want to remind everyone that since the last board meeting, more than 800 Palestinians have been killed under the heinous guise of humanitarian aid distribution. We continue to see every variation of dead child paid for and facilitated by every level of our government, Arlington County, the state of Virginia, and of course the federal government. Next slide. This summer marks the beginning of a people's campaign to start the process of detaching our communities from atrocities that our local economic prosperity is predicated on. Our first demand is for transparency and policies to govern how AED operates. We're specifically concerned with AED as a part of the Arlington County government, who they collaborate with, and how it aligns with communities that fund their operations. If these policies don't exist or they don't represent the community's morals, ethics, and values, we need to change that. Our second demand is to reprioritize AED's key target industries. Whether it's education, transportation, or healthcare, we demand economic development in line with our values, morals, and ethics. For decades, AED has brought jobs that are not going to our neighbors in Green Valley, Arna Valley, or Douglas Park. Instead, AED has worked with VIAP to bring jobs from merchants of death that displace Arlingtonians, drive up rent, and bring us deeper into the business of Trump's fascist agenda. Our last demand is plain and simple. As a resident who helps fund their operation, I should be able to yell directly at AED. While you're enjoying your August recess, I want you all to know that we're going to be in the streets, we're going to be in your neighborhoods, your constituents are going to hear about this campaign. You've already seen visible bonds of solidarity with key parts of your power bases. This is only heading in one direction. Arlington will reckon with this place in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Great. Thank
morning.
you. Our next speaker is
Hey,
Steph
good
W.,
morning.
followed by Paul Weiss.
All right, I guess I'll begin. Good morning. I want to discuss ethics and transparency today because we find ourselves in a precarious and uncertain moment in history. I recognize that the county board has taken steps to protect community members most threatened by the current administration, such as support programs for federal workers and removal of Section 7 of the trust policy. With an increase in human rights violations here and across the world, it is critical for Arlington County to have clear and transparent ethical policies to guide the strategies, priorities, and decision-making of all departments and offices. While I hear Arlington County has a clear ethical code for its employees, a higher-level ethics policy and guidelines are also necessary to govern the decision-making of the county. Without this, the priorities and decisions of certain departments or offices may become misguided. Given Arlington's resources and location, it is especially critical to consider whether the county's current and potential relationships and dealings with outside entities are in line with the community's shared ethics, morals, and values, such as diversity, inclusivity, and sustainability. I recommend Arlington County take into account the past history and shared ethics of outside entities prior to engaging with them. With its diverse and globally connected community, it is especially important for the county to maintain an awareness of the potential impacts of each relationship and transaction it makes, both the positive and negative, to our community and outside communities. In line with this, I recommend that Arlington County create an ethics policy and guidelines that restrict all portions of the county government from business dealings and interactions with entities complicit in or who benefit from practices determined to constitute apartheid, genocide, ethnic cleansing, or systematic racial discrimination as defined by international law, i.e. the Rome Statute, and supported by international human rights organizations. This includes entities such as VIAB, who has worked with AED to bring Israeli weapons and
Can you
defense
please wrap
companies
up?
complicit in genocide to Arlington County.
Can we go
Thank
to the
you.
next? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Weiss, followed by Susan Carmody.
Good morning.
Good morning. We are here to offer our support for you and urge you to be prepared to meet with unyielding resolve the difficult challenges ahead in protecting our migrant community from outside aggressors. We in this room, as well as the people involved in the incident I'm about to relate, need you to be proactive and firm in your leadership so that we are not left reacting too late. It's late at night, and you and your partner are in bed, and your 2 children are getting ready for bed, when an unidentified man pounds on your door demanding to enter. You ask who he is, and he tries to trick you into opening the door, saying he can't hear you. Again, it's just you and your partner and your 2 children in your home. You call the police, of course. The police arrive, but only watch as the man forces his way inside, shoves one of your children, and points a gun at their head. This still unidentified man breaks down your bedroom door and puts his hands on you and forcibly shoves you down. The man handcuffs your partner and abducts him in front of your family and the police. The man later identifies himself to you as a bounty hunter. As you know, this horrific event happened here in Arlington. Arlington police take an oath to serve and protect the Arlington community, not to serve and protect outside profiteers and the newly empowered secret police. This bounty hunter should have been arrested as soon as he forced his way into an Arlington home and pointed his gun at an Arlington child. Arlington police should always act in favor of Arlington residents. We ask that your investigation into what happened be transparent to the public and that its findings ensure that every possible step is taken so that no one else is terrorized and abducted in Arlington. I hope that that investigation starts at the top with the leaders, including you, who set the tone and the policies for protecting our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Susan Carmody, followed by Susan Douglas.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. But our founding fathers already knew that and protected our public liberties with checks and balances on the federal government. Arlington's police department announced a new contract to place dozens of automatic license plate readers, AKA ALPRs, on our streets. These roadside cameras are made by a company called Flock Safety. Flock cameras take high-definition images of every individual vehicle that passes them. That photographic data is then fed into Flock's AI systems. It is also compatible with Palantir. The Flock and Palantir algorithms are sometimes electronically cross-checked across different state and national agencies, including ICE, the IRS, the FBI, ATF, and more. Worse, Flock is now developing a new program called NOVA. NOVA will further supplement the foregoing information with data collected from public and commercially available sources. Even data breaches will be used. Potential for abuse is ripe. It's beyond ripe. It's rotten. In Virginia and other states, Flock has already been used to track women having abortions. In Richmond, an ATF analyst gained access to Charlottesville's camera and gave the data to immigration officials. Charlottesville has gotten rid of its cameras. Have I scared you yet? Even Governor Youngkin is scared enough to sign legislation curtailing the federal government. But this doesn't do enough. Arlington has police regulations, but no police regulation alone will protect us from a police state. Just as in Charlottesville, you must end our unbalanced, unchecked contract with Flock Safety, and remove these overly invasive government cameras from our streets and our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kamudi.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Susan Douglas, followed by Wilson Bender.
Good morning.
On July 7th, citizens in Prince William County held an emergency Zoom call because ICE had begun human trafficking operations in the local traffic court. ICE has a heavy presence in Virginia, and Arlington needs to be ready. Your next public board meeting is in September. We hope you have a chance to re-energize between now and that meeting. In light of ICE's creep into local courts and the exponential boost in funding given to them, we have some urgent homework for you to consider in the meantime. Some of these suggestions may seem unorthodox, but ICE has maliciously rewritten the script, causing immoral and cruel harm to our community. First, in light of our neighbors being at risk at our local courthouse, consider using contacts and influence to offer a virtual alternative for targeted people with traffic violations and misdemeanors. Second, do we know how many Arlingtonians are in for-profit detention centers, which are actually concentration camps? At the very least, we should announce their names and/or their locations at every meeting until they are returned to their families. Third, ICE is using privileged data to rip our hardworking neighbors from their families and from our community. We urge the immediate stop to using Flock to read license plates. The benefit of Flock to Arlington County does not compare with the harm this data does to our neighbors and families. And fourth, urge county employees and police officers who work with our immigrant neighbors to prioritize their protection and safety over outside forces, and let them know that you will have their back if they get any pushback. Again, we hope your recess is rejuvenating. We are being invaded by a ruthless, immoral, secret police called ICE, and our priority must be to protect our immigrant neighbors.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wilson Bender, followed by Adrian Quinn.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hello. I first came here and spoke 3 years ago this month, and I introduced my family as a preschooler, a teacher, and a chef all in Arlington. Well, I think I should reintroduce myself because my preschooler got promoted and she is now entering into kindergarten in APS. And I think it's called burying the lead when I just said teacher and not one of the APS Teachers of the Year. Yeah. So when I spoke here, it was on pedestrian safety. I don't know if I got my, yeah, can I have my first slide? A month after I spoke, our neighbor, my neighbor, Viviana Perez, was killed by someone operating a vehicle erratically. She used to sell pupusas and Gatorades around the neighborhood. The reason I spoke on pedestrian safety because right then preschool was starting and I rode my bike from South Arlington to Westover, and it's Arlington, it's uphill both ways for 3 years. But her death really kind of affected me because a year to the day after that, next slide please, someone was operating a vehicle erratically and ran me over, and that's the bike share after my crash. You can see the guy's car facing the opposite way because he didn't feel like stopping immediately. He drove down around a circle and then came back, probably because there's a whole bunch of witnesses. That circle he rode around, you can see the dates. You know where your tax dollars go? Fixing those signs because someone runs them over like every 4 months. So that's why I came here. And you guys are voting on, is it Vision Zero or lowering the speed limits? You definitely should do that. Also, Arlingtonians for Our Sustainable Future got a group together to sue you all to make sure that it's illegal to build housing in Arlington that teachers can afford. That's why I say it exactly like that. Bye. Yeah. All right, next one.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adrian Quinn, followed by Jasmine Pilarisetti.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We are here on behalf of our elderly family members at Culpeper Gardens. My mother is 91 years old, on hospice care, and is being asked to move. We are also here for the many Culpeper Gardens residents who are in wheelchairs, who have ambulatory issues, who are not able to come and testify before you. They are asking us, as family members who they see walking through the halls of Culpeper Gardens, please help me stay in my home. And we are here today to ask you also to please help these 70 elderly residents and future residents stay in their homes. You are our leaders. You have influence. You have already invested in Culpeper Gardens, as has the state and federal government. This is a tremendous resource to the community that we should not lose for the current residents or future residents. Please use your influence to pause this mass displacement of 70 elderly citizens in this community. Set up a citizens work group that will work towards long-term solutions, including an endowment that can plug this funding gap. We have a year. We can have real solutions within a year's time. As Hubert Humphrey has said, the moral test of government is how that government treats those who are in the dawn of life, the children, those who are in the twilight of life, the elderly, and those who are in the shadows of life, the sick, the needy, and the handicapped. Please exert your moral authority, your leadership, and help those who are in the twilight of their life, the shadows of life, by advocating for these 70 elderly disabled people right now so they can stay in their homes, and so that Culpeper Gardens will continue to be the community treasure it is right now for the elderly as they age in this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jasmine Pilarisetti, followed by Jason Overidge.
Good morning.
Morning. Hello, my name is Jasmine Pilarisetti. Although I've been an Arlington resident for 4 years, I'm fairly new to county board meetings, and this is my first time speaking. I'd like to express my disapproval of the board's one speaker per topic policy for public comment periods. I find the policy both unusual, as I haven't encountered it while observing public hearings in nearby jurisdictions, and undemocratic, as it defeats the spirit of public comments in the first place and is impossible to enforce even-handedly. I understand the sentiment is nothing new. Arlington residents have called for an end to this rule for years now because it's a clear infringement on free speech. I also understand that it was put in place and has been kept in place for the sake of efficiency, but in the name of efficiency, I think we've sacrificed democracy and open communication, and there must be better ways. You've mentioned before that there are other avenues for citizens to speak with board members, but that doesn't negate the fact that this public comment time still exists as a forum for us to speak on topics of public concern. Even if many people are speaking on the same topic, they each bring a unique, thoughtful perspective that deserves to be heard. Not to mention that many topics are intersectional. Telling someone they should just come back at a different time to a different place in order to be heard will only hinder civic engagement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pilar-Setti, for the record. Our next speaker is Jason Oatridge, followed by Lisa Culver. Jason Oatridge. We can circle back. Our next speaker then is Lisa Culver, followed by Ms. Sophia Dotterwish.
Good morning.
Good morning. This morning, my focus is to provide information on recent ICE activities. I realize that you may know most or all of this information, but I think it's...
Can you speak to the microphone because
Yes,
you're
is that better?
audible this way?
But I think it's important to have it on the record. Virginia is home to more than 1 million immigrants. 56% are naturalized citizens and 27% are undocumented. Of the 235,000 residents in Arlington, 22%, or almost 51,000, are immigrants. In May, the Trump administration, Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem, demanded ICE arrest at least 3,000 people a day, up from 1,000. But the Cato Institute found ICE was arresting over 6,000 immigrants without criminal convictions in a week, a roughly 500% increase from the same period in 2017. And ICE is arresting 1,100% more non-criminals on the streets since 2017. The recent funding bill supports this increase, giving ICE $100 billion for over 4 years, up from $10 billion. The New York Times reported on July 5th that ICE arrests, specifically in Virginia, are up more than 350% from last year, one of the steepest increases in the country. This outpaces ICE arrests per capita by California, New York, Florida, and Texas. And Governor Youngkin thinks that these are mostly these are mostly violent people, criminals that are arrested, but the Cato Institute found that 93% had no violent convictions. ICE is also focusing on long-term residents, assigning thousands with illegal entry and demanding that they be
Ms. Culver, if you can conclude.
Thank you for your consideration of these vital facts as we consider how to protect our neighbors in the community that is Arlington.
Thank you. Just a reminder of the one speaker per topic.
Our next speaker is Sophia Dotterwish, followed by Sam Levinson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Currently, certain Arlington entities claim to foster economic growth by promoting Arlington as a hub for tech innovation and corporate headquarters. In the name of such growth, a myriad of weapons manufacturers and defense contractors have been brought to Arlington. Longtime Arlington residents have been marginalized by the rising cost of living that has been spurred by this process. For example, 11% of Arlington's population makes under 30% of the area's median income, and living costs here for such households are 3 times that on average. It is clear that Arlington workers, families, and communities are in need of increased support. Investments in weapon systems that enable Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people could instead work towards providing this kind of support in order to benefit the wider community of
Ms.
Arlington.
we had some other testimony on the same. Are you making a different point?
Yes, Arlingtonians need support in ensuring access to health care, food, and childcare. For example, thousands of Arlingtonians rely on precarious SNAP benefits to feed themselves and their families. Industries like affordable housing could be prioritized over weapons manufacturers that destroy family homes. Local food systems could be prioritized over aiding a state that starves children, or childcare over weapons for the mass destruction of schools and childcare centers, or public health services instead of the destruction of hospitals, and the list goes on. It is time to ask ourselves, who are these current investments truly benefiting? Are longtime residents of Arlington paying the price for the growth of industries that fail to benefit the larger community? And is this growth worth the very lives of Palestinian men, women, and children? Thank you.
Well, at the end, you didn't make a different point, though. I'm sorry. The next speaker, please.
Our next, excuse me, next speaker is Sam Lavison, followed by Joshua Handler.
Good morning.
Hello. One moment. All right. This morning, I would like to talk about the importance of people in Arlington being able to provide feedback. In May 2024, Arlington's Human Rights Commission allowed for me to provide community input about an initiative they were working on at the time. In October 2024 and June 2025, Arlington School Board allowed me to give public comment. And they even allowed for more than one speaker per topic. What a novel idea, right, y'all? In February 2025, however, a different commission did not allow community members to give public input via speaking at their meeting, and only as written comment, which do they even actually read? And meanwhile, other groups within the county don't even seem to hold any public meetings where community input could be given. One example of such a group that comes to mind is one that shares an acronym with Automated External Defibrillator, you know, that device that's used in CPR. And among all commissions, governing groups, et cetera, that exist in this county, it's especially important that any that share an acronym with Automated External Defibrillator allow the general public to give direct community input to their decision makers and employees. This isn't to say that the other commissions and governing groups don't matter, but the allocation of money resources makes a huge impact on society at large. For example, it's the difference between whether people can afford food locally or whether a state that's starving Palestinians is funded. And also, giving community input allows for more issues to be addressed and handled proactively rather than reactively. At the end of the day, anyone who pays taxes to the county should be able to have a direct way to give community input to any decision makers that salaries their tax dollars fund. And to be crystal clear, I'm not just talking about the people in front of me right now, but any decision makers in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levinson. The next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Joshua Handler, followed by Ms. Edith Gravely.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah, mostly. Dear County Board members, the whiplash over the past few weeks shows it's time to drop the appeal of the judge voiding the EHO amendment. There is no point in continuing the uncertainty and wasting the taxpayers' money on a failed policy. EHO will not produce affordable housing. Land is expensive in Arlington. New construction on single-family lots will produce expensive housing. EHO permitted units in a completed duplex project are selling for a market price of almost $1.8 million each. There are no fundamental issues of county governance at stake here, but there are growing doubts about the EHO policy. Even developers are admitting to the press people would not like a sixplex constructed right next to them. The board should just acknowledge an error. It happens. And it was a prior board's error, which this board does not need to own. The county has spent some $1.4 million on outside counsel. This money could have been better spent elsewhere in our constrained budget times, on real affordable housing programs, or on county services we all enjoy and use, like the libraries and parks, or a child safety seat program mentioned earlier. The board surely understands there is not a housing crisis in Arlington. The county's own statistics show Arlington has several thousand more housing units than households in 2025. Affordable units, by the common understanding of the term, may be missing, but EHO will not provide those. If no one likes oversized new construction homes, the county could directly address this problem. For example, limiting lot coverage could keep new construction homes smaller and more attainable, and could discourage teardowns of more affordable older homes. We need to move on and find real solutions providing real affordable housing. We need solutions that unite us in these divisive times, not ones that continue to divide us. Single-family homes are only 22% of the housing in Arlington, a minority. We should preserve the single-family housing we have in order to continue to attract talented and motivated workforce.
Thank you. If you can conclude, please.
Please stop wasting our tax dollars and drop the appeal.
Thank you
very much.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Handler. Our next and final speaker is Ms. Edith Gravely. You good? Yes, you're good.
Good morning.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Edith Gravely, a resident of Arlington. And I first want to start out, I want to talk about the STAR Transportation Program, specialized transportation for Arlington residents. And I emphasize specialized transportation. And I would really love to give kudos to the county auditor who recently released a report on that transportation services. Mr. Wayne Scott did a magnificent job, and I need to read it in more detail. The reason I'm here, I have a developmentally disabled adult who has used STAR Transportation for more than 8 to 10 years. Suddenly, transportation, their method of transportation or range in transportation changed. They went from using Diamond Transportation to utilizing another company. And also, one of the major problems that we're having is that they're using Uber drivers, unmarked cars. It is essential that individuals with developmental disabilities or different abilities have consistent transportation and are able to rely on getting to work on time. My daughter has had one driver for the last 8 to 10 years. Suddenly it changed, and it has caused her lots of anxiety, and it's affecting her work environment because she doesn't know who's going to be there to pick her up in the mornings. So I am requesting that we have marked vehicles that we can recognize, know who's there, and also if we can have reassigned to her the driver she had for 8 to 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crafley. At this point, there are no further speakers, unless Mr. Jason Oatridge has made his way in. No further speakers.
So there are no more speakers,
No
right?
further.
Okay. So I will briefly address some of the comments, if not all. Starting with Ms. Clement, after I've spoken through the list of notes that I have, I will ask colleagues to make additional remarks if they feel that this is necessary. Ms. Clement, I have to say, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't comment on your testimony. I'm very sad to hear you here defending something that's not defensible. First of all, I would really suggest to you not to take hook, line, and sinker of what you read or see on Fox News, because this is blatantly false and misleading. Secondly, please try to overcome the very large distance that separates you from the real people who are right now suffering under the enormous weight of a police state. It was called that by many people, and it feels like that on the street, and it probably is right now like this. So I feel personally as an immigrant offended by how insensitive your comment was. Ms. Toulouse and Miles, you put us in front of a very, very tough task. Glebe Road, especially the north part, well, the south part as well, is a very tough arterial. The sidewalks belong to a different era where people were meant to only, circulate with cars, and where pedestrians didn't matter, and where cyclists didn't exist. Definitely we're in a new era right now, and we will have today a conversation on the scope and goals of our master transportation plan. So please stay tuned. We will look at this again. You're absolutely right. I agree with you. The sidewalks along South Glebe are terrible and definitely not adequate for and safe for kids to go to an elementary school. They are borderline technically safe, but not really safe. On the car infant, on the infant seat program, Mr. Manager,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we, at this point, we have no intention of walking away from that program. The volunteer that we had to do that is no longer able to do that, so we're right now working with not just police and fire to train some new staff, and we'll announce when we're able to reinstitute that. We absolutely want to do it. It was just the person who had done it for so long was unable to continue with it, and so we'll have an announcement on that.
Yeah, this was a fantastic volunteer who have been doing that for many, many years, and I miss her dearly. Mr. Rawood, thank you for your repeated testimony. I think you have to revise your just acknowledging receipt of your testimony. Your second slide needs a revision. There are far more people affected by what is happening right now in Khan Yunis. On Mr. Miss Steph W. on the issue of one person per topic. So, and to those who have testified on that. So these are regular meetings of the county board. They're primarily meant to discharge business before this government body. So we have 52 items on today's agenda, 6 of which are public hearing items without any procedural restriction on the number of speakers. The general public comment at the beginning of this meeting is meant to bring issues to the board's attention. That means there are issues that deserve consideration or require attention. It's about flagging issues, not about having full hearings or debating these issues. It's not unusual that some of these issues raised here, they will eventually find their way to become action agenda items of this board, and we will have debates on these with extensive hearings. The whole point of public comment is to allow for space for as many such flags to be raised, but not to provide a forum for extensive debate that illuminates one issue from multiple points of view or amplifies an issue by means of multiple testimony. So literally, within the frame of jurisdiction of our local government in public comment, fixing a sidewalk or addressing an older adult assisted living service like we've seen today are of equal importance at the level of public comment at the beginning of this meeting. So again, we mentioned before there is space and opportunity to bring issues with more than one speaker. There are open door Mondays, there are emails, and there are other opportunities to do that. I'm aware, for those who have been testifying for the very first time and they're kind of puzzled about that, I'm aware that other jurisdictions handle public comment differently. You're always welcome to propose something that you feel works better for you. The best time to do that is in the fall, before this board approves and adopts its procedural rules for the coming year. So that's hopefully helpful for those who have testified on the one speaker per topic rule. Mr. Weiss, thank you for your testimony today on the issue of the bounty hunter. This is under investigation. I will tell you that we are looking to provide more details and some reports on this, all the legal frames of that, also the operational frames of that, at our recessed meeting on Tuesday. Is this correct, Mr. Manager? Right. So, of course, it's a very unsettling event for us and for everybody in the community. That created a lot of commotion, a complete novelty. Hopefully, it's not going to be repeated, but we take these instances very, very seriously. On the issue of license plates, Mr. Korwodi, sorry if I mispronounced your last name, we will be discussing that also on Tuesday. Please stay tuned on this. In a personal level, I can tell you that I sympathize a lot with your concerns. I do think that these systems open a lot of, as an infrastructure, even if a lot of legal, guardrails are there, and they have been improving over time, and Virginia as well. I'm not satisfied, and definitely not personally not at any level of quietness that they cannot be abused, breached, or otherwise used for means that they were not meant initially for. That includes federal enforcement, subpoenas, and all this stuff that creates a lot of commotion and fear in our community right now. Mr. Bender, these were very powerful photos from this roundabout across from Zitkala Shah Park here. We need to look more carefully into that. I will be my office will be reaching out to you to see what exactly happened and how best we can fortify the small roundabouts. This is not the first time that I hear, Mr. Manager, that there is that people are just speeding into these. So I guess we need to look into that. I know that our specialists and our traffic engineers are very interested to do that. Ms. Quinn, on Culpeper Gardens, this was powerful testimony. What you testified about the provision of assisted living support in this still, formally being an independent nonprofit, but it is supported by us. These are concerns that we definitely share. It is a unique operation, Culpeper Gardens, providing affordable older adult housing in the Middle Atlantic region, and until now it has been also providing the third and fourth level of assisted living. Their decision to phase out this assisted living, especially stage 3 and 4, which I assume that your mother is in, is a wake-up call for everybody. It's an issue that has been silently emerging over years and could be managed until now with fundraising and public money. And it's a place where now we see that business as usual doesn't work anymore, and we probably will have to lean into that and find new solutions. I just tell you that the county board, this county board here, just in the last budget cycle, appropriated $900,000 to support Culpeper's operation, specifically the assisted living program, and an additional $350,000 in this fiscal year 26 budget. We are in contact with our Senators Favola and the Congressman Bayer to see what the Commonwealth, what kind of a future role the Commonwealth could play, what kind of role Congress could play in this issue. It is high priority for us right now, and I want to invite you to have a focus meeting with me and with my colleagues here to discuss that more in detail. This is a very complex issue and difficult to work on, but we are really committed to do that. I think what's next here is intensive collaboration, new partnerships, and new solutions, including in the policy space. The next was Ms. Culver on immigration and a lot of proposals here. We hear you. We have a lot of local government measures in place to protect our communities and especially our immigrant communities as good as legally possible under our jurisdiction. We really rely a lot as well, and we work together with the civil society, the level of organization of which is critical to protect our communities right now. We have all to stand together and work each and every one in our respective lanes. More on that, we will have a discussion on Tuesday, since we will be reporting on the incident with the bounty hunter. Ms. Dotterweich, thank you for your testimony. Ms. Levinson, the same. On the AHO testimony, thank you for that. It's an ongoing legal matter, so you will understand that I'm not going to address that in public, that I'm not at liberty to do that. And finally, on the issue of the level of service that Diamond used to provide, and it's deficient right now. I would like to get back to you on this and work diligently to see what exactly the deficiencies are. We have had and maybe Ms. Cunningham and Ms. Coffey can report or comment on that. We reviewed or we audited the current system. We found a lot of deficiencies on which we are working to improve. But I think that you are touching upon a longer-term policy-based level of service question that I would like to get back to you in detail. Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments on the public comment testimony? Vice Chair DeFerranti.
Three quick points. First, a big thank you to everyone this morning for coming in the sign language that you used. I'm also partial to standing in support, but either of those works and changes the way I believe that we have conversations. This morning was measurably different from other mornings, and I'm grateful for what that's worth. I think perhaps all of us are, and it enables me to best hear and absorb the concerns that you're saying in a deeper way. That doesn't mean I'm perfect. I also think on that note, credit to colleagues who've been meeting with some of you who have had significant concerns, but really appreciate it. The second thought is the combination of Mr. Weiss and Ms. Douglas. You told a story, you made it a picture, and then Ms. Douglas gave us facts that I thought were quite helpful. We have homework, and you have given us homework, and I'm mindful of that. So I'm very grateful for that. I know many others in the room who have signs and are showing their feeling as well. And last, perhaps the deepest, with due respect to all concerns, with full respect to all concerns, perhaps the deepest thought, I think Ms. Quinn is gone, but I hope everyone in the room will be mindful of the responsibility we feel for affordable housing, our seniors who are most in need. One other person mentioned hunger. I worked for Feeding America for a number of years. All of us care about hunger, and it is a challenge right now. Child care is also mentioned. We are trying to address the pressing needs, both of federal workers and also of our most vulnerable, those who are in need, who are hungry. And the Hubert Humphrey quote was extraordinarily powerful. We are trying to do that and working very hard at it. I hope folks, one indication forever, we've had the highest percentage of our budget that goes to affordable housing in Virginia. That is not a standard that puts us highest in the nation, but it is an aspiration that we invest in our values, which are affordable housing and the other things mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeFerranti. Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. I'll endeavor to be brief as well. I wanted to touch on the ethics policy question, Mr. Manager. I think we touched on this last month as well, but could you remind us what is in place and what you are working on?
Yeah, we currently have an administrative regulation on ethics, which, as I mentioned last month, we're looking at fine tuning, and that would be probably completed sometime over this summer by September. So that's the work we have underway. Also, we're working on I have a OU report on outside employment. That'll be coming in September.
Okay, great. And then for the many speakers about public safety from very different angles, whether speed limits or car seat checks or how we are navigating evolving federal practices, I would just lift up that we all take incredibly seriously that public safety is our #1 service that we and that the county endeavors to provide. So we are deeply engaged in that and will continue to be as things evolve. And I think on Tuesday we'll have a chance to talk more. Mr. Manager, on VDOT collaboration, I think we're going to be talking a little bit more on one of the specific items around Fairfax Drive later today. Is there more you can say about Glebe Road? I know we've also had sort of Langston and other requests lately. We do work with our VDOT partners, and we work a little differently than some of the other jurisdictions. Can you say more about that relationship
We have ongoing working relationships at the staff level, and also the board has ongoing working relationships at the official level. Concerns about Glebe Road, as the chair mentioned, have been ongoing for a very, very long time. It came up recently on South Glebe Road when we were looking at the Hotel Pentagon. We work very diligently with them. I would not want to hold out false hope somehow, though, that our concerns necessarily rise to the top of their list, but we are diligent. It takes a long time, but we stay at it. So I think that the points that Ms. Toulouse raised are certainly valid. I mean, I think that those things need to be changed. I just want to be cautious about promising when they'll happen, but I know they will.
Great, thank you. And then to our families and residents at Culpeper Garden, and to Mr. Handler's note as well, you know, there is a national housing crisis, and we do have some housing gaps in Arlington, particularly around ownership housing and around elder housing. And again, that is something that we spend a lot of time and will continue in coming months and years to try to close that gap in a variety of ways. And I think particularly with the Culpeper Garden transition that has just been announced, we will be working closely and are working closely with our Department of Human Services, with families, and really with trying to increase that supply so that as our community ages, we have the safety net that's needed. And then finally, just a thank you for the shout out for the auditor. We have been working to rebuild the auditor team, and they are doing a great job. And I think our departments are experiencing both the challenges and joy of having a deep dive audit that really highlights where we can improve and gets us on the path to improvement. So looking forward to more of that. And we've got one more staff member to add sometime in the next year or two as well. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. Spain, then Ms. Coffey.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. I just have a few remarks, and I'm going to align myself with much of what our county board chair has said. But let me just be clear on something when it comes to ICE and bounty hunters. We're going to have an extended conversation, I think, next week. We are in a very unique time where, I'm just going to be honest, we are getting to a police state. And I had, whether you want to call it fortunate or unfortunate, time in my life as 26 years in the military to be in countries where there are police states and see things that I think are so unimaginable. And if we do not wake up and think that that cannot happen here, this is not fear. There is a reason that, you know, ICE in and of itself has been boosted by funding, and now they are just targeting communities haphazardly. And this fear that is being stoked and this intent and what they're doing is real. Arlington, we're going to have to get out of our bubble and be more vigilant and be more forward-facing and push back. So realize that we are here as a county board. I don't take this job lightly. I know being a public servant and being in this seat as elected is somewhat different, but we are going to be forceful. I'm going to be at least forceful, and we have your back. When it comes to Arlington's for Palestine, I just want to say last month, I offered an opportunity to come here and speak, and we met. And we had a very robust conversation. I want to thank you for coming and educating me on some of your initiatives and what you're trying to accomplish. We have a lot of work to do, but you have my full commitment here on the board to continue these conversations as we move forward on very thoughtful conversations. And, I will just close on that aspect. As a leader, it's not about just speaking with people you feel comfortable with. It is sometimes being able to speak to folks that you may not agree with. But we hear you, we all hear you on this board, and I think there's going to be some really robust conversations in the future. And I just want to also thank Jasmine. You talked about the one speaker per topic. There is policy here on the county board, long-standing before I showed up. But I will tell you that I hear you and I subscribe to a lot of what you're saying. I believe that first, and people can have different thoughts and perspectives on a situation and an issue that needs to be heard. And the fact that we say, well, come to Open Door Monday or send a letter, I'm not saying that's always the best way. And we need to be mindful, and we have been, I think, but we got to really look at what the future holds, especially in moments like this when so many people want to be heard. I don't lead by email. Next thing I will say is to Mr. Handler, my good friend and community advocate, look, we are in a housing crisis, sir, in Arlington, in the DMV. And I think the lawsuit started before I got here, but one thing that I will submit to doing is always finding ways to diversify our housing stock here in Arlington. And however that may shake out, I'm not sure. The court is doing this thing, but we need to be very supportive, I think, as a community to look at how we build housing here in Arlington. It's needed. I have a 31, a 30, and a 26-year-old who it is challenging, and probably for many people, you know, and a 4-year-old granddaughter who I think about all the time about what is Arlington going to look like for her and can she afford to live here. So we hear you and appreciate you coming. And lastly, to Ms. Edith Gravely, who just left away, her testimony about her daughter. You know, this is Disability Pride Month, y'all. And what she went through with her daughter, we also hear her. I hear her, and we're going to work hard, Mr. Chair, I think, to kind of figure out what's going on there. And we kudos to Wayne and the team and the auditors and 2 board members, Susan Cunningham and Maureen Coffey, because I know they're part of that audit and all that for their hard work. But we have some challenges with our transportation, especially when it comes to persons with disabilities. So we're committed to working along those lines. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Coffey.
Thank you. I'll pick up right there and work backwards. But with the STAR program, I think some context that the Diamond Transportation contract had expired and we went out to recompete it, and that's what led to the change in service provider. Was Diamond's proposal was not nearly as competitive as the other one that we received, and so we transitioned the contract. Mr. Scott's audit has indicated that there are a number of things that we need to continue to work on in contract oversight, making sure we're getting what it is that we have contracted with the new company for. But I think some of the things around making sure that we have marked cars specifically, and there's that predictability for folks, I think that that is definitely something we can take back and see if we can bring that in, because I think that that is really the specific disability angle there, right? Is that like not everyone in normal transportation might feel comfortable with, oh, it's an unmarked car, but I know it's here for me, but we need to make sure that we are accommodating all the needs of the people who are the users of this service. So thank you for bringing that up. Let's see. On Culpeper Garden, this is something that I have been getting a ton of outreach on. I think it is one of the most heartbreaking things that has occurred in my time on the board. I know dementia and memory loss runs in my family. I had been hopeful that this was a place that someday, you know, maybe one of my own family members could go. And I have been in touch with Senator Favola, with Mark Warner's state director, trying to figure out, because, you know, we had a congressionally directed funding source that went to Culpeper Garden last year. The county gives almost $1 million in ongoing funding, and then we added $350,000 in additional one-time funding, trying to plug this gap. And the reality is that in this country, we do not fund care services, and therefore Culpeper Garden has an ongoing operating deficit year over year, because what it costs to provide care for our most vulnerable seniors, for people who desperately need a place that has both health care and a residence for them to call home, it costs a lot of money, and what Medicaid and Medicare can cover. And as we see the cuts coming down the line, it's only going to get worse. And so realistically, you know, we can talk about what the county can do, but this net operating deficit is going to go on year after year after year because we do not have a system that pays for this care. And so that is something that is a deep passion of mine that we, nationally really need to work on. We are so far behind all of our peers in terms of paying for our care economy, our care infrastructure that allows people to live good lives from beginning to end. And so I'm happy to engage and continue to engage with folks on this particular issue with Culpeper Garden. I think a lot of the public safety stuff has been covered robustly by others before me, but this is something that I think we are having never-ending conversations as board members and individuals and caring community members about. I think we are disturbed by what is going on, and I really want to speak specifically to the license plate reader issue because this is something that makes me uncomfortable. This is something that I was relieved and happy to see our state government put some rules in place on. Places like New Hampshire have put in additional restrictions and regulations. Our public safety team has been very good about meeting with me and explaining the law enforcement case, particularly when it comes to missing persons and being able to find people quickly. At the same time, I have my concerns, and I will say that our contract structure, the way that we have our technology set up, the only people who can access our cameras and our data are Arlington County. There is no way for anyone else to get in there, and if they did, we would have an audit trail to be able to see that. And we would pull that contract if we saw anything else. So there will be more conversation. I've talked with our attorneys, I've talked with our public safety, and we're going to talk more about this, I believe, on Tuesday. So please come back for that conversation. And I think the last thing I will say on the getting ahead instead of being behind, there are so many things that are happening right now that maybe some people could have predicted, but every conversation I have with my friends who are immigrants who have come here, who have lived here for a decade plus, a lot of the conversation revolves around, well, it shouldn't be a problem, but we can't promise anything. And that is one of the biggest things I think that's happening right now is that there's a lot of things that shouldn't be happening, and yet we can't guarantee that they won't happen. And I think that is where, for us, the focus comes of just being as prepared as we can, making sure that everyone knows what their role is, even in the things that should not happen, because they still might. And we can't control the things that other levels of government do, but we can control how we respond to those things. And so being ready to respond and being ready to help our people is what I am most focused on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. On the topic of Culpeper, I think we will have more meetings. This is uniquely challenging, and I hope that we will find a pathway forward. So with all that, we are ready to move forward to our main meeting, and starting with the consent agenda. Mr. Kushner, have there been any items pulled from our consent agenda?
There have. 2 items have been removed from the consent agenda. Items number 3, concerning the Shirlington House at 4201 31st Street South, and item number 27, which is an amendment to County Code Chapter 14.2, decreasing the speed limit in certain corridors throughout the county. Those 2 items have been removed.
So number 3 and number 27?
Yes, number 3 and 27 have been removed.
Right. So I will wait a few seconds until people have had the opportunity to leave. So, colleagues, is there a motion on the consent agenda? I can offer one.
Move the consent agenda.
Vice Chair DeFerrandi has moved.
Second.
It's seconded by...
with the exception of removed items number 3 and 27.
With the exception of the pulled items 3 and 27. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes 5-0. So we will hold a public hearing on anything pulled from this consent agenda, items 3 and 27, as aforementioned. And this will be at the start of the evening segment of our recessed board meeting on Tuesday, July 22nd. The public hearing will begin no earlier than 6 p.m. If you want to speak on one of these items, the pulled items from today's consent agenda, there's also a regular item for hearing on Tuesday. You can register at the County Board's website starting today or call our office at 703-228-3130 on Monday. The board just voted to approve the consent agenda, which includes minor site plan amendments, use permit requests, and ordinance amendments, and requests to advertise, and more, at a total of 47 items. These items were put on the consent agenda because they were thought to be non-controversial, but that doesn't mean that they are not important. So I will take a few minutes to very, very briefly and selectively highlight a few of these consent agenda items. So here we have some slides. I will try to synchronize with them. First slide is item number 4. If you can advance the slides. Yeah, that's on Wilson Boulevard, adaptive reuse, and it's an adaptive reuse building. The County Board approved an office to residential adaptive reuse site plan amendment to convert the 1 Virginia Square office building that you see here in the photo, which is on 3601 Wilson Boulevard, into 94 residential units and ground floor retail. The applicant will retain the existing below-grade parking, that's 207 spaces, and will make only minor changes to the building exterior and to exterior the existing plaza area that's in front of this building, and supports the residential retail uses. The existing building's height and mass and footprint and total density and streetscapes all remain the same. So there is a reason why we highlighted that first from anything else, is to congratulate staff and the applicant. This is by far not the first conversion, but it is the first under the county's new adaptive reuse policy, indeed, which the board adopted last November as part of our commercial market resiliency initiative. We have another adaptive reuse site plan amendment to consider later during the public hearing portion of this meeting, and another scheduled to come before the board in September. I believe I speak for all of my colleagues when I say that we're very, very excited about this ongoing work. Next slide, please. That's item 18, Ballston Plaza 3, site plan amendment, 2 birds use permit. So this item is a 2-part request. First, the County Board approved a site plan amendment within the Ballston Plaza 3 commercial building located on 1100 North Glebe Road to allow additional public, civic, and other institutional uses on the ground floor and retail service and other commercial uses on the 7th floor. Second, the board also approved a use permit to allow for the 2 Birds Child Care Center to operate on the ground floor. And this accommodates 120 kids. The new users will provide greater leasing flexibility, and the child care facility will offer much welcomed and really needed slots, overall improving the marketability of the entire building on Ballston Plaza 3. Next slide, please. That's item 24. This is a zoning amendment. Has nothing to do with the Nestle building, but a lot to do with the sign that says Nestle there. This is section 3, the signage ordinance. We approved the amendments to the Arlington County zoning ordinance to modify select sign regulations primarily for Arlington's commercial districts. These include allowing greater flexibility for size, number, and placement of signs placed above a height of 40 feet, like in this photo, including allowing such additional sites on buildings that are less than 70 feet in height. Secondly, allowance for certain freestanding signs that are placed on landscape planters, retaining and or screening walls for properties that are governed under site plans of form-based code use permits approved by the county board, and an increased number and allowance for commercial messages on signs for public, civic, and institutional buildings. This is a approval in a first of a two-phase approach to review Arlington sign regulations and make strategic amendments that align with the Commercial Market Resiliency Initiative. The exploration of the scope and engagement strategy for the next phase, which will begin late summer, early fall, Mr. Musso, will include at a minimum a review of sidewalk signs. I wanted to state that publicly. And Ms. Hunter, thank you so much for diligent work on this and advancing that. Item 28, next slide, please. That's an amendment to Chapter 14.2 of the Arlington County Code. That's motor vehicles and traffic of the Arlington County Code, allowing the county manager to administratively lower speeds to 20 miles per hour if they are, condition number one, in business or residential districts where the posted speed limit is 25 miles per hour and the county manager has designated as a bicycle boulevard, provided such a decrease in speed is based upon an engineering and traffic investigation, and such area is clearly indicated by markers or signs displaying the maximum speed limit. So this makes this process administrative in nature. This used to come before the board and requiring a cumbersome board approval. This will allow now for a consistently implemented speed limit on bicycle boulevards where applicable, and that means also we would like to see, if I may editorialize, more bicycle boulevards in the near future. Item 33, next one. This is a memorandum of understanding between Arlington County and ACCL, which is a short for Arlington Corporate Climate Leaders. We approved a memorandum of agreement between the county and Ceres, which formalizes the partnership for the development and implementation of the Arlington Corporate Climate Leaders Program. This is developed in collaboration with Arlington Economic Development. The Arlington Corporate Climate Leaders Program is a free program that supports local businesses of all sizes and sectors in reducing the greenhouse gas emissions through education, information sharing, and climate leader recognition, and also seeks to generate demand for energy-efficient buildings by the businesses for a healthier, more resilient Arlington. I have to always remind that among our strongest and most effective potential and hopefully committed partners in our fight against emissions is actually the business community. We have some real leaders in this here in Arlington. We hope that their example will be emulated and followed by others as well. Next slide is item 37. These are 151,000, about 152,000 in STEP VA care coordination one-time funds. We accepted and appropriated $151,000 in federal pass-through grant funding for the county to implement this system. STEP is here, transformation, excellence, and performance. This is a bunch of programs and services. This money will be used to contract and monitor and support employment services, especially under the Community Services Board, and it will be targeted for clients in psychosocial outpatient, substance use disorder programs, service members, veterans, and their families. This is an important appropriation for that. Thankfully, this money is still flowing. Next slide. This is item 38 or 39. These are 4,004 404,000 for opioid settlement for one full-time employment position. This is an epidemiologist position to manage and improve the county's response to the still ongoing opioid epidemic. This new role will add to the continued growth of the Arlington Addiction Recovery Initiative, which sometimes is referred to as AARI, including by using cross-sector partnerships to review emerging drug trends and inform the community about safety concerns these trends may pose. This role will be responsible for regular review and maintenance of the corresponding strategic plan and will ensure that the Arlington community is receiving information about drug trends, prevention, supply reduction, and treatment. If you read the Washington Post this morning, you have seen the relatively alarming news from Baltimore, where we have a new resurgence of the opioid pandemic. The next slide. It's item 42, 3,000 from UASI. Grant funding. UASI stands for Urban Area Security Initiative. This is the Department of Public Safety and Communications and Emergency Management that will receive that our Department of Public Safety, Communication, and Emergency Management will receive this money to conduct a vulnerability assessment of critical infrastructure and to evaluate the impact of a myriad of threats and other to those assets. This includes partnering with the Climate Office to evaluate the impact of climate on continuity of operations and resiliency. I should note here on the side that UAS is still a federal homeland security program. I don't know how they didn't see that, but we are thankful for the fact that they didn't. So this concludes my brief remarks on the items of the consent agenda. I want to invite colleagues if they have a few more highlights. I see Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a great wrap up. It's a really, really full consent agenda. I guess that's tradition for July. But staff has done an enormous amount of work, and the board has also done a lot of work to keep those things on consent and make sure that all our questions were answered. So thank you to all for that. I just want to highlight two areas. One is on climate. There's a whole bunch of work in here, some of which you highlighted in terms of the vulnerability assessment, which will be part of our climate action plan and really tackles both heat and flooding vulnerabilities, which is important considerations. There's also the CPACE kind of revisions to ensure that there's low or no interest loans to commercial owners and leaseholders to do energy improvements. And then there is also, there were 2 stormwater overland relief properties as part of that overall work we've been doing since 2019 to ensure where we don't have, where it's easier to do overland than built. We are continuing to take opportunities as they come forward. And then secondly, just wanted to lift up on housing, we will be talking more about a bunch of homes in the next 2 items, but on the consent agenda was both the adaptive reuse and also several updates around our affordable housing projects at Barcroft, Goodwill, and Crystal House 3. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mrs. Spain?
Yes. Yeah, a lot on the consent. I just want to go back to item 39 for a second. This is for you, County Manager, just so I can be, and the public should be clear. This $404,000 that we're getting in for the 1 FTE, we hire the FTE. What happens after the $404,000 is?
Yeah, the way the money is set aside, that will be enough to fund for 3 years this particular position. We'll seek a limited term employee. We will assess when we get to the end of the 2nd and 3rd year what the next step should be with that.
So that's how we're going to advertise it, limited term? Great, yes. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments, Ms. Coffey? I see your light.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a big day for our commercial market resiliency initiative, not only with our sign ordinance updates, which are hopefully going to help some of our commercial businesses move faster and get more visibility and perhaps like us a little bit better here in Arlington, but also the first of our adaptive reuse projects has come through. And I think that it is worth taking a moment to really specifically highlight that the streamlined process itself was only passed in November with fees in December, which means that we received our first applications in about January. And here we are already being able to approve something that is going to provide 94 new homes, very little impact on the neighborhood because most of the work is just going to be interior inside. And I know that this has been a huge ask of the community as we contemplate our housing market and how to move faster on bringing in units to say, well, let's take some of these buildings we already have and see if they can become housing. And so we're finally really realizing that, and we have another adaptive reuse site plan later on today. And if that one moves forward, the combined value of this site plan and the Crystal City site plans takes over 500,000 square feet of vacant commercial office space out of the market. And that is a huge benefit to Arlington County because these are offices that are not going to be filled otherwise. And so I think that we are powering forward on our commercial market resiliency initiative. Related to signs, but slightly different, I think we have heard a number of interested parties when it comes to the median signs. This is a part of sign ordinance, but it's a separate non-commercial-ish part of our signs. And so the 31-day median signs is something that the board is going to be looking into at this point. It used to be 31 days prior to an election day, median signs could go up. Now we have 45 days of early voting, so that is 31 days plus 45 days at least twice a year. And that is a significant number of days with median signs all over the place. And so we are, I think there's critical mass on the board interested in taking a look at this, which I'm very excited about. And then last, I will just re-highlight Two Birds Childcare, which is one of the partners that we were able to fund with the capital grant for childcare in 2024. They have promised committed affordable childcare in exchange for capital investment dollars from the county. And so they are finally ready to build out and be ready to open, which goes to show that investing in these childcare businesses really does help get them accelerated and in the right places. Ballston is such a transit hub as well as a residential and business hub, and so having childcare, affordable childcare that is located right there is a huge asset for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Did I see Mr. Referenti? Just to clarify that while we have signage ordinance is always a source of creative thinking and creative conversations. The second phase that I mentioned before doesn't include political signs yet, but we will, one-day signs. 31 day signs. So this is still to be clarified, but not today. We went through our the first phase first. This concludes the consent agenda remarks, and finally we can start with our main regular agenda. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the item?
Of course.
That's item number 50, transportation.
The first item on our agenda, item number 50, is Arlington's transportation future, board's endorsement of the vision and goals for the refreshed transportation element of the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, over to you.
Yes, the transportation team should be walking in any moment.
Hey. Mr. Slatt, so nice to see you again here. Mrs. Ladd went to test the transportation and urban mobility facilities in other countries before he came here. He came here to testify. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to turn it over to Kristen Calkins, who's going to lead off the presentation. She has ample support with her: Allison Bullock, Sarah Crawford, Wei Huang, Aaron Potter, and we have other staff available to assist virtually. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Calkins, who will walk us through a presentation.
Thank you. Welcome. And let's talk about urban mobility.
Good morning. We are so excited to be here today. This is the product of 10 months of hard work from staff and significant community involvement through 2 phases of engagement. Thousands of people have contributed to this proposed vision and goals, and we are very excited about the opportunity to present it today. We think it's really important for the board to endorse this vision and goals because it will be the foundation of the plan we start to build with the community in the fall. The vision and goals will guide how we draft policies, what our modal networks look like, and what strategies we use to reach our transportation future. It's really important to reflect on why we're refreshing the transportation plan. While the current transportation plan has served us well for the past almost 2 decades, it's no longer reflective of the recent trends in transportation. A lot of new technologies have evolved, people's preferences have changed, and we have new best practices in transportation that weren't envisioned in the current transportation plan. We need this refreshed plan to guide staff as we look at corridor studies, as we look at site plans, and our committees, commission, and the board as you approve and make recommendations to staff. The refreshed plan will be grounded in a lot of existing transportation work we've done in our community. We have the Vision Zero plan and its fundamental practices. We have a lot of precedent plans, including the transportation guidance that exists in the current MTP that we're building off of. It's really important for us to have this refreshed plan so we have a current understanding, a community agreement about what we're looking at, what we're working towards as we look at the next 20 years of transportation in the county. It's really important to kind of think about what this plan is going to do. It's going to now consider transportation holistically. We currently have a transportation plan that's broken down into 6 different modal elements. This is going to talk about everything together because that's what happens in our right-of-way. People walk, bike, drive, take the bus, all on the same streets, and we need to talk about that together. We're going to think about where it makes sense for different modes to be prioritized and networks that work for people to travel in the county, where they need to go, when they need to be there. This plan will be building off of our transit strategic plan, the Vision Zero action plan, our commuter assistance strategic plan, all of the precedent documents that come before us. This is not something that's going to be fresh, new, completely untested. We have so much great policy work that's come before us that has informed the development of our vision and goals. It's really important to reflect a little bit on what this plan won't be doing. It's not going to create a long list of transportation projects. Rather, we're going to understand our priorities, what we need in the community. It won't be making recommendations beyond the ground plane. We're really focused on our right-of-way, that building face to building face, what we can do on the ground in Arlington to move people. And we also won't be creating detailed design guidelines. So that's something that we could think about afterwards. This is going to be a high-level, high-guidance plan. Right now, we're here talking about the vision and goals, but we're really excited about what comes after this. In the fall, we're going to launch our 3rd phase of public engagement, where we start talking about the networks, our policies, strategies, and what this plan really starts to look like. In the spring, we're hoping to come back with a draft plan and release that for community review with another trip to the board, hopefully in fall 2026, where we ask for endorsement of that plan. But what we're really here to talk about today is the significant amount of work that went into creating the vision and goals. This process has been iterative, it has been involved, and it has had so many voices be part of its process. We looked at precedent plans from the county, so all of our comprehensive plans, sector plans, area plans have been informative to this process. We have an advisory group made of committees and commissions. We have staff from multiple departments that we are coordinating with. We've done multiple facet types of public engagement through this process where we've made sure we're hearing from lots of voices within the community so that we understand what people want, what they want transportation to look like in the future, and how we best reach our goals as a community. As I mentioned, we have an advisory group that has been foundational to this process. We've met with them about 6 times. They are reflective of the committees and commissions in the county that care about transportation, whether or not they care about a specific mode, how people use the network, or even what pieces of infrastructure our transportation network has. They have been great sounding boards for this process. We've actually kind of taken a very collaborative approach to the advisory group, where it's not just the specific members that we're asking questions of. They bring questions, feedback requests to their committees and commissions. They talk about it, and they bring back kind of a cumulative response to the advisory group and to staff, so that we understand not just what the specific advisory group member thinks, but what their committee and commission as a whole has to input into this process. We've also had very robust engagement. This has been such a phenomenal opportunity to really talk to people in our community about what they value and want out of the transportation network. We had a phase of engagement in the fall, a phase of engagement this spring, representing 76 days of public comment, 52 different events, from open houses, pop-ups, canvassing events, and listening sessions. We had over 12,000 people that we talked to. We had almost 2,500 feedback form online responses, an interactive map with over 2,700 responses, and we had over 15,000 web page hits. As part of phase 1 engagement, we also send a mailer to every single address in the county to make sure people knew this was happening in their mailbox, so that they had the opportunity to come talk to us, tell us what they thought. Phase 1 engagement this fall was kind of our ground setting engagement. We wanted to know how people travel, how they would like to travel in the future, and what's their vision for transportation. We heard that people really do value what we have in this county. People recognize how our transportation network serves them, that it's good, but that doesn't mean we can't do better. People walk. They walk a lot today. It's the most common way people get around, and they want to walk more in the future. Top way people want to move around in 2050. People like transit. They want more investments in it. People really care about the reliability in their time while they're traveling. Everyone wants to be safe, and people want equitable transportation in the county. During phase 2 engagement, we took what we heard in phase 1, and we asked people what the vision we created from that values that we heard, if it was reflective of what Arlington needs. Does it include their priorities? Is there anything that we missed in our draft that we created as staff? And what we heard from people is that the vision and goals were relatively reflective of what people told us during phase 1 engagement. People thought the vision should include sustainability and be more focused on kind of changing people's dependencies and reliance on cars. We heard a lot of support for how the goals work towards our vision. People really thought we should focus on people, that our transportation network needs to be people-centric. People want to be safe. They want to feel safe while they're traveling. And people want a reliable transportation network. That was a top concern reflected in feedback. As we think about the vision and goals, we just want to reflect on the fact that they're high level. You're not going to see the details that everybody cares about, the weeds of the transportation network, reflected in the vision and goals, and that's intentional. In the fall, we'll create policies that get into that, our curb space management, what we prioritize where. But the vision and goals are important so that we understand what we're prioritizing and where we're prioritizing it when we get to that phase in the fall. Again, these vision and goals just aren't based off of what we heard during phase 1 and 2 engagement, but they're based off of the priorities and commitments we already have as a county: equity, environmental sustainability, travel choice, our commitment to integrated land uses, affordability, and economic opportunity. This process was iterative. We didn't just start off with the vision and goals and roll with it. We had phase 1 engagement where we heard what people wanted. We created a draft vision and goals based off of that. During phase 2 engagement, we talked to people and heard from people about what they liked in the vision and goals and where they thought we were lacking, where we could make improvements. We heard that, and we created a refined vision and goals that we brought to our advisory group and interdepartmental staff working group. And we heard more feedback, and we made more tweaks and modifications. That final set of feedback is reflective in the proposed vision and goals that we've brought today. First, we have the vision. That's people of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities can move safely, comfortably, and seamlessly in Arlington. Everyone can rely on a variety of high-quality, sustainable transportation options to get them where they want to go, when they need to be there without having to depend on a car. Arlington focuses on making travel an enjoyable experience for people, connecting them with friends, families, and opportunities. This was the proposed vision that we brought to a number of groups. We had changes based off of people's desires to get where they want to go, where they want to be, with multiple options within the county. We really heard that people wanted this to be a forward-looking vision, not just the status of today's transportation network. The first goal, all in alphabetical order, is equitable and inclusive, create a welcoming, affordable, and accessible transportation system for people of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities, while working to eliminate historical disparities in transportation policy and investment. People in Arlington really think equity is important, that it needs to be affordable, that people need a transportation system that works for them. The next is livable, create a transportation system that provides enjoyable spaces and improves quality of life, affordability, economic vitality, physical and mental well-being, and a sense of community. People really care about how their trip feels, that it's enjoyable, that they feel comfortable in the spaces they're in. We heard from a lot of people that this was very reflective of the feedback they gave us during phase 1 about how they want to feel, what they want the transportation network to do for them. The next goal is reliable. It started off as connected during phase 1-2 engagement, and we really heard from people that they want a reliable transportation network, and we changed the goal name. The goal is provide an interconnected transportation network that is dependable, convenient, and well-maintained, enabling all people and goods to seamlessly reach their destinations in the county and region. What we heard from phase 2 engagement is that in the county and region, the regionality of this is very important. People are traveling places not just within the county, but within the region, and people want their transportation to be convenient. They want it to work for them, and we integrated that into the goal. The next goal is safe. Everybody wants to be safe. It is a priority for everybody. And our goal is to prioritize a safe and comfortable travel experience for all people and eliminate transportation-related deaths and serious injuries. People really reflected on the importance of that comfort, that it's not just about being safe while you're traveling, but it's about feeling safe and comfortable. Our next goal is sustainable. People care about sustainability in Arlington. We had an iterative approach, and we landed on develop a transportation system that moves more people with less traffic, supports a cleaner and greener environment, and advances climate protection, resilience, and adaptation. The cleaner and greener environment is something we really came to based off of feedback that the first phrase in there, minimizing overall environmental impacts, wasn't positive. It wasn't thinking about the good we could do with our transportation network. The cleaner and greener environment is where we see our goals, our policies related to street trees, bioswales, greenhouse gas emissions, stormwater runoff, all of the things that we can do for the environment with the transportation network. The final goal is transparent and accountable. The proposed goal is clearly prioritize and communicate demands within the transportation network and responsibly manage public resources to deliver and maintain an exceptional transportation system. When we heard from people, they really wanted to understand why we were making the decisions. There's a lot of hard conversations that we have to have when we do projects about why we do it, and people want us to explain that, why we prioritize what we prioritize where. We also brought these to our commissions, Planning Commission and Transportation Commission, in May and June for their recommendations. Planning Commission and PC and TC both made recommendations to approve the plan, the vision and goals for the plan with modifications. We had continuing conversations about the vision statement following engagement this spring, where people had some conversations about the clause without depending on a car not being a positive connotation of what we wanted to reflect for the county, that it could be taken as creating a value statement about people who choose to drive. And we really wanted to focus on making sure that we were providing optionality for people, that they had the ability to get around the county without driving. Something we really heard during phase 2 engagement is that people felt that they couldn't. So we landed on modifying that phrase to with choices beyond using a car to still reflect on the fact that people asked us during phase 1 and phase 2 engagement to improve the network so they didn't have to drive unless they wanted to. Still going to be able to, but people really feel like they have to today. So that has the one change that came through this process. The vision, the goals statements have not had any modifications. And we want to reflect again back on that timeline because following this endorsement that we are so excited about, we have a significant amount of public engagement this fall where we're going to talk about how all of this becomes the plan, how we create policies, our modal networks, everything that will guide us for the next 15 to 20 years on how we make transportation investments in the county. So the county manager's recommendation is that you approve the resolution endorsing the vision and goals established for the refresh plan, refresh of the transportation element of the comprehensive plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk, we have here two commissions. I believe we will start with the advisory group to the process here, right? Mrs. Slatt, thank you so much for your leadership on long path to here, to this first base camp, let's say. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's been an absolute privilege to run this working group. I think this is one of the best processes I've ever been involved in. I really have to commend staff on their outreach during the various public engagement sessions. It has been really great to see the county not just saying, hey, we have a spot where you can come and talk to us, but in fact going and meeting people where they are in the community, and specifically going out to groups we know we will not be able to get come to us and specifically go to them for their input. So that has been truly awesome to see. I look forward, hopefully, to moving past this milestone and getting into the meat of this plan. This is an important foundation, but everybody on the working group, I can tell you, is excited to talk about networks and policies and strategies and all that sort of thing. I don't want to further belabor anything that Ms. Calkins has done a great job presenting. I do want to talk about one late breaking change to the vision that has been presented to you today that I think, and I think several other members of the working group feel may be a bit of a step back in an important way, in case you would like to maybe go back to the previous language. Specifically, I'm talking about the vision added a phrase in response to phase 2 feedback. A lot of people saying that this vision isn't ambitious enough, that this vision looks far too much like the vision that we currently have in our current MTP, which we've heard from folks. Transportation in Arlington is good, but it could be better, as Ms. Calkins likes to say. And in response, we added without having to depend on a car. To make it clear that we are trying to make a vision for Arlington where driving is a choice, not something that is forced upon someone. And in the course of its travel through the process, through the commissions, that has been changed in what's before you to with choices beyond using a car. And throughout this process, I've been trying to look at what we choose as a vision, what we choose as goals through a particular lens, which is, could this vision statement or could these goals describe what is happening in Arlington right now in regard to transportation? Because that's a thing we have heard over and over. Transportation is good in Arlington, but it needs to be better. And people have choices beyond a car right now. Any one of us could have gotten here any sort of number of ways. We could walk, we could bike, we could take transit. But people are being constrained in being able to make those choices because they aren't necessarily good choices. They are not choices that are meeting their needs. They would like to bike here, but the bike facilities are disconnected. They would like to walk here, but they would have to cross intersections they don't feel are safe. They would like to take transit here, but it takes twice as long as driving. Because so often our choices beyond the car are insufficient, we're forced to have a car. We are made dependent on that car. Cars aren't optional for many Arlingtonians, but that's what we hear from so many that they want. It shouldn't be controversial to want independence rather than car dependence, because car dependence is burdensome. The average cost of buying a new car is now nearing $50,000. The average annual cost of car ownership has risen to over $12,000 a year. Cars have gotten more expensive partly because we've been trying to mitigate their other costs, their non-financial costs. We've tried to make cars run on electricity because the environmental impact of the combustion engines is catastrophic. We've added safety features like airbags and crumple zones because car crashes kill an astronomical number of their occupants. We've added other safety features like backup cameras and blind spot detection because cars kill a devastating number of people walking and biking around them. Being forced to drive is being forced to take other people's lives in your hands on a daily basis, and we should not make people dependent on such a thing. And to be clear, this is not an attack on people who choose to drive. I think everyone chooses the mode that works best for their situation and their family. Some combination of preferences and travel time and convenience and reliability and amenities. But what we've heard from a lot of people is that they would prefer to not drive, but the other options we're giving them are insufficient to let them make that choice. Some people choosing to drive is not a problem. The problem is that many people don't want to drive, but we are not giving them the options they need to make that choice, leaving them car dependent. I know this is a lot to say about like 5 words, but I think the effect of those 5 words is important. They're the basis for the rest. This vision is the basis for the rest of the plan. So I ask you to please endorse this vision and these goals, which staff and the excellent people on this working group have worked diligently on, but I also ask you to bring, without having to depend on a car, back into the vision, to make clear to all that our vision for the future of transportation in Arlington is independence and freedom to choose how we get around, not forced car dependence. That future of transportation in Arlington is to make cars optional. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slatt. The next commissioner, the next commissioner is C2E2, Ms. McIntyre.
Good morning. I'm Joan McIntyre, speaking on behalf of the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. To start, I would like to commend the Transportation Future team for their robust efforts and extensive engagement in developing the vision and goals for the update to the Master Transportation Plan. The work clearly demonstrates the strong community support for accelerating county shift away from car-centric design to allow people of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities to move safely, comfortably, and seamlessly in Arlington and around the region without having to depend on a car. Mr. Slatt made it very clear as to we don't have that infrastructure in place that allows us to do that, and that is the highest priority for this plan. So overall, again, we approved the overall vision and goals. It emphasized the emphasis on transportation network that is safe, inclusive, connected, and convenient, and allows everyone to meet their transportation needs without relying on a car is a critical component of addressing the climate crisis. The proposed change to the vision with choices beyond using a car sort of captures the intent of this. However, it strikes me as being a little bit awkward and also less direct in terms of what the community is saying that they want. C2 also would have preferred that the goals and vision be a little bit more direct in terms of the connection to the climate crisis and their climate goals, and particularly the importance of moving away from fossil fuels. Again, it's built into the vision and goals, but it's not clearly stated that. So going forward, kind of making sure that is part of these goals and visions. For some of that includes, advancing the transition to electric vehicles within the fleet. The county's making progress on that. Got to ride on one of the new electric buses not too long ago, so continuing that, but also promoting the development of the infrastructure for electrical charging to make it easier for people to buy electric cars as they need to have cars for their own personal or professional needs. And then also thinking too in terms of the procurement process, in terms of, where they're buying cement and steel, is adopting, choosing low carbon options, and otherwise looking at ways that they actually reduce the embedded carbon in transportation infrastructure development. More broadly, we hope that these policies and strategies will be ambitious, creative, and transformative, and identify robust measures, measurable goals and metrics, and regular reporting to track progress. It's much better to fall short of ambitious targets than meet mediocre and easily achievable ones. Achieving the vision and goals for transportation will make Arlington more equitable, improve air quality and health, open up the more economic and social opportunities, and create more space for trees and native plantings while reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing resiliency. C2E2 looks forward to working with the Transportation Futures team, the advisory group, and the community as we move forward to the next stage of the planning process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. I think this concludes the testimony from our advisory groups, and now we can progress to our public testimony. Are there any speakers? Mr.
There are.
Clerk?
If you give me just a moment. Our first public speaker on this item is Anshu Sharma, followed by Adam Theo.
Good morning, Mr. Sharma.
Good morning, Board Chair Cantonis. Good morning.
Can you make sure that your microphone is on? No?
Red light when it's on.
Red light. No, on the base of the microphone, there is a little button.
Oh, yep. Okay. All right. Sweet. Sorry. Thank you, members of the Arlington County Board. Thank you to all commission members and to everyone who worked on this plan. I just want to speak briefly in support of restoring the original language without having to depend on a car. I've lived in Arlington County for about 2.5 years now, and about 9 months of that was with a car, and then the rest has been without. And I've been much happier once I started living without a car. And I say this as someone who doesn't hate cars. I consider myself a car enthusiast. I follow channels like Doug DeMille on YouTube. And it's because of those reasons that I actually support not having to depend on cars. Cars are like they're expensive. It's like there's the cost of purchasing it, maintaining it, having insurance, having car taxes, which I support. I'm not an advocate of reducing car taxes, and numerous other costs in terms of like paying for parking, residential parking for where we go, and I think to the extent that folks have to depend on cars, that's a choice made by lack of availability of the transit options. For instance, to get here today after a 45 workout, I planned to take the bus, but by the time I was ready, it was partially my fault. I might have taken too long. They were all taking too long, so I chose to take rideshare to be here as close to 10 a.m. as possible. And that was fine, but I would have preferred to take transit. And that's not to say that there's no use cases for cars, whether it's for personal or vocation, long distance travel or personal recreation. And I didn't see without having to depend on a car. I don't read that as like proposing banning cars. It's just stating that it's like folks should be able to move here, live here, reside here, have fun here without having to depend on a car. And I think that that's really valuable for environmental, financial, safety reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Adam Theo, followed by our 3-minute speakers, beginning with Mr. Ryan Arnold.
Good morning, Mr. Theo.
Good morning. I am a longtime resident and a daily user of our buses, bike lanes, and our crosswalks. I'm also a member of the Transportation Commission, although I am here on a strictly personal capacity this morning. The Master Transportation Plan is a moral compass for us, and it's a foundational policy tool that will set our critical infrastructure and our budgets for decades to come. For the sake of public safety, our environment, and for affordability, we must get it right to start off with. The initial draft vision and goals are good. They are clear, bold, and ambitious. I fear, however, that through the process of civic engagement and the pipeline of commissions and such, including my own, that it's become watered down and a little bit more opaque, saying less of substance. I urge you to make sure that the language in our vision and goals for the Master Transportation Plan is clear for residents to be able to get around, quote, without having to depend on a car, unquote. Be confident and bold in explicitly making sure that more people can move around with less traffic in our county. The fewer vehicles, the fewer cars, the better. With clearer, bolder, and ambitious language in our vision and goals, Arlington can be a safer, more environmentally friendly, and more affordable community. please look at this carefully as you are making this vote today and considering what the vision and goals are for the Master Transportation Plan going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Theo. Are there any other speakers, Mr.
There
Clerk?
are. Our next speaker is Mr. Ryan Arnold, followed by Cynthia Palmer.
Okay, great.
In a moment, let me reset the timer. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Paul McCartney once recounted the time he and John Lennon were discussing the lyrics to their new song, Hey Jude. Paul wanted to remove the phrase, "The movement you need is on your shoulder." John thought it was the best part of the whole song and convinced him to keep it. The vision statement for our next transportation plan, Arlington's Transportation Future, made it through the Transportation Commission's May 29 meeting with the phrase, "without having to depend on a car." The proposed vision reflected community feedback, according to the Vision and Goals report. And a few days later, the Planning Commission voted 6-4 to remove "without having to depend on a car." A couple of commissioners said the phrase villainizes folks who use cars. It's exclusionary language that feels like an attack. Do you remember when we banned smoking in restaurants? There were people then who said, "I won't be allowed to eat out anymore." And we told them, no, we're not stopping anyone from going in there. They just can't engage in a specific activity that has negative consequences for others who share that space. It was the right thing to do. One commissioner mentioned extensive research showing that cars enable low-income workers to access jobs. That will remain true in a future that continues to perpetuate widespread car dependency. It's an outcome of policy choices, and we can make better choices. The phrase, "without having to depend on a car," like that song lyric, is more meaningful than it may seem at first glance. We can read it simply as helping drivers get out of cars to the driver's benefit in terms of money and health and more. But it's not just drivers who depend on cars. Even those of us who are completely car-free also depend on cars every time we cross the street. Every time we cross over a driveway as we're walking down the sidewalk, we depend on cars not to hit us. We depend on them for our safety and, in that sense, for our lives. And we shouldn't have to. The movement we need is toward a car-free Arlington, and that's where we would make really big progress on our climate and environment goals and our public safety goals and our affordability goals for Arlington. And that movement is on our shoulder. We see it in the county's car-free diet program and in the rising percentage of households without a vehicle. It would be wonderful, wonderful to see large swaths of Arlington car-free some decades from now, but the planning for that and the transition to that will take quite a while. Big challenge. So we need to start talking about it now. And today, that begins with including the phrase, "without having to depend on a car," in the vision for Arlington's transportation future. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Our next speaker is Cynthia Palmer, followed by Siawash Aziaza.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Cynthia Palmer. I've ridden my bicycle for transportation almost every day for the past 20 years. I chair the Bicycle Advisory Committee, working in close collaboration with the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. I also participate in the BAC's ATF subcommittee. I am speaking today in my personal capacity. I live here in Arlington with my two daughters, who spent their childhoods in competitive gymnastics, doing flips on the balance beam and pole vaulting. That is by way of saying we are not the most risk-averse family. And yet, I feel a pit in my stomach whenever my girls tell me that they're heading out on the bicycle, because I know how dangerous it can be. I love riding my bicycle for transportation. At the same time, I've had way too many near hits, usually while I'm crossing intersections on the walk signal. Across the nation, the number of pedestrians and bicyclists killed by vehicles has skyrocketed in the last 15 years. Drunk driving remains a major contributor to fatal crashes. At the same time, the vehicles themselves are getting more dangerous, not for the occupants, who are safer than before, but for those who walk and ride bikes. SUVs and pickup trucks, which represent about 75% of new car sales, are a particular threat. Many weigh twice as much as sedans, and their tall, vertical front ends are deadly to those they hit. Over the past 3 decades, the average U.S. passenger vehicle has gotten 4 inches wider, 10 inches longer, 8 inches taller, and 1,000 pounds heavier. A March 2025 study looked at driver blind spots over the past 25 years in top-selling cars and found that across vehicle models, motorists can see far less of what's in front of them. Worst were the Honda CR-V and Chevy Suburban, which had visibility reductions up to 58%. The ATF goals do not keep up with these dangers, let alone strive to turn Arlington into a leader among jurisdictions. They do not empower staff to create a transportation system where car travel is actually optional. If it were up to me, I would make the goals more robust because I believe Arlington can do better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Palmer.
Our next speaker is Siawash Azizada, followed by David D.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm actually just a resident. I'm not part of any planning commission or part of the board at all, the commissions at all. I'm a resident in the courthouse. I'm joining you guys today, and I'm asking you guys to also reject the changed proposed by the planning commission and the vision statement, and move people with less traffic, and do not remove the phrase without having to depend on a car. I started to get involved more into this about last year. I emailed you guys with the issues I face walking and biking around the area. I live here, I work here, I use the trails here. Somebody with DDOT actually reached out and invited me to participate in the initiative that we're working on. Overwhelmingly, when I was there, I just saw post-it note after post-it note with the mention that we had to have that better vision for the transportation plan. A vision that includes that you don't need a car to get around. It's actually why my family and I chose here to live here. So I have the highest walk score, highest bike score, transit score as well. It's one of the few neighborhoods where I can, as close as possible, achieve that kind of lifestyle. And we can achieve the same vision here, and we continue to ask that with this plan that we have a vision for all Arlington County residents to have this type of option. Now, when it comes to the vision goals and asking to keep without having to depend on a car in that, does not mean that they go away. Cars are tools, but it gives them an option whether they want to have a $1,000 car bill each month on top of the expensive rent or mortgage payment that you might have. I pay $3,000 a month on top of the $1,000 a month that you have to have in car maintenance and car payments. That is $50,000 that I'm getting squeezed by out of my limited income that I get. So I think this original vision was a good North Star. I think that was an actual vision to where Arlington County can be in 10, 15, 20 years. I think if we water it down, it gives people and staff and possibly plans in the future, those plans could get watered down and not make meaningful changes to our transportation network. The vision that we need to include is a future where we don't need a car to get around. We can build and plan a transportation plan that would and can be the envy for other counties to follow. In a time where housing costs are squeezing every dollar out of us, now car costs are squeezing even more money out of us. We're asking you to endorse the original vision that we had. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next and final speaker on this item is David D.
David?
I do see you on the line. If you are with us, you'll need to unmute yourself. There should be a microphone icon on your screen. Mr. David D. Going once. Going twice. Mr. Chair, we can reach out independently.
Okay, I would say we start our conversation here, and if by chance we get this testimony, we can still allow it into our conversation. Colleagues, the conversation is now with the board. I see Ms. Coffey's light already. Yes.
Order of operations question. Do we want to start with a motion and discuss and
I'm open to that,
potentially amend the motion?
But I'm open to both.
Okay. All right.
I had in mind to discuss some amendments to the motion. So.
Great. I'll start with a motion and speak to that motion and then anticipate some potential amendments to the motion. I move that the county board adopt the resolution in attachment 1 of the staff report endorsing the vision and goals established for the refresh of the transportation element of the comprehensive plan with the addition of the phrase, quote, access to nature between the words well-being and sense of community under the livable goal of the resolution as displayed on screen.
Second.
So it's moved and seconded. I heard some, we are in discussions. I heard some murmurs about
my
yes.
motion. Thank you. I'm so excited that we're doing this. I just want to start off there. I think that having a refresh to the vision and goals and really focusing on what our transportation system is supposed to do for people is so important, because our transportation system doesn't really matter a whole lot if people don't use it and engage with it. And I've heard a lot from speakers whose primary mode split, right, is more on the walking, biking, transit side. I myself am a walking, biking, transit side person. And so I will own up to the fact that with choices beyond using a car is something that I proposed. And I want to really give the why to that, because I think the why matters. In a visionary document with visionary goals, I think framing around what it is that we are adding to people's lives is really important. It is true that we have options now. I wouldn't call them real options. I think the fact that taking public transportation from where I live near Clarendon to Crystal City can take me upwards of 45 minutes, I would not call that a real choice at that point. And so to me, this is about what is it we are adding to people's lives, and that is adding choice where we do not currently have real choices. And I am, we've been chattering up here about whether we can do a modifier to choices, right, to say that it is a real choice, it is a legitimate choice, it is a viable choice, because it is true that we could have choices that suck. And I don't want to have choices that suck. I want to have good choices that make people take transit because they want to take transit and not because they have to. It's their only option, and not because, their car is a bad option, but because the other options are better. And so I think that, that is the mindset with which I wanted to add with choices as opposed to saying not without something. Because also, if we think about it, my grandparents are in McLean, and to get there is no option right now. We would have to add an option. There is nothing we could do without adding an option for me to be able to take a non-car mode of transit to get to my parents or to my grandparents. And so to me, framing around what we are adding to people's lives instead of what we want to subtract from people's lives is really, really important. I also think it's a little bit less alienating for the people who can't see right now getting rid of that car. I would like them to be able to see that, but I think we want to, we want to carrot them into that rather than stick them. And so, again, adding something to their lives where they could see it being legitimate, see it being viable for them to not rely on a car, to have those choices, that's where I'm personally at. I do think that we could modify choices to make sure that we are more specific than just choices. And so I think there may be some discussion of what that looks like. But overall, I think that this is incredible staff work that I am so proud of, the engagement, the iterative nature, right? That we didn't just come up with something and then ask people to endorse it right away. We really heard and responded and evolved. And that I think this really does more greatly describe the position that Arlington County is in today than our existing plan does. And I think we've come a long way. And then, this is the easy part, right? Because next we have to actually come up with the nitty-gritty policies and implementation in order to achieve all of these lofty and visionary goals. And so this is far from the end of a conversation, but I'm excited to be moving forward. So I'll pass along now and see if colleagues have responses or input in terms of how we could modify this particular, as Mr. Slatt said, 5 words that are becoming quite the sticking point, and I think will be the center of most of our conversation up here.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Also, a point of Art 43 taken, despite the fact that Art 43 makes this distance so short because we have invested in insane infrastructure for other cars, highways that actually offer that collateral benefit from time to time only. So, other colleagues. Mr. Vice Chair Ferranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Coffey, for the explanation. It really helped me. First, a big thank you to our staff for all the work. This is excellent work, and I just think when you do excellent work, good work sometimes doesn't get as much attention as flies in the ointment or things that are imperfect. That's just the moment we're in, perhaps, but just a huge thank you. This is awesome. I'm really thrilled. I would say specifically slide 6 and the integration of the modal elements, so we're making choices. It's easy to be for everything. It's harder to make choices between things. And then thank you. I hope it's okay to the nature point. Thank you to Ms. Cunningham for adding that. I think you took the lead on it. I appreciate it. I will have short concluding comments, but I want to answer your question and try to tee up and be helpful. I think that a modifier might might help us reflect what we've heard. And so I would be supportive of a modifier that tried to make the point about genuine choices. It's a glory to sit up here and think of Mr. Theo and Mr. Slatt over the years. And, I'm not trying to be milquetoast. When I competed with, he didn't quite say that, but, I can be boring looking and boring talking. So, I think you guys have a good point. And, car-free diet, you spoke to this, Mr. Slatt. Car-free diet, we support. It also, we hear more about that phrase from those who are some car enthusiasts. And I'm not here to endorse that perspective. But I also think that, this phrase hits me a little different than that phrase. And so I think you got legitimate points. I just hope we take out of this, in addition to the rigor that everybody is trying to apply, the big fish here are what we do to invest, and you know that. And that doesn't obviate us from the visionary question, but I just think, as someone who has gotten a lot of transportation the last 2 years, and I perhaps had a little less central involvement the preceding years, I hope that we can keep that spirit in addition to the desire for rigor on these 5 words.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeFerranti. I see Mr. Spain.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think I'm going to echo a lot of the thoughts and sentiments of my colleagues, and really appreciate my colleague, Ms. Coffey, with her enthusiasm this morning. She's ready to go.
I'm one iced coffee in, so.
And I think you have one in reserve back there. But look, first to the staff, this is not my first briefing on this. Of course, we get briefs a lot, and I do want to applaud you. What you've done, and with phase 2 of the engagement. I am an engagement-like hawk. And, to see the 52 events and the iterative process that you talked about, and to Mr. Slott, how you talked about getting and watching, navigation basically into communities that we don't typically go to. That is something I'm constantly watching. Because I've always stated, like, if you're not in the room, if you're not in the place, helping shape the policy, you're on the sideline getting whatever else people decide to give you. So I appreciate y'all being diligent and prudent in that regard. Now, I will think about, and I'm thinking about as we move into phase 3, and how we kind of connect with, we have a working group of our member organizations through Vision Zero, an external stakeholder group. How are we going to weave that laundry list of groups into perhaps phase 3, or is there an intent to do that? Because there's a lot of them. Just curious to know right now from staff. Because that can also, be part of that whole safe piece as it comes to our vision. So and where is Vision Zero on all this?
So Vision Zero is a foundational component of this plan. So we also are coordinating with our Vision Zero lead is on our internal working group for this. So Vision Zero is much more near term. It's a philosophy that we take to projects, to how we make near term decisions. Vision Zero will be kind of a high level policy in this that continues to guide how we make those investments.
Yeah.
I do think that either Allison or Wei might have a little bit more nuance ability to answer that question than I do. So I'm going to hand it off.
Yeah. Because what I'm getting at is, within the Vision Zero groups that we have working, we have a lot of organizations there, at least in our stakeholder group. How are we tapping in and using those groups, babe?
There is a big overlap of the stakeholder group and the advisory groups that we go to for both Vision Zero and the MTP. Okay. Yes. And also through the Vision Zero program, we can also channelize some of the information, especially opinion from the not necessarily immediately overlap group to the MTP team. So basically, this Master Transportation Plan refresh is meant to capture all of the programs and priorities that county has already identified and adopted. I will say one of the driven factor of we are doing this refresh is because throughout the years, we have adopted priorities. We have board guidances on things that was not considered at the same level when the old MTP was put together.
Okay. And then lastly, I think we're probably going to have some additional conversation here as we talk about the vision and some of the wordage and verbiage, I would call it. Look, I appreciate the everyone who's come forward today and talk and provide testimony, and I can understand the level of frustration about without having to depend on a car or and those lines. But I just want to say, in some level of generality, is that here our goal is to create a transportation system, right, that gives everyone the freedom to travel efficiently and effectively. I know there's folks who are very enthused about mobility outside of the standard car, but I also know people who are, who depend heavily on a car for a number of reasons. Be that as it may, I'm open, right, here today to have this conversation. If we're going to do some level of amendment, I honestly feel you can go almost either way. I mean, if you really want to dive down and if words matter, it's about who can articulate to the best of their ability and rationalize this certain type of behavior. Because one can make an argument about inclusivity and equity on both of these terms. And I'm just being honest, right? And if you don't have all the right stakeholders in the room to make their argument, then typically what happens is a lot of those people in the room get hurt, right? So you really got to be very intentional about what we're trying to project and what we are saying here when it comes to this vision. And again, I appreciate everyone coming here. I can sense the passion in everyone's thought. They have unique concerns, but I think also as a board member, we also have to think about who's not in the room and who's not here today to have a conversation and think about that, right? At least I do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I just would give staff a bit to, I think, I will read several adjectives, descriptors that I think are going around, and I want to see if staff have reflections based on, you all were most engaged in the community, the broader, larger community feedback over the last months, and see if there's anything that is particularly resonating or that you would like to definitely rule out as a modifier. But I think some of the words that have come around, viable practice. So this is modifying the word choices to describe what our choices will be like. Viable, practical, legitimate, genuine, desirable, and compelling. And whether any of those feel best, worst, impossible.
I think compelling does a good job, but I think desirable is really what people have been talking to us about. If it's a desirable trip that they want to make, it's achieving a lot of the different things that people need for transportation. Like your point about the transit trip to Crystal City being 2 to 3 times as long. It's not desirable. Yeah. That's not a desirable decision to make when you're doing a trip choice. What we want people to do is what we want to create are trips across all modes that people want to take, that they're going to enjoy. And I think recognizing that those other opportunities to travel in a way that isn't driving your own car, they need to be desirable choices, or else they're just a choice, to Mr. Slatt's earlier point that we have choices in the county. Some of them just aren't a desirable choice to make.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Yeah, I think desirable is resonating with me. I don't know, I'll pass it over to some colleagues. We got 2 thumbs up from Ms. Cunningham.
I'm good.
Okay, great. Then, Mr. Clerk, I would like to amend my motion. And I don't know if you've had some time to get something we could show on the screen. Great, okay, good. So, Ms. Kaur, do I need to reread the entire motion with the addendum, or can I?
No, you can just describe your change.
Okay. I would amend my motion to also include the insertion of the word desirable between with and choices in the overall vision statement for our transportation plan.
Second.
And it's seconded by Mr. Spain, the amended motion.
Great. Okay. I think we're
Okay.
good.
We're still, we're still in discussion. So, Ms. Cunningham.
Yeah, I just want to also hold up the staff's work and the community's work so far, and there is a lot more to be done, but it's hard to get a Chris Slatt ruling that it's the best engagement you've ever heard, I would say. It's like a C2E2 scorecard of 100%. It's hard to achieve, and everyone aims for it. So I'm really excited about that, and really excited about how that overlaps with some other big engagements ahead of us. I think Ms. Coffey and I we'll be talking on Tuesday a little bit about the comprehensive plan update. And each time we're doing one of these engagements, we're trying new things, and sometimes we get it more right than other times. And so we'll try to incorporate those lessons. I particularly love some of the slides about, why to do it and what we get from doing it and what, if we don't do it, would happen. So really, really great work there. I also wanted to hold up Ms. Coffey's comments and work to really help us think about all residents and really everyone on the dais here, but you named it specifically ahead and also today that, you know, all of our residents are in different places in the type of lives they're living and the mobility constraints that they're facing, the economic constraints they may be facing. And so adding options and adding desirable options is really where it's at. Like we can live with widening that without pushing anyone out of the picture. We are a community that really does embrace and include all. And then I wanted to highlight, because I was curious about it, that the goals are listed alphabetically. So just in case anybody had questions about whether safety should be first or what should be first, they are all goals and they're just listed alphabetically. And then finally wanted to uplift something I hear a lot from the community is, as we heard a couple this morning, the safety for all users. And I think our transportation team, but also our law enforcement and community engagement teams are really working and need to continue to amplify that as we have new modes of travel and new different exciting stripings that are, you know, hard to absorb the first time, that we have to keep educating and informing. And I think there's a particular campaign this month around the e-bikes and the scooters for youth. And I think I've heard that a lot and I've seen that a lot, that sometimes a lower mobility elder on a sidewalk and a e-bike or scooter with a 17-year-old on a sidewalk can get a little dicey. And so we have to keep working on that and then also keep working on just the distracted driving, walking, scooting, put the phones down and look up in people's eyes as we go forward. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I guess it's my turn. First of all, indeed, I agree with Mr. Slatt on the characterization of a very good process. Thank you indeed. And I have to recognize that this is not an easy conversation. It will never be, because we have moved on from the traditional paradigm of trying to, improve at the edges, etc. I do feel that the conversation that we have today, it feels a little bit philosophical, and it is, because I try to remember how the car-based mobility has started, and to adopt a little bit a factor of conversation here is, it was the promise of having choices and liberty and, being able to drive everywhere, and housing, affordable housing. Drive until you qualify, even if it's 60 miles away, and et cetera. So that was the paradigm which, captured the 20th century, especially in our country here. And I believe that in small places like Arlington, we believe to reckon with the fact that we are running out of choices, actually, as a society. Climate change is a good reminder that, well, yeah, choices. You can always have the choice. You can destroy the planet. It's a choice, right? But actually, we are running out of viable, real choices. And the problem that this brings with that is that we have to make a choice at some point between what is the preferred model, what is at the top of our hierarchy of attention, and what will drive our decisions further down. So if there is one thing that I am really thankful to the process, to everybody who participated and to staff, is that, and for me this is a transformational moment, walking leads the way today and in the future. This realization is for me the most powerful phrase in this presentation. Why? Because it conditions everything else. And at least I want to be insistent on this. That means a lot about, we talked about having choices, being able to, less traffic. You know something, traffic also takes space, for example. I would say, mobility without a lot of traffic, so congestion. For me, just facilitating traffic or making it easier or faster, et cetera, it's not only about how fast can I, or how convenient I can go from A to B. I actually want to bring A to B closer, because the amount of resources that I will need, even in the optimal solution to go from A to B, has to be minimized at some point. Because we can just not afford the business as usual anymore, not even an improved version of business as usual. So this is why, for me, the discussion about naming a spade a spade, calling a spade, and saying, well, we want to get out from car dependency is a very important statement, a very important sentiment. And while I'm not going to debate that here and try to survive on that hill of whether, choices versus, naming the issue of achieving independence from a set. It's not the car per se. It's the entirety of the infrastructure, the investment, the resources that car-based individual mobility brings with it. I do believe that the individual elements of the vision, especially the equity element, are beginning to tell us that we are debating modal shift here for the entirety of our system. So I'm going to support the motion with the change. But for me, the direction is very clear. We are at a point where we cannot afford to continue to have all the choices at the highest level of delivery for everybody, at every place, every time. At every step of the way, we'll have to make a choice. What is a preferred model? What is working best for our environment, for nature, for people, for social connections, and for equity? And for me, this is now the paramount, task as we go into the second phase and we talk about real decidables here. Again, with my gratitude for all the work so far. Thank you for checking in with us and pinning us down on a vision and a set of goals. This is really modelic for other processes, Mr. Manager, I think. So thank you indeed for this. So, colleagues, if there are no more comments, are there? Yes, Mr. Vice Chair DeFerranti.
Yes, thanks. I'm mindful that someone put the timer up. I'm going to be way under it. Brevity is the soul of wit. I think that for your comments, Ms. Coffey, and the ad that I'm hoping not to revisit the whole thing, is that the stage that we're in and the additive point that you made at the outset of our discussion would lead me to say, and hopefully there'll be head nods, that we should take the word desirable and the concepts that Mr. Slatt and others have, and at the next stages, without hammering and ruling out all things, implementation could also be the word desirable and the phrase going forward. That's why I'm comfortable with staying where we're at, but I am sort of suggesting along the lines of perhaps the chair that as we implement, and I looked at the process going forward, I really would love that desirable spirit and the spirit of without having to depend on a car to be in the work going forward.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeFerranti. Any other comments? We are ready to take a vote. All in favor of the amended motion of Ms. Coffey, seconded by Mr. Spain, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? No. The motion passes 5-0. We have a vision and a statement of goals and a resolution. Onward. Thank you again for all the work. Thank you to everybody who came here to testify today, and those who have been also following this online. Indeed, we want to we want to recognize their work. and also all of our residents who are using our multiple transportation systems and choices every day and give us a reflection of how it goes. Mr. Clerk, can we recess for lunch?
Believe 30-minute
Colleagues?
recess might be in order.
15? 20? I think it's not very healthy to eat in only 15 minutes, so let's say 20. We are 20 is our goal. I think it's a compelling choice to do 20. Thank you. We are recessed until 12:35, 12:40. So, colleagues, we're back in session. The county board is back in session. Mr. Clerk, Mr. Kushner, can you please call the next?
187, to construct a multifamily building with up to 328 dwelling units and retention of a below-grade parking garage with modifications of zoning standards for additional density development. And Part B of the item is ordinance to vacate a portion of an easement for public street and utilities purposes on the property owned by PDC REF2 at Ballston Limited Lifetime Corporation, known as 4601 Fairfax Drive.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Manager, off to you and to your team.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. With me, allegedly, are Matt Pfeiffer, who will hear this, Sergio Vercochia, and Mike Kaluski, who I just saw outside. So I'll go get them if they're not here in the next 20 seconds.
So, we could offer to start with, here it is, Mr. Vercochia. Okay, let's get started.
Give me just 1 minute to fire up the presentation.
Absolutely.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the County Board. My name is Matt Pfeiffer with the Department of Community Planning, Housing and Development Planning Division. I have here with me this afternoon Sergio Vercochia and Mike Kaluski from DES, who are here to answer questions. So the items that we will be discussing today are a major site plan amendment to site plan number 187 to remove an existing office building and construct a new residential building with 328 units. Also proposed is a vacation of a sliver of public street and utilities easement remaining after dedication of the underlying land in fee to the county. The subject site is located at 4601 Fairfax Drive and is currently developed with a 12-story office building containing approximately about 229,000 square feet of gross floor area and a 2-level below-grade parking structure. The site borders Marymount University campus to the east and the Ballston Wetland Park to the west. The Bluemont Junction Trail traverses the site along its western border under a public easement. The site's Fairfax Drive frontage contains a trail spur connecting to the Nellie Custis Trail. As you can see from the image on your bottom right, the top of the existing garage slab protrudes above grade along the site's Fairfax Drive frontage. The top of the slab meets the grade elsewhere on the site. This feature is going to be discussed a bit more further along in this presentation. As I mentioned previously, the applicant is proposing to dedicate North Wakefield Street to the county in fee. Currently, it exists as a public street and utilities easement. There is a sliver of the existing street and utilities easement that will be located within the future curb line on North Wakefield Street frontage. The applicant is proposing to vacate this sliver and then rededicate as a public sidewalk easement. So we can talk about some of the adopted plans and policies that are applicable to the site. To review, the site is zoned CO 2.5, which is not proposed to change. As I mentioned previously, there is an existing site plan that was approved in 1981 and constructed in 1986. Site is designated medium office apartment hotel on the general land use plan, which corresponds to the CO 2.5 zoning district, and no change in the site's club designation is proposed. The site is within the Ballston sector plan area known as Section 3. While there's not much site-specific guidance, there is general guidance on land use, which recommends a mix of uses to include commercial and residential, and a general taper down in height away from the Ballston Metro Rail Station. Fairfax Drive is envisioned as a gateway into Ballston. Some other applicable policies include the residential parking guidelines, which recommend a minimum of 0.4 spaces per unit at this site. The Forestry and Natural Resources Plan, which contains guidance for biophilic design, which also provides a tree canopy target reference from the Metropolitan Washington Council of Government standards. For this site, the target is 25% tree canopy. The Chesapeake Bay Preservation Ordinance contains regulations related to the resource protection area, which encroaches into the site. It also contains regulations separate from the COG targets for tree canopy. Finally, we have the County Board policy on transformation of commercial office buildings in Arlington, which recommends that decommissioning of underutilized office supply is a public priority. It also tries to strike an appropriate balance between county goals and objectives with the public priority of removing underutilized office supply. So the next few slides contain staff's analysis of the project. First, the applicant is proposing to demolish the existing office tower on site but retain the below-grade garage. They are proposing construction of a new 7-story or 82-foot residential building containing 328 units. The applicant is proposing to exceed the base density by 65 units, which we'll talk about on the next slide. And the applicant is proposing modifications to zoning standards for additional density, density exclusions, residential parking ratio, compact parking percentage, drive aisle widths, placement and cover standards, and other modifications. Several of these proposed modifications are related to the retention of the existing garage, which contains several nonconformities. So to mitigate the impacts of the site plan, the applicant's providing a number of features and amenities, including removal of an underperforming office asset, RPA restoration, new sidewalks, curb, gutter, and street trees on public frontages, a new bike lane on North Wakefield Street, the base affordable dwelling unit contribution, which consists of the option of a cash contribution, on-site units or off-site units. In addition, the applicant is providing contributions for public art, the utility fund, and will provide in-building wireless infrastructure and a TDM program for the development, excuse me. So the applicant is proposing to achieve 65 units of additional density. They're doing so by providing $2 million in cash contributions to the Affordable Housing Investment Fund. And they're also participating in the Green Building Incentive Program at the 0.25 FAR tier. Staff estimates that the contribution to AHIF can leverage as many as 17 to 18 units off-site via gap financing. In participating in the GBIP at the 0.25 FAR tier, the applicant will be achieving LEED Gold certification, 24% energy savings above the ASHRAE baseline, Energy Star appliances, EV charging infrastructure, and then all of the other baseline prerequisites. So the proposed site plan amendment is in conformance with the GLUP and the Ballston Sector Plan. However, the proposed retention of the existing garage presents constraints, which resulted in difficulty in achieving the COG tree canopy target, though they are meeting the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Ordinance in terms of tree canopy, as well as guidance on tree pit dimensions and soil volume. Nevertheless, the applicant worked with staff on creative solutions, including providing a continual soil panel on North Wakefield Street, which is suspended underneath the sidewalk. The transformation of commercial office buildings, as mentioned previously, guides us to balance the trade-offs of removing outdated office supply from the market with other county plans and policies. In this case, staff supports the applicant's proposal as they have mitigated the impacts to the extent feasible. There are environmental benefits inherent in the retention of the garage itself. Furthermore, the applicant is in conformance with the FNRP biophilic design guidance and will be providing on and off-site plantings in accordance with the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Ordinance. So as I mentioned previously, the site is partially within the resource protection area. You can see from this graphics the existing conditions versus the proposed conditions. The applicant did submit a water quality impact assessment for review. Staff found that there was a minor increase in the impervious surface within the RPA as a result of the new development. So the site plan was heard by the Chesapeake Bay Ordinance Review Committee, or CBORC, on June 17th. Where the CBORC did grant an exception subject to certain mitigation. So the mitigation will include maximizing tree canopy on site, an annual phosphorus load reduction amount, and off-site plantings within the RPA bordering the site. And this is all captured in site plan condition number 53. Architectural design was a major topic of discussion during the SPRC process, Site Plan Review Committee process. Due to comments heard at SPRC, the applicant did make refinements to the architectural design of the building to streamline the architectural vocabulary and color palette. In addition, they also eliminated building overhangs by providing a stone colonnade at the corner of North Wakefield Street and Fairfax Drive. Staff supports the proposed architectural design as it mitigates many of the concerns that were raised at SPRC, as well as provides a harmonious gateway into Ballston in concert with the Ballston Holiday Inn development across Fairfax Drive from the site. So the applicant has requested a 5-year term of validity for the site plan. The standard condition allows for 3-year terms. Staff does not support a 5-year term as site plan condition language tends to evolve, and staff desires the ability to update conditions to administrative standards should the building not be built within 3 years. 3-year terms are the standard and are extremely common. There are examples of 5-year terms approved, but those were really for larger projects such as PDSPs or exceptions during the pandemic. The site plan was reviewed at 2 Site Plan Review Committee meetings. Major topics of discussion included the desire for additional height and housing generation, comments on architectural design, desire for more tree canopy plantings on site, the Fairfax Drive shared use path, the Fairfax Drive cross-section, connection to the Bluemont Junction Trail, stormwater management, and affordable housing. Staff supports the subject site plan. Site plan will remove an underutilized office building while providing an appropriate balance with county goals and objectives. The applicant will contribute $2 million to AHIF to achieve a portion of the requested additional density, plus provide a contribution for the base density. Applicant is going to provide upgraded streetscapes on North Wakefield Street and Fairfax Drive, including a new northbound bike lane on North Wakefield Street. The applicant is going to commit to on and off-site plantings and a phosphorus load reduction metric to mitigate the impacts of the RPA encroachment. And finally, the applicant will commit to participate in GBIP at the 0.25 FAR tier to achieve the remainder of the proposed additional density. As mentioned previously, CBORC heard a request for encroachment into the RPA on June 17th and approved that exception subject to the conditions. The Transportation Commission heard the subject site plan amendment and vacation request at their June 30th meeting and recommended approval unanimously with no amending motions. The Planning Commission heard the item at their July 9th meeting and recommended approval unanimously with one amending motion, which was to provide a sense of the commission that a 5-year term of validity for the site plan is reasonable. And I believe we have a member of the Planning Commission here to present their side of things. The Housing Commission heard the item at their July 10th meeting and recommended approval unanimously. Okay. So therefore, staff is recommending adoption of the ordinance to approve the site plan amendment with the proposed modifications, subject to the recommended conditions of the staff report. Staff is also recommending approval of the attached ordinance to vacate a portion of the public street and utilities easement, and authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief to execute the deed of vacation as set forth in attachment 1 of the staff report. And that concludes my presentation, and we will be here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vercocia. Thank you indeed. I think we will proceed with the applicant presentation. Thanks for spending with us your Saturday afternoon.
No, thank you. Well, happy to be here, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Matt Roberts with Hirschler on behalf of Penzance. We have a number of our team members here with us as well, including folks from BKV, VICA, and Wells and Associates. Do want to start by thanking staff. As always, we really appreciate all the input on the project and helping move everything forward as swiftly and as well as it did. And as Matt said, we are proud to be here today with both staff recommendation, for approval, as well as that of the Transportation Commission, the Housing Commission, and the Planning Commission. Also just want to thank the community as well, for allowing us all the opportunities for input outside of SPRC. We had a number of meetings with Bluemont Civic Association, Ballston, Virginia Square, as well as quite a bit of correspondence with Waycroft Woodlawn. So we appreciate all that input as well. Next 2 slides, Thomas. Matt's given you a great overview of the site, but just to bring a few things forward, we are talking about the 4601 North Fairfax Drive office building. As Matt mentioned, this is an aging office building, and so in line with the county's CMRI policy and the fact that we are starting to see the out-migration of tenants in the building, we thought it was a good time to pivot to something a little bit more viable, in this case, a residential project consisting of 328 units in a 7-story structure. And as Matt mentioned, a really important element of this entire application is keeping the underground garage. Next slide, please. I'm sure you all have seen this building any number of times as you're coming in and out of this area of Ballston. What you really have out there today is a 12-story office building with monolithic architecture, something that lacks an urban form. You can even see on Fairfax Drive, the trees are on the wrong side of the right-of-way, for pedestrian protection and things such as that. Next slide, please, Thomas. Similar conditions exist along Wakefield Street. You have the building pushed very far back from the public realm, as well as a very large curb cut existing on Wakefield to access the office building. And while we do have, sort of direct adjacency to the Wetland Park Trail, there's really no relationship, biophilic or otherwise, between the existing building and the county's efforts along the Wetland Park. Next slide, please. As Matt mentioned, the architecture has evolved quite a bit, and so we wanted to just walk through that with you real quick. Right now, you're looking at an image of the building if you were coming in off the I-66 ramps. As Matt said, the Ballston sector plan calls for both a tapering in heights away from Metro, but more importantly, I think a gateway experience, which, working with staff in the SPRC was both the architecture of the building as well as the landscaping that's happening at the base. And so, through the SPRC process, the architecture, color palette, and materials palette evolved quite a bit. And so, as you can see in this image, what we've done and what's out there today is both taking the pergola structure, that sort of gateway feature, and extending it across the Fairfax Drive frontage, as well as really working on and emphasizing the landscaping that's happening at the base of the building to enhance the pedestrian experience. Next slide, please. As you start to turn and get to the corner of Wakefield and Fairfax, you can see how that pergola structure continues to that edge, as well as the landscaping at the base. One sort of important element here that I would point out was, in prior iterations of the project, there was quite a large cantilever feature here with the materials extending out over the base of the building. And so to mitigate that, in speaking with Matt, Chris Kreider, and others, we've introduced the stone element that you can see there at the base to really remove that cantilever and alleviate that feature. Next slide, please. Just wanted to highlight really quickly one element that got discussed in terms of accessibility for the building was, where is your site entrance? And so, we created this rendering to make very clear that the building entrance is not happening at the corner of Wakefield and Fairfax. It's pushed up Wakefield Street, both for, the point of removing access to the building from all the traffic happening at that intersection, but also because in this area there will continue to be on-street parking, and we will work with staff to designate some of those spaces specifically in front of this entrance for short-term parking for things such as drop-offs, pickups, and things such as that. Next slide, please. Wonderful. So as we turn down Wakefield Street and look at that side of the building as well as the service drive, you can see what we would call more of the urban residential part of the building where the materiality changes a bit, but you can see the continuation of the balconies across all frontages of the building, especially along this side. So really adding eyes on the street where there are none today when folks go home from the office building. You can also see, and we'll highlight in a few slides, we've greatly enhanced the experience along the service drive, both in terms of the landscaping features, as well as trying to make that more of an attractive and usable way to get down to the Wetland Park Trail. Next slide, please. Wonderful. So just to zoom in real quick, really an important feature we think along Wakefield Street is the introduction of the patio units in this building. They're really a complement to the balconies that are happening above, but again, something to help place eyes on the street, direct activity on the street, and create that urban edge where there is none today. Next slide, please. We're really proud of the work that we've done on the west facade of the building, directly up against the Wetland Park Trail. So in the earlier iterations of this project, you had very similar materials to what you saw along the Fairfax Drive frontage, but the SPRC and staff really pushed us to add some biophilic elements in addition to the native plantings and such as that in the landscaping plan here. But the real feature that got added here is the native vine system that is going to be directly on the building, as well as covering part of the garage entrance a little further up. Next slide, please. Just to zoom out and see this building in context, looking westward towards 66, you can see how along the southern edge we'll have the Ballston Holiday Inn someday in terms of the construction there. But really these two buildings complement one another both in terms of their heights and differentiate each other in terms of their architecture, but overall a very complementary way to create the gateway up along Fairfax Drive. Next slide. And now looking east, you can see how this fits into the broader context of this area of Ballston, in particular, the way that the building differentiates itself from its neighbors, but also that step down in heights that are called for in the Ballston sector plan. Next slide, please. Just in terms of the site design and layout, we've got a lot to work with here, and we're making great improvements across the rest of the site. Along Fairfax Drive in particular, we're going to be keeping and redoing the shared use path. As Matt mentioned, the garage is a bit of a constraint because that portion of the garage sticks out above the grade level here, and since we're retaining the garage and it's a structural element, that's not going away. But overall, we have enough space to do a 12-foot wide shared access path for both pedestrians and bicyclists, as well as space to move those trees to the right side of Fairfax Drive and create additional pedestrian protection. Next slide, please. Similarly, along Wakefield Street, we're removing that curb cut, as I mentioned before, and creating a 13-foot right-of-way along this entire frontage, including a 9-foot clear sidewalk. Important to remember, too, the folks who are walking up and down Wakefield Street are going to get to experience the patio units that are directly adjacent to them as well. Next slide, please. As we start to get back to the service drive, you can see some of the landscaping elements that we'll touch on in a second, both in terms of the planter strip up along the street, as well as bioretention right up against the building, and then creating a much better sidewalk network for folks to get down to the Wetland Park Trail. You may be asking yourself, why can't you plant trees along this edge? And the real answer to that is, again, the garage, which sits about 12 to 18 inches below the grade along this area. So it's not conducive to supporting tree planting. Next slide, please. We're really proud of the fact that we worked very closely with staff about this edge, where we're going to be both bumping out the sidewalk to shorten the connection between the north and south side of the service drive, so really making it safer for pedestrians in this area due to a shorter route. And also, as you can see in this image, adding both curb ramps and crosswalks to connect ourselves to the north, south, east, and west of the site. Next slide, please. Landscaping and tree canopy was quite a topic for us, and we've worked very hard on that throughout this application. Again, I won't belabor the point, but throughout all sides of this building, including the gateway landscaping along Fairfax Drive, and with some particular emphasis on the Wetland Park Trail and the service drive, we'll be adding pollinators, native vegetation here, and things such as that as we work through that with staff during the final landscaping plan. And again, we really see this as a way to enhance the gateway experience as well as folks' opportunities to get down to the trail. Next slide, please. In terms of the site canopy, really it's a story of a before and after. The building was built before a time where we really had elements, related to Chesapeake Bay requirements and even county canopy goals. So if you were to look at the site today, virtually none of that existing vegetation meets Chesapeake Bay requirements. It's basically at 0%. From a policy perspective, it's a little bit higher in terms of just over 11%. What our application does is meets and exceeds the Chesapeake Bay Act requirements at over 10% for the site. And we've worked very closely with staff to with all the sort of features on site in terms of utilities, the garage and otherwise, finding a mechanism to magnify as much tree canopy on site as possible. So we'll be very close to 16% in the final condition. As Matt also said, we'll be agreeing to a condition to look at some off-site plantings within the wetland park trail area. And by our calculations, that's going to get us up to closer to 18%. Next slide, please. Just from a transportation perspective, I think it's fairly obvious this site has excellent access, both just in terms of its trail connections, the bus routes that are nearby. We're very close to the existing and proposed metro station for Ballston, and so this site has great features in terms of being able to not utilize a car. And really, the story for this site compared to the existing office building is that it's overall fewer AM and PM peak hour trips. So this is really an enhancement over and above what's out there today. Next slide, please. Site circulation actually isn't changing all that much. Folks will continue to access the building and the garage from the service drive, where we will be retaining and slightly modifying the garage entrance for ADA accessibility. Loading will continue to occur off of this side as well. In the below-grade garage, we're fully restriping it to make it either for compact spaces or standard spaces and compliant. We'll have 228 spaces that are specifically designated for residential use, putting us at about a 0.66 spaces per unit ratio. There are approximately 107 additional spaces that we're calling flexible use. We're not counting on those to meet our overall parking ratio for the building, but given that we have this existing structure and opportunities in the future to perhaps change that, we felt the best current use was to keep some striped spaces in that area. A couple other quick features is that we'll be striping a new northbound bike lane along Wakefield Street, which is called for in the transportation plan. And EV charging on the site is a great story as well. We'll have 6% on day one, so EV ready on day, 6% that are EV charging spaces day one. And 23% of that 228 spaces will be designated for EV ready in the future. So, really meeting and exceeding the county's requirements there. Next slide, please. Also just want to talk very quickly about our sustainability efforts and stormwater management. In terms of what we're aiming for here, as Matt mentioned, it's the LEED Gold mechanism at the 0.25 FAR level. This will introduce things like the bird-friendly glass, dark sky features, as well as the EV charging, as well as going for additional credits and mechanisms here for heat island reduction and biophilia. But also, again, one really good sustainability element here is the reuse of the garage, which has several thousand CO2 equivalent metric tons saved by keeping that garage. Next slide, please. Just in terms of what the building is going to look like, these are all electric building systems, as well as Energy Star appliances and low flow plumbing features, which is something the county's been striving for, in new residential projects. So we're very happy to be meeting those. Next slide, please. So stormwater management for the site is also a great improvement over what's out there today. What's out there today is effectively nothing, again, because it's at a time when we weren't focused on that either at the legal level or in the industry level. So anything that we're doing here is over and above. Really, at the end of the day, the stormwater for this building comes through several different mechanisms. One is the introduction of a stormwater detention vault, as you can see in the upper left-hand corner, as well as green roof, which is approximately 24% of the overall roof area. And then in addition, all those bioretention planters that you saw around the base contribute towards capturing the rainwater and treating it before it's released, as well as bioengineered soils. Next slide, please. Just wanted to highlight accessibility for the building as well, and we're coming up on the end here. So, just to point out, this building is going to be meeting accessibility requirements in terms of 7 total Type A units. All of our publicly accessible features are going to meet ADA, and then we'll also be doing various signal improvements at that existing intersection, as well as aligning our curb cuts with what the Ballston Holiday Inn is going to be proposing for the ultimate crosswalk connection across Fairfax Drive. Next slide, please. I won't belabor the community benefits. Matt hit that very well for us, and we appreciate that. But again, just to highlight, we are going for LEED Gold here at the 0.25 level, and the affordable housing contributions here are not insignificant for a building of its size. Between a base contribution as well as a bonus density contribution, it'll be a roughly $3.2 million contribution to the county's AHIF fund. And that's in addition to things that are not earning us bonus density, such as meeting the sector plan requirements, the retention and redoing of the shared use path, and things such as that. Next slide, please. Last but not least, as Matt mentioned, we are requesting a 5-year term, both for the 4.1 application as well as the corresponding vacation ordinance. And really, this is something that's, we feel, very unique to the site. You know, a site that's coming forward for a 4.1 plan with existing GSA tenants. The importance of the GSA tenants is that in their leases, they have the right of eminent domain. That basically means if, you know, with all the existing uncertainty happening at the federal level in terms of, you know, program pauses and things such as that, financing and all those things, we could be forced involuntarily to stop, you know, our progress on the building, or alternatively, spend several hundreds of thousands of dollars to extend, or alternatively spend several million dollars to vest the site plan at a final building permit stage. Frankly, you know, knowing right now that we have an issue in front of us that is, we don't believe precedential, because these are GSA tenants with very specific lease requirements. We feel both that that is in line with the county's CMRI goals, you know, trying to make the transition to residential a little easier. And also, you know, the Planning Commission did feel that this would be appropriate for this particular application. We fully agree that any other request would have to be reviewed on a site-by-site basis. But that being said, for this particular building with the known issues that we have, we do believe that, you know, having this additional time does make life a little bit easier when we go to transition this site in the not-so-distant future. So with that, thank you all very much for your time, and we're looking forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. By the way, I may add, from the visual completeness, this presentation really was very good, you know, refreshingly good perspectives, etc. Helped me a lot to visualize the building location, orientation, etc. Now, Mr. Clerk, I believe that we have members and testimony from our advisory groups.
We do have a number of advisory groups testifying today. I believe we'll start with Mr. Zach Linick, who's joining us with the Housing Commission virtually.
Mr. Linick? If this is a difficulty, we can maybe move to...
Yeah, we can revisit to our, we'll circle back. We do also have Ms. Bagley with Planning Commission and Ms. McIntyre with Climate Change, Energy, and Environment.
Ms. Bagley, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and County Board members. Nia Bagley, Vice Chair, Planning Commission, sitting in for Commissioner Berkey. I was the SPRC chair for this process, and it was a very well-attended and extremely outspoken process by all the stakeholders. And to the applicant's credit, there were a number of asks, and also by staff, and they did respond. I will also say there was an unprecedented amount of follow-up on the staff's part after the SPRC meetings had concluded, and I think staff should be commended for that. We only discussed site location, land use, and site design, building form, architecture, transportation, sustainability, and biophilic design. And as you'll see in the staff report, those were basically Q&A. We spent the lion's share of our conversation on the 3 versus 5 year site plan term of validity. We did not want to be perceived as precedent setting, but we felt due to the unique circumstances that and the uncertainty with the federal government that the applicant faces that we needed to sort of flag this for your attention. So in the end, we unanimously recommended your approval of the site plan amendment as well as the ordinance to vacate. And you will see the language for the additional motion that we made about the term of validity. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bagley, to all commissioners who contribute to that. On to C2E2.
Yeah,
Ms.
good
McIntyre.
afternoon. Joan McIntyre speaking for the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. C2E2 considers this project to mostly align with what's needed to address the climate crisis and meet Arlington's climate goals. Based on our evaluation checklist, we score this project at 69%, higher than many other projects, but indicating opportunities to excel. While the project meets the required LEED 4.0 gold, that's an outdated standard, and we urge the applicant to pursue more rigorous certifications such as LEED 4.0 Platinum or LEED 4.1 Gold. A plus for the project is that the actually reuse of the existing garage as well as using wood framing for the building will together reduce the embodied carbon and thus the global warming potential for this building. Other steps that the applicant might be continued is to ensure that they're diverting as much as possible from landfill most of the materials for reuse and reuse or recycling, and also to select FSC certified wood and other low carbon and environmentally sustainable materials. We applaud the applicant for designing a fully electric building, which will ensure that the building can operate at zero greenhouse gas emissions once the electric grid has shifted to renewable energy. On energy efficiency, the model indicates that energy savings could be higher than the required 24%, and we encourage the applicant to pursue the opportunities identified in the energy model for energy and cost savings for their tenants. We also encourage the applicant to explore options for high-efficient heat pump hot water heaters and dryers rather than the electric resistance. The applicant should also incorporate the electrical infrastructure to maximize the amount of EV charging. We generally tend to recommend about 50% to keep up with what is expected future demand. Project landscaping design is definitely an improvement over the existing site with more native plants and some expansion of the tree canopy despite the constraints due to the reuse of the garage. We would urge the applicant to continue to explore opportunities to enhance the natural landscaping and also to educate residents about reducing light pollution to help protect birds, insects, and other wildlife in the Ballston Wetland Park. The county might want to consider working with VDOT to narrow Fairfax Drive. That would allow for more room for trees as well as to slow down traffic and better separate the pedestrians and the bikes, which are currently constrained by the existing site conditions. Similarly, stormwater management will be improved since there really wasn't any when the current building was built, but the county might be able to work with the applicant to identify additional measures that could help reduce stormwater runoff and the impact on the Lubber Run watershed, especially as we're dealing with increasingly intense storms. C2E2 encourages the applicant to go for the extra mile and make this project an exemplar for demonstrating feasibility of building high-performance buildings with a low carbon footprint. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. Could Mr. Linick be?
I do not yet see him on the line. We're working on getting in touch. Could I suggest we move on to our public comment speakers?
Then I would suggest to proceed with public speakers.
Absolutely. We do have 3 speakers registered today. Our first is Anshu Sharma, followed by a 3-minute speaker, Bernie Byrne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sharma. Thank you for your patience through a long meeting today for you.
No worries at all. Thank you, Chair Carantonis. Thank you again, Arlington County Board. Apologize for walking in late after luncheon for any disruption my crinkling, the crinkling of that plastic bag may have caused. I thank the staff for the presentation on this site. I come here once again to speak in favor of a housing proposal. I want to address some concerns I read about in Arlington now that this proposal may not be tall enough for the surrounding area. And of course, it's like I'm definitely in favor of building as tall as possible to provide as many units as possible. I understand there might be environmental concerns with the shifting away, like taller buildings I think require more concrete, which I think is more carbon intensive than wood, although I haven't looked into that specifically. But having said that, I understand that there's also financial considerations, especially with, unfortunately, the chaos at the federal government. And I just want to note that, like, build 328 units is not a small amount. Definitely, we should build as much as possible, and that's why I support options like extended housing opportunity, or what is colloquially known as missing middle. I may be getting the acronym wrong. As Board Member Spain, JD acknowledged, we do have a housing crisis, so definitely building as much as possible, like supporting missing middle, and of course, supporting this development. And I think if the choice is between having these 328 units built as soon as possible versus maybe having a taller building built sometime in the future with, like, financing being uncertain, I would definitely advise the board to go ahead and approve this proposal. I think this is a time when it's like the phrase "don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good" is valid. 328 units is not small, and there's definitely other measures Arlington can do and should do, such as reducing or eliminating single-family zoning to increase the number of housing units. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. I see that we have 2-3 minute speakers.
We do. Our
Dr.
next speaker is Mr. Bernard Byrne, followed by David D.
Dr. Byrne, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Thank you. This project is neither biophilic nor sustainable, despite what you may have heard. Increase the roof screen space, which is now only 25% of the total, and or install solar panels on the roof. You don't see these. Why not? The light shining through windows facing Volston Wetland Park at night will attract many moths and other insects. This will disrupt their lives and prevent their reproduction. This will be the county's first large residential building constructed near a natural area. Do not establish an undesirable precedent for such buildings. Do not approve this project until it contains a site plan condition that requires all occupants of units facing the parks to sign leases that require them to shade their windows at night. C2E2 suggested something like that if you've heard them, but not exactly said what. The conceptual landscape plan identifies the species of the site's trees, but does not identify any of those for shrubs or other plants. This is simply not acceptable, and it won't be now that they've changed 4.1. A plant list that the applicant presented at a site plan review committee meeting contains swamp milkweed and butterfly milkweed, but does not contain common milkweed, Asclepias syriaca. This is all wrong. Asclepias syriaca is the only plant on which monarch butterflies prefer to lay eggs, and that thrives in Arlington's natural areas. Common milkweed grows in both dry places and ditches. To help implement your 2016 monarch pledge, require the applicant to plant common milkweed in its fire retention areas and elsewhere on the site. As I have already informed the applicant in great detail, the plant list contains 15 plants that are not native to Arlington and its vicinity. Some aren't native to North America. The list also contains 16 cultivars. Many will not feed native pollinators. Some may become invasive. Remove all 31 plants from that list. 3 tree trenches along Fairfax Drive are only 5 feet wide, rather than the recommended 6 feet. The trees won't survive for very long. The adjacent shared use path is 12 feet wide. In contrast, the nearby Custis Trail and many other such paths are only 10 feet wide. Reduce the width of the shared use path to 10 feet to save the trees. Doesn't anyone care about the trees, really? All tree trenches should contain native flowering plants that support pollinators. None should contain grass. Use low fencing or elevation to protect all plantings from wet trampling and dogs. This project really has a long way to go to achieve survival compatibility and safety and sustainability. See that it does.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
Thank you. We will move on to the next speaker, please.
Yes, our next and final speaker on this item is, pardon me, Mr. David D.
I
David,
believe that
if you
we
are on
had
the
a
line,
problem with this gentleman in testimony.
We did. I'll give him just a moment. If you are on the line and if you can hear us, you'll need to unmute yourself. Going once. Going twice.
Yeah, Mr. Clerk, I think we can proceed if,
no further speakers.
if by chance Mr. D can join, he will. Colleagues, the discussions with the board, I would like to invite Vice Chair DeFerranti with a motion, and then we can follow up with discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendations related to Ballston 1, 4601 Fairfax Drive, as stated in the board report dated July 11th, 2025, namely to adopt the proposed ordinances and authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief, Department of Environmental Services, to execute on behalf of the county board the deed of vacation and any other documents necessary to effectuate the ordinance of vacation set forth in attachment 1, subject to approval of all documents as to form by the county attorney.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeFerranti. Is there a second?
A second.
It is seconded by Ms. Cunningham. The discussion, Mr. DeFerranti, you may want to talk to speak to your motion.
Sure, just very briefly, I think the point made about the likelihood of this being built, that a public speaker, I believe Mr. Anschutz, mentioned, as opposed to sort of an abstract hope for the future, for future construction, is well taken. And that's why I made the motion to support the project. Thanks.
Colleagues, any other comments? Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I think some questions surrounding the term of viability here. For the applicant, I think first, I don't know if you're able to share a little bit more about the existing leases and what happens in terms of like what you know at this time about the length of those, the potential of renewal, potential of non-renewal. And then I think also, I guess, just a little bit of a contextual question around with these existing leases and the longer time horizon for redevelopment, why come now with the site plan rather than closer to when you think you're going to be able to move forward?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Josh Bowden, Penzance, on behalf of the applicant.
If you can speak into your microphone.
Can you hear me better?
That's
absolutely
better.
Great. Josh Bowden, Penzance, on behalf of the applicant. Thank you for the question. Currently, the building is approximately 60% occupied. The largest tenant we have is a mission-critical tenant for the GSA, CISA, who, when we purchased this building 2 years ago, intended to relocate to St. Elizabeth's. Fast forward to today, in the last 6 months, the world's changed. The use of space has changed as far as what this current administration would like to see done. And as we understand it, that project has not been moving forward. And so at this point, the tenant is intending to vacate next September, assuming no additional extensions, and they're planning to reconsolidate. But there's no guarantee they'll do so. And if they chose to, because they're mission critical on behalf of the Department of Defense, they can choose to stay in place and occupy the building. Assuming they do leave, our building's approximately 20% occupied at that point, and all the other tenants are intending to roll off as well. So September of next year, we think will be vacant, but things change daily at this point, it seems. Did that answer your question?
I think that gives a lot of really good context. And so, so next September, just over a year from now, I guess then what is the rationale in terms of needing the 5 years rather than 3 years? Because 1 year from now still gives you 2 years buffer at that point.
Sure. So it's both the fact that if, with the uncertainty existing, that the tenant stays, they have the opportunity to extend under eminent domain. We wouldn't know exactly how long that goes on. The other is being out in the market for financing with that in the background. Even 1 year out from now, it's not entirely clear how markets might react to that fact. If the tenant is gone, great. This is never necessary. It's done very quickly, and Penzance has every opportunity to move this forward quickly. I think given the factors that we have in front of us, though, the additional time is there both for certainty on our end that this project doesn't have to come back at the 3-year point and spend a very significant amount of money to press it forward through a minor amendment, which candidly, we don't have any real reticence about, the board's consideration of that in the future. But it really is more under the CMRI policy and converting these buildings and getting them off the county's tax rolls and off the books. This is a mechanism for a better and smoother transition, we think, in line with the policies that this board has most recently adopted.
Yeah, and I think in some ways you've touched on my concerns, so to speak, that we've approved a lot of site plans that were viable at application, and because it took a little while for them to move towards the building stage, they become economically unviable site plans, and then they just sit for years and years. And I think one of my concerns is whether we're approving a site plan that might be viable today, and then by the time it actually goes to build, it's no longer economically viable, and you all have to come back for an amendment or a change or something anyways. Especially with the volatility right now, who knows what the world looks like in a year, let alone 3 years or 5 years from now. And so I don't know that that's a question. You're welcome to kind of speak to it if you have thoughts, but I think that is one of the things that in the pit of my stomach, I'm just thinking of the long list of things that sits out there approved right now that I'm not sure is going to move forward in the next 2 years, let alone in the next 5.
It's a very fair point. I would tell you that the critical difference between those projects and ours is our extension, or lack thereof, would be involuntary, right? If a GSA tenant exercises eminent domain, it isn't a market condition that's forced our hand. It is rather, the existing leases that we're bought into, a known factor, but nonetheless, as Josh was saying, when this property was purchased, the world looked quite a bit different now that the federal government has, switched hands.
Thank you. I recognize Mr. Spain.
Yep, thanks. One, I want to thank the applicant and to all the commissions that have weighed in on this project. And we've heard one of our speakers just now talked about the number of houses, apartments we're going to have here, well over 300, in which I'm elated and look forward to. I think we've done our due diligence through our commissions and many others. Trust me, our board, we've received a lot of briefings in advance prior to today. And again, I'm just looking forward to this happening. I do have a question. The Forestry and Natural Resources Group, and I think also C2E2 mentioned a little bit about, this is for you, the applicant, light pollution, right? And the bird-friendly glass, and also having those conversations perhaps later on down the road. I just want to hear a little bit more about how you intend to tackle that area when we talk about light pollution. I myself have a little bit of photo light sensitivity, but when we talk about birds and we talk about other conditions, it can be quite hectic if we don't put the measures in place right now, especially early on or down the road. Can you talk to a little bit?
Sure. I think we can actually talk about that even prior to occupancy. So this was a topic of discussion with staff as well, came up during the SPRC. And one of the conditions that we've agreed to during the construction phase is, except for, say, the tower crane, which has sort of natural light diffusion off of it, we are going to be committing to a lighting plan that does not send light during construction into the wetland park. So that's sort of A, right? During construction, that's something we've already done to try and mitigate that effort. In terms of the back-end occupancy, there's a couple different things. One, you mentioned the bird-friendly glass. That is completely around all sides of the building. Ben can correct me, but it's between 8 and 32 feet? 36 feet, thank you. So between 8 and 36 feet on the building, which is, largely where a lot of the county has recommended that we put that glass. We're also committing to dark sky. So in addition to dark sky, you'd actually note that around the building, there's not actually very much external lighting around the building. There's some for both safety and access and things like that, but it's quite minimized. So, in those areas, we've done a lot with our lighting to make sure that there's not a lot of light diffusion, in addition to, the dark sky friendly commitment. Lastly, and I mentioned this at the Planning Commission as well, because this came up there, I think there's going to be sort of a natural tendency with the occupants, who are facing the Wetland Park Trail in the evenings especially, to start lowering their shades, both because, A, that's something, I think we all start to do in the evenings, but also in particular because they are going to be facing, especially the patio level units out there, they're going to be facing directly at sort of ground level with folks potentially looking into their units. I think, there's kind of a natural tendency for folks to want a little bit more privacy. And that's one other mechanism. I am not sure that there's even an ability for us in a lease, as was mentioned, to force a tenant to, close a shade, let alone how we might enforce that. So I think between the things we have committed to from the county's policy perspectives and sort of some of the natural things people are going to do in their own homes, I think there's going to be quite a bit of effort to mitigate any light going out towards the Wetland Park Trail.
Thanks. And I've already mentioned it earlier. I do want to commend C2E2. I know I'm not the liaison to that commission, but I'll tell you what, you put a really good checklist and report together. And I know you put some hard work in it. It kind of helped me along the way, kind of navigate all the things we need to be looking at. And so again, shout out. And for folks who are watching and perhaps want to know about these site plans, please read our reports. Read those reports and commission reports, because there's a lot of good information there before we come to game day here. Again, thank you. And lastly, when it comes to the 3 versus 5 years, I've read over reports. I'm pretty much aligned to where my colleague, Ms. Maureen Coffey, is. I think we want to be very careful and mindful about, there's uncertainty, but also, what do we do if we extend to 5 and set some level of precedence? I'm very mindful of what's going on in our government. Yes, today is not like it was 5 years ago in eminent domain, but we'll just keep an eye on it for right now. And I'm pretty solid on what the staff and the board, the staff report, at least I'm going to support that. Other than that, I'll turn it over to Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Spain, any other comments? Vice Chair Ferranti.
Thank you for recognizing me. I apologize, colleagues. The issue that you brought up, Ms. Coffey, in speaking to the motion, I was aware of it because I'd been reading, but I didn't tee it up because it's a close call, and I don't know that it's, for me, earth-shatteringly changing. But I do want to ask staff, because the staff Planning Commission said it's reasonable. I don't disagree with that. Staff came to a different conclusion. You mentioned minor site plan. In my head is, if national security extends, I'm not particularly enamored, but I want to respect our process of, and the world has not shifted big time, then, is there a cost to doing it, to just extending another 2 years in 3 years? I know that's not certainty that you guys would want, but you can imagine there could be some changes there. In the COVID time, there was huge change in 3 years. So I'm trying to get staff's perspective so that we can resolve fairly and expeditiously, I think, a fairly close call.
There would be a cost associated with it. It would be the cost of the filing fee for the minor site plan amendment. But again, that's no different than what we have asked of other applicants when they get close to their, the end of their term of validity. We ask them to, if they wish to keep the site plan active, request a minor site plan amendment and file that application and the fee that goes along with it.
And the reason for the staff recommendation on the 3 years is because things could change. You could have a change in green building incentive, which you guys have met a very, very high standard. Is that, or there could be other changes? Is that okay?
Likely other changes. I think 3 years is our standard, and it's our standard for a reason, because we do, every year or two we do update our standard site plan conditions, and it's less on the community benefits side because I think that is a negotiated element of the site plan that likely wouldn't change in an extension. But what would is if we do any updates to our standard administration of permits and plan submission and things of that nature. It becomes cumbersome to us if we have site plans that are on an outdated standard, and then, the zoning office is having to issue permits differently for certain site plans other than, the two different ways. So for that reason, we think that 3 years is reasonable. It's our standard. If, in the unfortunate event that, the GSA does declare eminent domain, we would advise the applicant to just simply submit a minor site plan amendment.
Since everybody else on the board and in the room knows how much a minor site plan amendment off the top, I will reveal that I do not know that off the top. Can you give me a ballpark, or can someone phone a friend and help?
That is some information. I can actually look that up for you very quickly and tell you what that fee is. I would have to pull it up, though.
Got it. Maybe someone can help pull it up while I ask you another question. Maybe one of the guys, or Mr. Fusarelli. I'm just trying to be efficient use of time. The 12 that were extended, were those, and if, Mr. Roberts, if you know off the top of your head, or if someone knows, that's great too. And I don't mean to be stressing you with 2 questions at one time, so I'll slow down a little bit, but I would see if anyone knows, if your team knows, the 12 that we extended recently, any charges on those or no?
Yes, those all had to pay the filing fee.
Got it. Okay.
That was last board meeting, yeah?
Yeah, I knew that, but I did not know off the top. Maybe everybody else did.
Can I add on
Sure.
a question while we pull the information up? I also know that the General Assembly of late has done a lot of auto-extending site plan viability, and this was, I think, the first year in a while that they didn't do that. Do we anticipate, that they would return to that practice? I don't know if we ever heard a rationale for why they didn't this year, but I'm just wondering in terms of, whether this is a moot issue.
Yeah, I think, I can't tell you what the General Assembly might do.
None of us
but,
can.
but we know that the reasons that they did do those extensions previously, one was for the 2008 financial crisis, and those were extended for a number of years based on the effects of that, and the second one was due to the COVID pandemic.
Okay.
And then I think it was 2 different cycles that they did extending site plans due to the effects of the pandemic.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. I'm just trying to do the math because I think we had some from 2015 even that came to us expiring for the first time. So that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Ms. Cunningham.
Just on the question of the term, I am unfamiliar with how the GSA eminent domain works. Do they renew 1 month at a time, 1 year at a time, the whole lease term at a time? Or we don't know because it hasn't been done lately and we're in this new world.
It has not happened to us yet. I don't know that it happens often, but typically we just follow standard leasing practices, which is we will agree to a term, and then when you get to the end of that term.
Can you speak
Sorry,
to the microphone?
not very good at this. Typically, you'll do your typical lease terms where you'll have a period of time, and then if you choose to, they can extend or terminate. And if we have the ability to do so as well, we can. But often it's like any other lease, but we have not encountered an eminent domain to date for any of our properties.
Thank you. And then are the space needs they have particularly unique, or we have a little bit of other office space available in the county? Might they be able to move?
Yes, they operate in a SCIF space, which is a secure space that is retrofitted, and it typically takes about a year to install it and take it back out.
Okay. Great. I have other, do you want me to just go into my next ones?
Sure, if there are other topics that we were trying to get
Finish this one. Yep.
I do have the cost of the fees. So for a minor amendment, the cost would be about $11,000 for the base fee, and then another about $5,000 for the DES fee, so roughly $16,000.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Cunningham.
May I ask the applicant, in terms of soft costs and time, is there an estimate you'd like to share?
Sure. So just to briefly modify, I agree with Matt's initial calculation. There is also the automation enhancement fee of 10%. So that actually puts this a little over $17,500 as a base fee to pay for the extension. In terms of soft costs, Josh, you may have a better number, but my guess is that's probably going to be somewhere in the $80,000 to $100,000 range, give or take. And that's for filing, both in terms of, taking something from the filing stage, getting all the application materials prepared, including any revisions to plans that are necessary because staff, and we go through that. All that is a requirement to get others onboarded in order to push that forward.
Got it. That's helpful. So it's just helpful to educate us about the total cost of the project.
Well, the total cost is definitely more than $70,000. We understand that. I mean, we take that into account. But this is also true for all other proposals, so that's not unique. Any other questions at this point? I have some.
I have others, but you haven't gone yet. Why don't you jump in?
No, go ahead.
Transportation and VDOT coordination was raised by a couple of the commissions. Can you share what coordination has been attempted on Fairfax Drive? I think the lane width is fairly significant, and obviously coming off the highway, it takes a lot of cues to help people slow down. What have we tried? Where did we hit a barrier? What more can we do?
Sure. Thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Sergio in DES.
Hello, thank you for your question. So far, the staff acknowledges these concerns and clarifies that the applicant is not proposing any changes to the width of Fairfax Drive, which falls under VDOT jurisdiction, and that would require their review and approval. So we have recommended that the applicant share these plans with VDOT and attain approval through the site plan process, which they've already shared the plans, and which we have seen those, and we have also seen like proof of their comment and response back and forth with VDOT. In terms of coordination with VDOT, the county does coordinate with VDOT often on many county projects. Typically, the site plan process for private development is that the responsibility is on the applicant. But the county does often coordinate with VDOT on many county projects. We did hear a lot of concerns regarding Fairfax Drive and its width through the Transportation Commission meetings and also the Planning Commission meetings, and took a look at some of the safety, collisions along Fairfax Drive pertaining to pedestrians and cyclists, and we have not seen any in the last 5 years. It is also not part of Fairfax Drive, at least this segment, is not part of the high injury network. East of Glebe Road, Fairfax Drive is part of the high injury network, and we've coordinated as well with our Vision Zero staff to see if Fairfax Drive and its intersection with Wakefield Street, where the site is part of their hotspot analysis, and it hasn't been in the past and hasn't been flagged so far. So overall, the county does coordinate with VDOT with many county projects, and the responsibility is on the applicant for this site to coordinate with VDOT, and we're happy that they are already sharing plans and getting some of their comments.
So is anyone asking to reduce the width and perhaps plant more buffer? Sounds like a no.
It has not been asked, no.
Okay. And then is Glebe and Fairfax a high crash node a block away?
Glebe and Fairfax is like a primary intersection for the county. I'm not sure off the top of my head if it's actually been flagged as a hotspot, but I would imagine so, with it, being with two arterials intersecting there.
Yeah, I would definitely lift up that you're a block away from a highway and then a block away from a pretty high pedestrian intersection at Glebe and Fairfax. And if there were any way to, as part of this project, narrow those lanes, narrow the crossing distances, and get cars slowed down before Glebe, I think that would be a huge safety advantage for our community.
We have a slide that shows the Vision Zero network, if that can be put up.
Awesome.
Let's see. Yeah.
So this is showing some of the high injury network, and the star symbolizes the site and how this is outside of the high injury network for Fairfax Drive. And it does show that Glebe Road is part of the VDOT controlled high injury network there. I also have a slide here just showing the aerial view of the site, and a lot of the concern was regarding this 14-foot wide travel lane, and it's on the south side of Fairfax Drive. And that quickly transitions into a standard travel lane after Wakefield Street, where a bike lane appears. So that 14-foot travel lane is just a transition area off of I-66 that is not available anymore after Wakefield Street.
Just as a reminder, the current use of this segment of Fairfax Drive is not so pedestrian rich. You know, it used to, I mean, there was a hotel there. I mean, it's not typical that a hotel creates a lot of crossings and a lot of pedestrian travel. That's not typical for a hotel. And everything else didn't used to be, you know, to have normal pedestrians. The future use will be more pedestrian rich. So therefore, it's not unreasonable to raise the issue of that. So there is a potential. We see the rest of Fairfax Drive that has a lot of pedestrian use being a focus point. This part didn't have the same characteristics on the rest. So it's kind of, you know, expected not yet to be on our radar screen, so to say. The question is about, you know, how you send cars into the feeder there. This is a very long one. The westbound is very long. The eastbound or the incoming is very short. So these need to be balanced, I guess. So, Ms. Cunningham, more questions?
Maybe I'll open it up if anyone else has transportation questions before we move on.
I don't. For me, it's an intriguing discussion, but I don't see that in conjunction with that project per se. But you know, dealing with Fairfax Drive when we get to a point when it's built in a different way around. Yes, Ms. Coffey or Miss. May I see now?
Their lights were on.
All lit up.
I think Ms. Coffey was before me. I was going to try and get to this fee question. So it's.
On transportation still, I think pickup drop-off we know is one of the greatest headaches of our modern transportation system. And I know, fortunately, like the circulation for the site is primarily on Wakefield and interior off Fairfax and Glebe, which is excellent. And there are those street parking spaces kind of on the frontage and the loading dock side there. Are any of those specifically slated for pickup drop-off such that, you know, like 15-minute parking or something like that, where if a delivery driver comes, they actually have a place to get off the middle of the street instead of double parking or idling in the middle?
Yeah, happy to take this one as well. So with the closure of the driveway on Wakefield Street, there will be additional on-street parking. In the plans that the applicant has submitted, they have identified some spaces for pickup and drop-off, and those will be coordinated in the civil engineering plan process.
Good. Yeah, I think it's just one of those things that as pickup drop-off becomes the real norm, we have to make sure we're designing our sites to have the physical space to do that, because a lot of our site plans now, they never conceptualized that 5 times an hour someone would want to come for 10 minutes and leave. And so making sure that we have the physical space is really important to me. I think that's my only other transportation question.
Got it back to Mr. Spain. Is yours transportation? Or
No, it's going to be piggyback, ducktailing on the fees.
Okay.
Sorry.
So there, I think that both Ms. Coffey and Ms. Cunningham, you both may have other buckets of questions. So let's go to you, and then we'll come back eventually to the fees, and I'll get it back to the chair.
Yeah, I think one of the things that came up during SPRC is the height of the building, right? And the fact that the current existing building is taller and the zoning, you could go higher. And this is in part just perhaps some public education, but can you talk a little bit about why, even though you could get approval for a taller building, that this is the height that you've settled on?
Sure. So a couple different things happening there. One, just to be very clear, you know, going to 7 stories was not the thing that we came to immediately. It was after quite a lot of internal review and discussion, even prior to the time of filing a conceptual plan for the county to review. We looked at iterations that kept the existing tower. Just turns out to be the case that, with that unique sort of shape, floor plates don't lay out very well for residential. We looked at the opportunities to scrape that tower and, go to the same height, a little lower, a little taller. Really what you find is with retaining the existing garage, you now have to take into consideration structural questions as you're going up taller in terms of reinforcing that garage. Both between that and once you get above 7 stories, the building code requires you to go to a different construction type, namely concrete instead of wood frame over podium. What this creates is a cost concern. Now, frankly, we don't expect the county or the community to, hear us out just on the cost concern, but where this dovetails with the community's concern is that if the building is too expensive, it doesn't support the rents. If it doesn't support the rents, we can't get a loan. Can't get a loan, you can't build the building, and we don't get 328 units of housing. So it's something that we've looked at very extensively. We talked about it during SPRC and brought back some additional, plans to show them. But ultimately, it's both. It's kind of the intersection of the practical situation and wanting the shared goal of delivering on housing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very well stated way of saying that, I think. Related last question is there a height at which it becomes viable again to support rents that are reasonable for the community?
Rents are driven many different ways, some by the building themselves, some by location. I think you'll see that there'll be more concrete construction in Roslyn, like our other project coming forward next week, where we can support that given the rents that you think you can achieve in Roslyn. Ballston, unfortunately, is just not there, and so it just doesn't underwrite. Is where it comes down to. So as Matt said, we looked at it for about 6 months before we even did a conceptual site plan review, and that's where we landed.
Yeah.
I would only just note it's very similar to Ballston Holiday Inn directly on the south side of Fairfax, which is also going to be in that 7-story range. So, you can kind of get a sense of what types of rents and what types of structures are supportable in this particular area of Ballston.
Yeah, and I just interplay the affordable housing element of getting that additional density is that it's not really viable to have that on-site committed affordable when it's only a handful of units. The management and administration of that gets really, really cumbersome. And so when we get those higher density, taller, larger buildings, we have a better shot at getting that on-site committed affordable, which I know is a really big priority for all of us. And sometimes I think it's a little bit abstract in terms of why higher buildings or higher density is important, but I think for achieving many of our community goals, that is one thing where getting the ability to have a critical mass of committed units on site in place, it really does require more units and more density than what we're able to achieve here.
That's correct. I saw Mr. DeFrent and Mrs. Payne before Vice Chair DeFrent.
It's tying into what our vice chair is going to talk about. And first, let me just submit that I'm not a lawyer. That's a joke, everyone. But I have a question because I hear what the applicant is stating as it relates to usage of eminent domain, funding that may, ultimately has to, come out of their pocket. I would love to hear a legal perspective, maybe from you or from our attorney. When government invokes eminent domain through leasing, is the property owner entitled to some type of compensation? Can you go to the government and say, well, because you decide to extend your lease, right? Okay, you're going to invoke eminent domain. We are seeking compensation in this case. Could you seek the applicant compensation from the federal government? I would love to know that from a legal side of the house.
Sure.
Is that for us?
Well, applicant or our lawyer, has anyone explored it?
Sure. So in the typical situation for eminent domain, if this was a normal eminent domain situation, you would have an offer prior to purchasing. And if you couldn't come to an agreement on that, then ultimately, the federal government in this case would have to take it through the Court of Claims to take the space. It's a much longer and more dragged out process. Our situation's a lot shorter. It's built into the lease. The compensation in this case is additional rent. So it's ultimately based on whatever term they end up taking. There's got to be compensation for that in the form of rent.
Got that.
Perhaps if Penzance felt at the time that the rent was not compensable, they may have a case that they could take forward. But for present purposes, the fact that it's built into the lease sort of shortens that process up and leaves us with the decision to take the rent or go ahead and file something in the Court of Claims. But candidly, I'm not sure that that's a viable path forward, just because you're going to be spending years trying to figure that out, which probably drags you out through the rest of the term anyway. It's a very long and intense process to go through an eminent domain proceeding.
But it's doable. You can go that route.
It's certainly one that would be available to them.
Sure,
But
okay.
again, it's going to be in light of what rent is agreed upon for that term, and then weighing basically to the decision to spend a couple years in federal court.
Yeah. We all love federal court, right?
So, Vice Chair Ferranti, is that?
That's all. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you,
Vice
Mr.
Chair
Spain. And Mr. Chair, I wanted to see if staff can align or share any thoughts on the soft costs that were estimated of $80,000 to $100,000 in addition to the $17,000.
That's not generally something that we get into. We have our filing fee, and any costs on their side is just, it's related to the application material that we would expect. For a minor site plan amendment, it really wouldn't be much. They wouldn't have to prepare plans, most likely. I can't speak to any other legal fees or anything of that nature.
Got it, thank you. So I really appreciate, Mr. Spain, your questions, better legal questions than I would have done on that one, and Mr. Roberts, your answers. For me, it's conjecture. This doesn't seem like 2008 or COVID. So whether the state would do it on a total basis, I don't know. I could see there coming a moment, because Northern Virginia is disproportionately impacted by the vicissitudes, or whatever you want to call it, of the federal government, that that we might see it as a policy basis. But for me, where I land on this one is all of the other pieces of it. I'm not in a space to create a new precedent, new approach at this moment. That does not mean that if we came back in 3 years and we had 2, 6, 10, 15, 12, or whatever, a lot of buildings that are in this circumstance, I might not come to or want to come to this board and to the county manager and say, is there a way we can do this in an own motion sort of a way, which I think would render the fee, in addition to the soft costs, not applicable. Is that last sentence, I see head nods, that last sentence is not an unreasonable statement. I'm not committing to do that. That is totally at the discretion of the board. But that's where I am. I'm stick with President and stick with the 3 years. I'm mindful that there are solid arguments on the other side, but I just can't see why this instance should be different from all others until we see that there are other other buildings that are in a similar bucket.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ferranti. By the way, I would add always 3 years is quite a time, especially right now with everything runs like crazy. And, economic conditions change significantly. They may improve, they may deteriorate. We don't know that yet. You may need a minor site plan amendment for all sorts of other reasons, including, design, location, configuration of the building, etc. I have only one question for the calculation of affordable housing, and that may be also an item of general education. So the choices here were 8 on-site, 12 off-site, close by, and 16, right? 16 further off-site in general. The close by versus off-site, 12 versus 16, what is the base of calculation for that?
Could we put slide 12, my favorite slide,
Yes.
back up?
Slide 12, sure thing. While I'm pulling this up, the calculation is actually based on the zoning ordinance itself. It does have the formulas in the zoning ordinance that gets you to those different numbers.
But remind me what it means close by. Is that in the sector plan, within the sector plan, or on the corridor? While offsite could be, in my neighborhood, for example?
Let me pull that up. I don't think that there is anything in the zoning ordinance that, let's see. Yeah, actually there is, okay, for purposes of this subsection, near the site shall mean as the follows. If the site plan project is in a metro station area, the off-site units shall be within 0.5 miles from any metro station.
So that would be literally very close by.
Yes.
And that's I'm surprised that there is a difference there. I understand the 16 in general. The 12 is always an interesting calculation. I don't want to dwell more on this. I just wanted to understand that.
Okay. Pulling up slide 12. Bear with me.
And
there we go.
One question probably for the applicant, maybe for the architects. So I saw in the board report and also in the presentation something that's called a vegetated roof, right? And at the same time, you have enough space reserved for the heat pumps, individual heat pumps, then a vegetated roof, and a social community asset, accessible roof. And I say that because we've heard many times here that all these three cannot happen at the same time. Obviously, they can. Can you elaborate how? I mean, you could. This is a real green roof, right? There's not a special case of a green roof or a kind of a diminished delivery.
Yeah, I'm Benjamin Jans. I'm with BKV Group. It is a real green roof, yes. Its use is for stormwater management. It is not part of the occupied amenity space, but it is, yes, a legitimate green roof.
Thank you.
It's part of the stormwater filtering.
Yeah, because we heard many times here that it's a problem with moisture management or water management. It's a problem with load-bearing capacity. It's a problem. I mean, there was always a problem, but I mean, this time is feasible. So I'm happy to just state that. Thank you. I don't have any other questions, colleagues. If Ms. Cunningham.
Yeah. I wanted to come back to slide 12, both to thank our staff for bearing with us. I think we've been on a pretty intense journey the last couple months with a very meaningful stop at Hotel Pentagon site in trying to better articulate to the community how these density decisions get treated. So I really want to thank a CPHD team as well as DS for really working with us. I think we're not to a perfect answer yet, but I think we're going to get a lot of bites at the apple today and Tuesday to see if this is working for folks. And then we've got a community benefits audit underway as well that I think will help us turn yet another page on how to communicate these things. So to that point, could you highlight the difference between the affordable housing contribution in the base, in the blue area, and the affordable housing contribution in the orange area?
Happy to, thank you. So for the base, so the zoning ordinance section 15.5 puts site plans above 1.0 FAR into two categories, right? So there's the base, an affordable housing contribution in order to earn the base, and that's what I was just talking with Chair Karantonis about. There's the formula for cash contribution, an option of cash contribution, on-site units, or off-site nearby, off-site elsewhere. So they can choose one of that, and we have done some calculations on what that base contribution for this project would be if they did choose the cash contribution to be about $1.18 million. Now, separately, in section 15.59 in the zoning ordinance, this is concerning ways in which applicants can earn additional density above the site plan base. And so in this case, they're requesting 65 units above the site plan base. That is going to be earned 39 units in exchange for an affordable housing contribution. In this case, we negotiated roughly $2 million contribution, and then the remaining 26 units would be earned via participation in the Green Building Incentive Program.
Great, thank you. And then, so that little green section doesn't get left behind, we will talk through that one as well. We know that our Green Building Incentive Program is, let's just say it was cutting edge at its time, but we are past that time and we're working to rejuvenate it. Mr. Manager, would you like to say anything about where we are on that journey of Green Building Incentive Policy update?
There are conversations that are currently ongoing between representatives of C2E2 and some members of the development community. When I say they're ongoing, they've been ongoing for a while. So we have another session scheduled in August where we're going to try to, take a different approach about how we engage on that. But at some point, fairly soon, we'll get to a point where we have to decide whether those mediated discussions are going to bear any fruit, and then I'll come back to you with a recommendation.
Okay, great. And then to that applicant, I think as C2E2 pointed out, this is one of the higher scoring projects, and you all should be celebrated and thanked for embracing that. I know as we get the commitments in the site plan, they sometimes are lower than the actual goal that you have. So while I know the commitment is for gold, I think the C2E2 question was, could you aim higher? Are you aiming higher? Might you hit platinum? Might you get above 28% instead of 24, et cetera? So, we don't lock it in the site plan, but I'd love to hear how you've been thinking about this building, because I have heard in the briefings how thoughtful you've been about the adjacency to the kind of wildlife space, et cetera.
Sure. So we always aim to underpromise and overdeliver. Obviously, we want to set a floor, but it's always a balance of trying to bring all these initiatives on board, and sometimes they can even conflict with each other. Ultimately, we're always going to try to find opportunities to get that extra, even if it's another percentage or two of green roof, or maybe we can find another lead credit, whether it be on-site or off. Right now, our current business plan assumes this is the baseline. There isn't a clear path forward based on the other potential paths we could take to get there. That's not to say we're not going to try, but we'd hate to promise something that we ultimately can't bring forward, as Matt said, actually be able to build just by promising what we hope to be able to do.
Great. And then I think my last one on sustainability is around the stormwater impacts. So obviously Seawork's been involved here. You're balancing preserving the existing garage and avoiding killing more trees in the construction with trying to improve stormwater as much as possible. The way all the rules are written and the design analysis is you're looking at like 1 year, 2 year, 10-year storms, I think. We seem to be having a lot of 100-year storms pretty frequently right now. And so a question from the community was, have we looked at what a 100-year storm or a 500-year storm looks like for this site? And is there anything more we might wish we had done when we get to those days? So I think that's a staff question, because we haven't asked the applicant necessarily to do that. It's not part of our current process, but it is increasingly part of our current thinking.
Sure, yeah. So our stormwater review on site plans is, first of all, site plans are not the final review for Chesapeake Bay ordinance. That comes later at the civil engineering plan stage, but our review of site plans are an initial read on, are they meeting that ordinance? And right now, we don't have any policy that would enable us, I think, to require more of the applicant. So really, we reviewed, are they meeting that Chesapeake Bay ordinance standard for stormwater management? And they do meet, as you mentioned, the 1, 2, and 10 years. And so that's what we looked for, and that's what they're doing.
And then maybe a question to the applicant is recognizing the insurance costs and flooding and just vulnerability and risk, which we talked about a little earlier in this meeting, are intensifying. have you looked at whether you would want to make the site resilient for a 100-year event, or what it would take? You know, it seems like you've squeezed everything in here that you can, but was there an option, or, you know, have you looked at that?
Good afternoon. Jeff Krebs with VICA. We have not explored the 100-year threshold with this particular project. Not that it couldn't be looked at, but to this point, we have not.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think I can leave it there.
Thank you. I hope there are no other comments. Any final comments, Vice Chair DeFerranti?
I just want to share, I think often sometimes this occurs where our engineer and our lawyer, I kind of say big picture, and our engineer gets thorough, and I think that is super important. I guess I want to just briefly say, big picture, you worked super hard on this project, and it's an excellent project. That's probably not entire consolation on the 3 years versus 5 years. I'm at 3. If we have other buildings, and if there is a case within 3 years, I'm not unamenable to moving us forward. But I just, different precedent slightly edges out. But I do want to return, because you guys have been here for a while, and we dug through it, to just a big thank you for being thorough on the height and all the stormwater, the whole project. And while each project is different, grateful, and we'll see Penzance, different group on Tuesday. But we appreciate this. At least it's a big help in a project, and converting from office to this is an excellent project, and want to end on that note. And I'm ready to vote on others.
Thank you. Any other closing comments?
I do. Sorry, but I do. I'll keep it quick. Just my regular list of landlord questions. We have noted the use of some of the software, like RealPage software and other things that we are not allowed to ban, but we like to ask, are you using any of those softwares, and might we ask you not to, because it seems to be driving rental costs up. So do you guys use RealPage in your rent setting or anything like that?
We do not, but we also do not manage our own multifamily portfolio, and that's done by the typical names that you're aware of, the Greystars, the Zeros of the world. Typically, they're the ones that decide how they want to manage, the rent and everything else that we do to manage the buildings.
Got it. So just a flag. I think it's an increasingly interesting and important point to us, and so we might ask you, as the procurers of those property management companies, to explore that as you go, because I think it's part of helping our community be housed more effectively. Similarly, on short-term rentals, are you planning to have any short-term rentals in this space? Do you require your property managers to exclude it?
We are not planning to do that as part of our operation. I believe it falls under a different even building code if we want to do that type of use. So at this time, it's just going to be for rent projects, typically your 12-month terms, maybe longer if they're willing to, but no short-term rentals planned at this time.
Great. And then lastly, just on waste management on site, we as a county are working really hard, and you guys are doing your part here with construction waste and with retaining the garage. But anything you can do to support composting, to support recycling, to support minimizing waste on site and minimizing trips of the trucks will be greatly appreciated. And then my last question is for staff, which is on this question of fees. I think the own motion idea is a good backup plan. I also wonder, Mr. Manager, maybe we should have CRMI 3.0 or whatever take a look at, is there anything we can do on our side to minimize those soft costs, or when there's a no change renewal, to have it be a faster and easier and lower cost impact, again, trying to keep housing costs down across the county?
The short answer is yes, and I think actually I'll have to go back and check, but maybe Mr. Fusarelli wants to comment on this. What we did last month may have been an example of that, where we had, I think it was the 11 or 12 extensions. We tried to sort of streamline that approach so there weren't a lot of soft costs.
Thank you.
These are,
Are we sure that we don't have any more questions? Next question is that $10 a piece.
this is conclusion, I thought you said conclusion statements. I'll make it.
Goes against development costs.
I'll conclude. One, again, to what our vice chair stated, just listening to him and all the conversations that we've had. I think in all that we do, there's been some compromises made in this endeavor, so I'm very appreciative of that. We have 328 dwelling units coming online, which is a positive. Is there more that we could do and there's potential? Yes, but 328 is better than what we've had. I would just say when it comes there to the environmental aspect, let's go LEED 5.0. That's what you're shooting for in the future, okay? In your developments, and let's try to make that happen. I wasn't here when the CMRI initiative has launched, but you can feel the sense of excitement, right, from not only some of my colleagues, but how we are moving in the right direction as we, look at some of these buildings. And we like this partnership that we have. And so I think everything's environmentally sound. Is it perfect? No, but perfection on earth is never obtained. And we're in a very good space right now. I'm still sticking with the 3-year. You probably know that. But I'm looking forward to go ahead and making this vote happen, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Coffey, any final? No? Okay, only 30 seconds for me. I just want to thank the architects for the work. I think this is a quirky building. It has like three facade compositions, and while you are using different elements, the same element in different ways, architecturally, I think the result is interesting. I have to say that I'm not a friend of the upgrade patios, not so much, but I want to give them the benefit of doubt. I would rather think that the west facade is better for that, but you use the west facade for common spaces, so that's good. With me, I'm cognizant of the fact that when somebody arrives in Arlington from I-66, this will be one of the first impressions of our town. So it's kind of a gateway community, and I think that you deliver a architectural form, a kind of a first handshake or visual handshake in Arlington that is as well delivered. At least it's contemporaneous. It's good. I also thought one of the less appreciated elements here. You worked a lot with solar gain. I saw pergolas. I saw sconces. I saw several elements that I believe that in our climate and orientation of the building will work very well. Will create a nice environment in the units inside with a good succession of shadow and light. You have some amazing units on the west side and the northwest side, and I applaud the care with which you have positioned them and worked with them. Other than that, I'm very happy for this building. I hope that we will see it happening sooner rather than later. Thank you. And by the way, I am still thinking that 3 years is appropriate. We asked that for everybody, and there are so many other reasons. I don't think that we should be opening we should overrule precedents here. Thank you. So with no objection, all in favor of the motion of Vice Chair DeFerranti, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Abstention? The motion carries 5-0. Congratulations. So, Mr. Clerk, let's move to the next and last item on our agenda today.
Yes, of course. Item number 52 is the adaptive reuse site plan amendment to convert an office building to residential use and an office building to hotel use with modifications as necessary to achieve the proposed adaptive reuse of the buildings located at 2100 and 2200 Crystal Drive.
Okay. Mr. Manager, I believe, oh, you're already set and ready to go.
Yeah, so
Awesome.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Before I turn it over to Emma, I did want to make one or two very quick points. One is that I did want to join in what is a little bit of a celebration today about the progress we're making on Commercial Market Resilience Initiative. The other point is, and I know this is going to come up during the conversation, is we've learned a lot as we've gone through this, and you've heard, I think, from a few people about we still do not have a standardized set of administrative regulations on this. We're working on that, get those in place. But the one thing, and I think, I don't know who it was, one of the board members said, if you approve this project, and that's clearly within your purview, along with the decision you made earlier today on the Virginia Square project, that the county's office vacancy rate would go from 23.5% to 22.2%, which is a big deal because if you ever come into my office, I only have one number stuck on my computer, which is the commercial office vacancy rate. So these are transformative in that way. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Emma Martin, who will lead us off, and Mark McCauley is also here. And over to you, Emma.
Ms. Martin, thank you for being patient with us in a longer meeting on a Saturday.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Let me just pull this up. Okay, hello, I'm Emma Martin with the Department of Community Planning, Housing and Development, and I'll be presenting the Crystal Drive adaptive reuse item. This item consists of an adaptive reuse site plan amendment to convert 2200 Crystal Drive, the office building, to residential use, and 2100 Crystal Drive office building to hotel use with modifications. The proposal is primarily a use conversion with associated interior renovations with some changes to the building facade and limited changes to the landscaping, specifically on the west side of the 2200 Crystal Drive building to replace existing pavers. The site consists of two nearly vacant 11-story office buildings with an underground parking garage, ground floor retail, and a circulation area for the underground. The adjacent properties include the 2200 20th Street apartments to the north, Crystal Park office buildings and open space to the east, the Crystal Plaza 5 property, which is currently occupied with volleyball courts to the south, and the Crystal Plaza apartments to the west. Site Plan 11, allowing for a 6-building office complex, was originally approved in 1963 and amended various times over the years. The 2100 and 2200 Crystal Drive office buildings were constructed in 1967. The parcels included in this application are currently split zoned CO, RA 4.8, and CO Crystal City, while the actual buildings themselves are located in the CO zoning district. The applicant is not proposing any changes to the existing zoning. The CO zoning district corresponds with the high office apartment hotel GLUP designation, and the site's also identified as the Crystal City Coordinated Redevelopment District indicated by Note 1 on the GLUP. The site plan meets the recently adopted adaptive reuse amendment criteria of the zoning ordinance, which allows for this type of use conversion special exception process. This process was established as a part of the adaptive reuse policy, which was adopted in response to the urgent challenges facing the county, resulting from decreasing commercial office sector and presence of large supply of obsolete office space, as Mark mentioned. As outlined in the policy, chronically vacant office buildings put a significant strain on communities, including negative impacts on local economic activity, neighboring property values, overall quality of place, and the public realm, as well as the county's fiscal health. Therefore, a core principle of the adaptive reuse policy is that repurposing obsolete office buildings is a public priority. While emphasizing the urgency of implementing a streamlined approach for the review of adaptive reuse applications, it also acknowledges a potential need for policy trade-offs between meeting current county standards and ultimate project viability. In addition, other adopted plans and policies applicable to this site include the Crystal City Sector Plan, which outlines goals and recommendations, including but not limited to strengthening sense of place, encouraging human-scaled architecture and urban design, as well as multimodal access and connectivity, as well as ensuring long-term economic sustainability. The Arlington County Retail Plan also identifies the Crystal Drive frontage of this site as a gold street typology, which recommends retail equivalent uses and 65% ground floor window transparency. This application proposes to convert two nearly vacant 11-story office buildings into a 195-unit residential building and 344-room hotel, as well as to retain the existing below-grade parking garage with 836 spaces. There's no changes to the existing height, building footprint, and streetscape conditions on Crystal Drive, and if the applicant wanted to make changes to the landscaping and streetscape after approval of this site plan amendment, they would have to file an application for an administrative change to amend the existing landscape plan. With this request, the applicant proposes to convert 54,900 square feet of area approved as Crystal Drive retail and 523,982 square feet of office to residential and hotel uses. The proposal results in a slight decrease in total density and includes interior renovations to support use conversions, exterior changes to the facade, and replacement of a section of pavers, as I mentioned. The applicant's requesting modifications for required parking, including residential, office, and retail, as well as hotel parking ratios and the compact parking percentage to allow the existing garage configuration to remain. A key focus of this application's review has been the proposal to close off 2 access points from Crystal Drive to the existing interior pedestrian concourse, AKA the underground, to incorporate these areas into hotel and residential lobby space. With these closures, 5 other points of access to the underground will remain on this block, including a commitment to provide a new access point near 23rd Street South and Crystal Drive with the development of the Crystal 5 Plaza project. The conversion of these 2 vacant office buildings will provide active residential and hotel uses on this block with an enlivened building presence on both Crystal Drive and at the block's interior upper courtyard. The Crystal City Sector Plan envisions retaining the underground as an interior pedestrian network from 12th Street, 23rd Street, Crystal Drive, and East Street, but acknowledges that some locations may change with redevelopment. The sector plan sees the underground as a way to extend the reach of transit, as well as an environment for secondary retail, though JBG Smith closed the remaining underground retail at the end of 2024. The adaptive reuse policy recognizes that these conversion projects may necessitate consideration and discussion regarding the trade-offs between policy guidance, plan goals, and project feasibility. In this case, and with the changing market dynamics, as well as with the sector plans aimed to stimulate economic growth, proposed modifications to the underground are seen as a reasonable compromise in support of housing and hospitality expansion and reduction of vacant office supply. Some key benefits of this adaptive reuse proposal include removing approximately 523,000 square feet of vacant office space, and this conversion, if implemented, could decrease Arlington's current office vacancy rate by 1.1 percentage points. It also involves adding 195 new housing units in a multimodal and highly amenitized neighborhood just a few blocks away from the Crystal City Metro Station, as well as adding 344 new hotel keys to an area with unmet need that has fewer hotel rooms today than existed before COVID. The environmental benefit of this also includes retaining embodied carbon with the reuse of the existing building. The proposal will modernize the appearance of the existing buildings and provide active residential and hotel uses on this block with an enlivened building presence. It's also generally in compliance with the Crystal City Sector Plan, but for the repurpose of the 2 points of access to the Crystal City Underground. One of the goals of the adaptive reuse policy was to provide a more streamlined review process to be more responsive to the changing commercial market sector and to right-size the review process for applications to convert primary use of buildings that already exist. Therefore, these adaptive reuse projects do not undergo the typical major site plan review process, which includes SPRC meetings, as they are focused only on the change of the use of the existing buildings. Staff informed the community of the application in March and continued to provide updates on the application through July. The applicant held a community meeting on June 24th, and this project was seen by the Planning Commission on July 10th, which resulted in the recommendation for approval and a vote of 7-0. In addition to the legal advertising requirements, airport notice, and email outreach to civic associations that's typical with site plan projects, staff also created a project webpage that includes links to the application materials and the applicant's video presentation. At the beginning of the public review process, staff reached out to the Crystal City Civic Association, Aurora Highlands Civic Association, as well as the National Landing Business Improvement District. In addition, the Crystal and Pentagon Cities Council reviewed this request at their June 16th meeting. The National Landing Bid provided a letter of support for the project, and the Crystal City and Aurora Highlands Civic Associations provided letters stating that they support the overall concept, but had concerns regarding the underground, parking, access to parks, pickup and drop-off, and process. The Crystal and Pentagon Cities Council provided a letter that stated general support for the proposal and efforts to continue revitalizing the area through investment into functionally obsolete buildings, while requesting general guidance from the board on how these applications should be considered alongside established plans and policies. In addition to the letters received from civic associations, we received letters from the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, NAOP, the Economic Development Commission, as well as DWEC. General themes from these letters included broad support for investments to convert obsolete office buildings to needed housing and hotel uses, and questions on how community groups should be evaluating these applications with regard to adopted plan guidance, as well as conditions about this streamlined review process and a desire for more community engagement. Finally, the subject adaptive reuse site plan amendment is consistent with the adaptive reuse policy, which identifies the repurposing of obsolete office space as a public priority that may necessitate policy trade-offs in meeting current county standards or other identified goals. The proposed conversion from vacant office to residential and hotel uses revitalizes the block with new housing and hotel opportunities near the metro station. Whereas several community members have expressed concerns about the applicant's proposal to eliminate existing access points to the underground, staff finds that repurposing these areas into dedicated lobbies for hotel and residential uses will not detract from the streetscape presence along Crystal Drive. Further, 5 other access points to the underground will remain on the block. Therefore, staff recommends adoption of the ordinance to permit the adaptive reuse project.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. From our applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Martin, would you mind sharing our presentation? We've found there's some lag when we share from our own, so thank you. While she's bringing that up, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Kedrick Whitmore. I'm a land use and zoning attorney with Venable LLP, and we're really excited to be bringing you one of the first adaptive reuse proposals. We first want to thank staff for all their hard work in putting together this policy and helping to move this project through that new system. It was a significant amount of work, right? It's hard to start something new, and at these type of public hearings, it's not always clear just how much work goes into things behind the scenes because we just see the end product and not necessarily everything that went on, but staff's really deserving of a lot of praise and credit for everything that they've done here. And obviously the board and the commissions have been a great part of this partnership in bringing this policy forward as well. And we want to thank everybody for collaborating and bringing this forward. And that's great news from the manager about the office vacancy rate. I didn't know those numbers, but that is terrific. So first, a bit of background. On the next slide here, you'll see some information that you're already, sorry, next one if you would. Very well aware of, the numbers outlining that the office market in Arlington is not in good shape, right? It's faced unprecedented headwinds over the last 5 years with COVID, with DOGE, and Crystal City in particular, with its high concentration of office space and significant exposure to GSA tenants, has been hit particularly hard. And you can see some of these struggles and the desire of some of the owners in this area to revitalize and redevelop this important urban center. And of course, these struggles in the office market are having an impact on tax revenues and the ability for the county to meet its goals. I know you're all painfully aware of these issues and have had a lot of tough discussions around them recently. So on the next slide, you'll see in recognition and response to these challenges, the county has pursued the Commercial Market Resiliency Initiative, or CMRI, which includes this adaptive reuse policy that we're discussing today. The policy and associated amendments to the zoning ordinance were adopted in late 2024 and allow for the conversion of vacant office space to other uses, residential and hotel among them. These types of projects are entirely different from a full scrape redevelopment, such as the one you just saw, and so a new tool is needed in addition to the traditional 4.1 major site plan amendment process to allow these projects to move forward. So in line with that new process, we've made an application for an adaptive reuse in National Landing. So if we could advance 2 slides, please. Ms. Martin did a great job of going over the proposal, so I will try not to be redundant. The project is located on the Plaza Block in Crystal City, just north of the intersection with 23rd Street. And you can see here the project site is on the left-hand side of the image, and that it's in close proximity with a lot of the other new development that the applicant, JBG Smith, has undertaken in the area. There are 4 new high-rise residential buildings, a new metro entrance, a revitalized water park, quite a lot of activity going on in this area. On the next slide, these buildings are, and the associated ground level spaces of the underground are really the perfect candidates for adaptive reuse. They are essentially vacant, functionally obsolete areas that cannot be released. But the towers do lay out relatively well for residential and hotel. And this is exactly the type of conversion that the policy envisioned, right? Transforming dead space, whether at the ground level or in the towers, into something that generates revenue and meets community needs. So you'll see some information on the next slide that we are proposing to convert these office buildings to 195 residential units at 2200 Crystal Drive and a 344-room 2-brand hotel at 2100 Crystal Drive. The structures themselves will be entirely maintained. The buildings, the garages beneath them, although the hotel will include a new facade treatment. Development using this retention and reuse strategy has a host of benefits when compared to your traditional ground-up development. One, it will happen quickly. There's no external demolition, no excavation, no garage or structure needs to be built. Two, it will happen with less disruption to the community. Again, no building or garage is being knocked down, there's going to be no pile driving, and most of the work that's being done is interior. Three, it's inherently sustainable. The reduction in embodied carbon emissions for not having to demo a building and a parking garage is huge. And fourth, it fills a gap in the market. These residential units skew a little bit larger here because of the footprint, and the hotel in particular fill a need in this area, right? This will actually help some of the remaining office leasing in the area, because one of the things we're hearing is that there is a dearth of hotel rooms in the area. And on top of that, that hotel is going to have a flagship restaurant with it. So not only are we creating a product that meets needs of the community, we're creating that product in a way that in itself is a positive. So on the next slide here, you can see a plan view of the site, and you can see the locations of these new lobbies. They really tuck in alongside the existing retail on Crystal Drive. These retail areas are going to continue to operate through construction and after completion, and are going to have a lot more new customers as a result of these new buildings. I'll also note on this slide that you'll see we're going to be utilizing existing PUDO, pickup drop-off, along Crystal Drive for these new uses. On the next slide, Ms. Martin alluded to it, a couple questions that have come out throughout this process. Thank you. Thank you. One of them is about the former underground space. And one of the things that we're really excited about here is the opportunity to take some of that former underground entry and reuse it as the space for these lobbies for both the residential and the hotel. We're taking vacant space and, again, making a community service use out of them. I think bringing these spaces to life is really what the adaptive reuse policy is all about. We're not proposing to touch other parts of the underground with this application beyond those shown here. On the next slide here, you'll see in terms of parking and loading, we're reusing the existing garage for the plaza block. Parking ratios will be at 0.3 spaces per unit and per hotel, in line with the residential parking working group recommendations. On the next slide, one of the really exciting elements of this adaptive reuse is the ability to continue the activation that's been taking place along Crystal Drive. This is helping to contribute to the continued transformation of Crystal City from a dead office park to a thriving urban environment. And this is really the entire goal of the adaptive reuse policy, right? To take that aging office stock, make it into a viable community serving use. And these adaptive reuses are going to play a really significant role in that next phase of revitalization. And this project is a really great example of the success of this policy. So with that, I'll wrap up. Thank you, Ms. Martin, for doing the slides, and we'll be available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. So on to our advisory groups. We received several letters. I believe that we have Ms. Bagley here with the Planning Commission. I don't know if we have Mr. Deputy Clerk, if we have more advisory groups.
I can double check to see if anybody is joining virtually, but no one in person.
Okay. So Ms. Bagley, thank you for bearing with us and for taking the time to testify again.
Does that mean it's on?
Yes.
Is this work?
Right.
It's working. Again, Nia Bagley, Vice Chair, Planning Commission. We were very excited as this was the second adaptive reuse project that we heard in July. And by and large, you'll see that the questions, I won't belabor those, some were about this specific project, more were about the process of this as it continues to evolve and what other things we might be able to expect in future proposals like this. We also did touch on the process to make sure that community engagement, there was a hiccup with the Crystal City Civic Association for one of the meetings, and I know that staff will be on top of that. Because we have spent a significant amount of time developing our community engagement process for the years, and a lot of us from civic association backgrounds have been major advocates for adaptive reuse, so we're extremely excited about this project, and we also are extremely excited to see what comes down the pike along these lines as well. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bagley.
Mr. Chair, there's no one else that we have.
Okay. Do we have any public speakers?
We do, Chair. We have 2-minute speakers, 3-minute speakers, and one 5-minute speaker.
Please call the first.
Yes, sir. The first speaker for 2 minutes is going to be Paul Weiss.
We don't see anybody online.
Don't see Paul Weiss. Well, I will move on to second speaker, Mr. Anshu Sharma,
Mr.
followed
Sharma.
by David D.
Well, welcome again.
Thank you again, Chair Antonis and Arlington County Board. I speak again today, for the third time today in front of y'all, and for the second time in support of a housing project. It's like, as I've noted at county board meetings before, I'm a renter. I feel the effects of, it's like, I feel and see the effects of Arlington counties and our states and our nations and our worlds, frankly, a housing shortage firsthand every day. And I'm really enthusiastic about this proposal to provide more residential units and more hotel rooms as well, which I think will be really useful for other graduate students. It's like, I'm a graduate student. It's like, I know several graduate students will want to come up here for internships to study at George Mason, Virginia Tech's campus. I think that'll be very helpful. I know that there's some concerns regarding, it's like, there's concern regarding the project. I'm going to focus mostly on parking. It's like, and regarding parking, I'll say what I've said before. I think greater emphasis on a public transit, increased bus lines, and all should help definitely mitigate, if not eliminate, the need for parking. I think the ratio of 1 space to 3 units is actually quite it is a very good ratio. I don't think that's too little parking at all. And yeah, it's like, and I thank the county staff and the developers for the presentation. And I hope that this project for some much needed housing in Arlington County goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is going to be David D., who will not be speaking. We'll move on to 3-minute comment speakers. We've got John Musso, followed by Keith Willis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Musso.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Arlington County Board. John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Chamber, I want to express our strong support for this project and ask that this please be adopted. The Chamber has been a steadfast proponent of all aspects of the Commercial Market Resiliency Initiative, and we believe that this project is a perfect example of the transformational power that the county's adaptive reuse policy can entail to take away 500,000 square feet of functionally obsolete office building and transform it into 195 residential units and a new 340-room hotel is a transformative policy that would tremendously benefit not just Crystal City, but National Land and Arlington as a whole. As you all are intimately familiar with, we have a housing shortage across all price points here in Arlington. We also have a hotel shortage within other National Land and neighborhoods. So this is very much a project that alleviates two critical issues in this neighborhood and Arlington at large. More broadly, this really reflects a transformation of Crystal City, going from, a very typical of the 1960s style of urban planning to a really transformational, multimodal, street-activated world in Crystal Drive, and this really complements the vision for that. So we believe this is a very strong project that really sets Crystal City up for tremendous economic activity and personal activity for decades to come. We also look forward to many other adaptive reuse policies coming down the pipeline. So thank you very much, and we do urge you to adopt.
Thank you, Mr. Musso. Mr. Willis. Good late afternoon.
Thank you. My name's Keith Willis, Chair of the Arlington Dems Labor Caucus and Dominion Hills resident. Appreciate your time. I'm just rising to express opposition to this. I think the conversion of office space to residential space is a great idea, and I do support that. But I think this project should have some labor standards attached to it. By labor standards, I mean for both the construction and the hotel. JBG Smith is known to have problems on its development sites with wage theft. There was one case a year ago at National Landing where I think it was 40 workers weren't paid overtime, and in some cases weren't paid at all. So I think that this project should have labor standards with high road construction employers that have career opportunities, apprenticeships, and middle-class jobs for the workers there. And then as far as the hotel goes, I think we should ask the hotel operator to have a policy of remaining neutral if workers at the hotel decide to organize a union. We've had many cases like this, and it gives workers more freedom and less fear of being fired or other actions taken against them. Right now, many hotel workers try to organize a union, and they're often fired or otherwise intimidated. Union hotel workers make middle-class wages, have insurance benefits, have a more manageable workload, have safety protections against things like sexual assault. So I'm asking you to rethink the standards around this project and consider adopting labor standards for it. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. Do we have a...
The next speaker that we have is Mr. Brian Coleman.
Good late afternoon, Mr. Coleman.
All right, thank you. See here. All right, good afternoon, County Board. My name is Brian Coleman. I'm the current Outreach Chair for Arlington Democratic Party, as well as a Transportation Commissioner and Housing Commissioner. And I have come to, unfortunately, express both frustration with this project, as well as ask that you all put a momentary pause on approving this development. For the last few years, I've supported affordable housing, renters protection, and tenants' rights throughout the county in a number of different capacities. This project, which would convert vacant office buildings into, if I'm correct, 344 hotel units and nearly 200 residential units, would meet several of the goals that I've spent years advocating for. However, while I support this in principle, I believe the board should not move forward for the time being for a number of reasons. Firstly, in identifying myself with comments just made earlier by Mr. Willis, JBG Smith has a notorious record of wage theft. They're refusing, in fact, to have any labor standards on the project, which means low wages, no training, and a real risk of wage theft. Secondly, JBG Smith has not met with the hotel workers union to talk about the possibility of the hotel workers having the freedom to organize without intimidation. This means the hotel employer will be able to fire or intimidate workers with impunity if they choose to form a union. Hotel workers have much higher wages if they're in a union, better scheduling, manageable workload, and fair pay. Meeting our housing goals need not come at the expense of labor rights. The board has an opportunity to demonstrate leadership and mediate an agreement between JBG Smith and the Hotel Workers Union to ensure the freedom to organize and fair wages. I would ask the board defer approval of this project until that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Any other speakers?
Yes, sir. We do have one 5-minute speaker, Mr. Eric Castle, representing Crystal City Civic Association. And I think he's joining us virtually.
Okay. Is he on?
I do not see him virtually.
Anybody, that's why I'm saying.
I do not see him virtually.
He sent a letter, though.
He did, yes.
Okay. Is there any point in trying to contact him because no, I hear no. So then I guess, colleagues, this is the discussions with the board. I would like to invite a motion for starters, and then we can have discussion. Ms. Cunningham.
Sure. I move that the county board adopt the ordinance attached to the staff report for SPLA 24-00047 to permit the conversion of an office building to residential use and an office building to hotel use, with modifications necessary to achieve the proposed adaptive reuse of the buildings located at 2100 and 2200 Crystal Drive, subject to all previously approved conditions of SP number 11, that's a long time ago, and the conditions of the adaptive reuse site plan amendment ordinance attached to the staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Is there a second?
A second.
It is seconded by Board Member Mr. Spain. Ms. Cunningham, do you want to speak to your motion?
I think I will leave it to my colleagues. We've spoken a little bit about how excited we are about adaptive reuse. I would just say if we could keep up our rate of reducing the office supply vacancy, we'll be done by tomorrow. So we'll just kind of keep at it here. But I think it's an exciting project. I know both staff and applicant have been through the paces as one of the earlier and more complicated ones. So I know there'll be lessons learned, and I'll look forward to hearing a little bit about that, and in particular, understanding where the board can provide more clarity if needed to make sure that the next couple go even faster.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Colleagues, the discussions with the board, I see and recognize Mr. Spain.
Thank you. And I'm sure we're going to have somewhat of a robust discussion about this particular item. First, let me say that, again, CMRI is a policy priority for this board and for our county. We've talked about and heard about the vacancy that is running rapid. And I think, we have to shore up, right, any potential, not only investments, but opportunities for housing and the like in this community to make sure we stay solid on this endeavor. So I am there. But notwithstanding, there are some areas that, of course, I want to ask about, and this first come to staff. It appears, and maybe you can talk more about it, that the Civic Association or Neighborhood Association was talking about Earl Highlands that the coordinated review process could be enhanced a bit more. Just give me your thoughts on, do you believe, and this is Crystal City as well, that it was thorough enough in community engagement?
There we go. So I'll just start with a brief summary of what we did in terms of this streamlined engagement approach. So this took the engagement that a minor site plan amendment would typically take, which involves staff outreach via email to community groups, in which case we contacted them March, April, twice in June, 3 times in June, and once in July. And then the applicant had a meeting with the civic associations, which I think Ms. Commissioner Bagley had mentioned about some scheduling issues, but that was not something staff was involved in. In terms of engagement in the future, the administrative regulations will affirm a streamlined engagement approach, typically without SPRC as the standard, but we've heard concerns about the clarity of this approach from the external stakeholders, and will work to address and resolve with the commitment to a streamlined approach with these concerns. So hopefully that clarifies your question, or if you have a follow-up.
It does. And I know we want to practice some level of expediency in this process through streamlining, but we also want to make sure as we shorten the timelines and we are being effective, that we ensure we leave no one behind in the conversations, right? And I think that's going to be a challenge, but also we'll make it happen. And I'm sure my colleagues will have some additional thoughts on this, but I am very concerned as a big supporter of labor, right, about what I'm hearing with the failure to not meet, with hotel workers and the right to organize. So, for the applicant or NJBG Smith, I am, just so you know, I want to hear what we're doing in that arena, because, this, I need to give you history of labor, and you should know where I'm at. But I really need to understand, because these are people that are in that community that are going to be working on a lot of these projects, right? And if we have instances and things going on that are not in keeping with our values here in Arlington and what we expect, then it's going to be problematic, right? At least for me. So can you talk a little bit about what we've just heard from two of our speakers? Please.
Sure, I'd be happy to, Board Member Spain. So with respect to the questions about the hotel and whether it will be a union hotel, so the applicant is not going to be the developer of the hotel, right? We are getting this approval, and then we are making a sale of the property to a hotel developer. My understanding is that the actual operator for that developer hasn't been identified, and that they won't be selected until next year, sometime after the sale closes. That sale that deal with the hotel operator is obviously contingent on acquisition of the building, and the acquisition of the building is contingent on this land use approval. So I mention that because there are a few steps before we have even identified who that operator is going to be for the hotel, which might engage in those discussions. I haven't had any requests before today, right, to have any conversations, but we're happy to pass those along. Can't make any commitments on behalf of the applicant, but we can certainly pass along those requests related to the discussions with the union on the hotel. With respect to the information and testimony about wage theft, the operation of these type of projects when a development takes place is that a general contractor will be hired by the developer. They will then go forward and engage the various trades and make the payments to the GC that then gets paid to the individuals. All of the contracts that JVGS have requirements around them related to ensuring a lack of wage theft. Obviously, in the event that these come to light, there are any allegations or issues that come up, those are promptly investigated, and the contract is then enforced.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and I'm sure my colleagues are probably going to ask some more poignant questions. I would just say thanks for your perspective and willingness to take some information back. I will love to hear, how that ends up, how that contact, those conversations go to a certain extent. What I really want to see is this communication really between our citizens and folks in the labor movement, being able to have a relationship, at least a conversation, right, with you. I think, communication is the key to a lot of this, and a lot of things that are going on can be mitigated early on. So I'll be watching this closely, right, and I'm sure other folks will, and I'll pass it on to the chair and the rest of our colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. I see Ms. Coffey.
Thanks. So I think parking is an interesting point. In Crystal City, the underground garage system is quite robust and large, and I've personally gotten lost in it a number of times. So I'm just kind of curious in terms of how that will work specifically for the residential and hotel buildings. Will it be, a block of assigned or specifically regulated spots that are dedicated to this use, or will residents be able to kind of just park wherever within the garage structure? I guess just logistically, how does that work? And particularly if you have interest or demand in parking above what you're explicitly setting aside here, are you going to have the ability, I guess, to kind of tap into the large amount of parking that already exists?
Sure, and you're certainly not the only person in this room who's gotten lost in the garages in Crystal City in the past. So yes, we will be delineating specific spaces for the hotel and the residential within the garage. Part of the good news is that because there are such large garages that really span the entirety of these super blocks that were really built, at a time when Crystal City was a commuter location for office buildings, right? We have a significant amount of parking. And what we've been able to do, not only with this project, but a number of other ones in Crystal City, is be able to kind of use that parking to be able to right size. As the density increases, we haven't had to increase the amount of parking nearly as much. And so we're able to kind of use that with parking ratios that are a little more relevant to today's standards than a mid-20th century standard. And then in the event, to your question related to, if there was not enough, the other good news is that this large amount of parking is not just available here, but also across the street on the other side of Crystal Drive. There's a significant amount of excess parking on the Parks block. So with all of those factors, we're confident that there's going to be sufficient parking in the area.
But there will be specific spaces. So the first part, that the block that are shown with our application will be striped specifically for residential, and then the same for the hotel.
Great, that's really helpful. Because I know it's all, in some way or form, if you know where you're going, interconnected basically down the whole block. And so I can imagine, the average user kind of wandering into the dedicated spot kind of on accident. And so just making sure that residents have the ability to know that no one's going to park where they're supposed to be parking.
Right. Signage and wayfinding.
Yeah. Opportunities, yes. Great. And then, I think one of the hopeful advantages of adaptive reuse is that it does provide a unique product in terms of the actual residential units themselves. Can you talk a little bit about the design of the units and the size of them, and then as well as where do you see the price point of this falling? I know JBG obviously has a number of residential buildings in the area. Where do you see it price-wise in comparison to your other buildings?
Great question. So when looking at office conversions, we really have an opportunity with that bigger floor plate when we're dividing them up to create a differentiated type of unit. So right now we're averaging over 1,000 gross square feet per unit at 1,088. Over 50% of our unit mix is targeting 2 and 3 bedrooms, which we're really excited about. We think in comparison to the recently delivered product that's across the market, it really helps segment things a little bit differently when it comes to the rents that we're looking at. And just thinking about this offering in general, part of that segmentation is instead of a high rise that might have all the rooftop amenities, this is really targeted to that value-oriented renter who wants some more space that's not currently available. So we're really approaching it more in that kind of holistic perspective.
Great, thank you. I think that is really important, especially as we see, in terms of the diversity of housing stock, right? There's a lot of one-bedroom apartment buildings being built, and there's a lot of very, very large single-family homes being built. But what a lot of people really want is that 2 or 3 bedroom ability to kind of expand with their life to new things in their lives. But we're not really seeing that get built. And so I do think that this is a very interesting opportunity to get a just different type of housing. So I think many opportunities here. I just want to highlight Ms. Martin, did you say 1.1% of our office vacancy is purely these 2 buildings?
It would reduce the Arlington vacancy rate by 1.1 percentage points.
Wow. And that's in combination as well with 3601 that we approved on the consent agenda today. Mr. McCauley maybe might want to speak to. Does that get us close to 1.5 percentage points off the market just today?
It's 1.3 today, and hopefully by September, 1.7%.
Wow.
Almost 1 million square feet of those 3 projects combined in July and potentially consider in September.
That's very impressive. I think I knew the square footage numbers, but I think when you put it in context of we're around 26 percentage points of office vacancy right now, so reducing by 1.5% is 1.5 percentage points is substantial.
And if it's easy to remember, we have about 10.5 million square feet of vacant office space. 1 million square feet off of that is, a significant amount.
Yeah, I think that really goes to the heart of why we're doing this and why the accelerated process and the importance that Ms. Bagley also brought up, that that we have two critical needs in our community right now. One is bringing down these commercial spaces that are kind of, frankly, a drag on our neighborhoods, and providing housing for all of our people who desperately need something that works for their life, that is at least moderately accessibly affordable, and really bringing those two things together here to do it faster, maybe not as fast as the applicant would have liked originally. I'm sure there's things we can learn and speed up, but I really do think that this is a two birds, one stone situation where we're achieving two major community priorities at the same time with this site plan. And so I think that deserves its moment in the sun there, because it just really is critical that we get moving and we move quickly. And these uncertain economic times, the more that we can control to get our community priorities moving forward, I think that matters a lot to me. I think you answered my question with respect to the hotel. It's going to transact before it actually runs as a hotel. So JBG will not retain that within its portfolio. I'm seeing nods. Okay.
Correct.
Great. I think that's interesting. It's neither a point like plus or minus, but it's just interesting. I may have, depending on some of my colleagues' questions, I may have one or two other things, but I'll pass it along for now.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. There are two major buildings, so yeah, the better count for something. It's, I mean, I don't know if these buildings would have qualified as obsolete buildings before. I mean, it would be on the list of obsolete buildings. They're definitely not anymore.
I would think JBGs would not be offended by us calling them obsolete as well. Yes, they're obsolete office buildings, not leasable to really any tenant base.
Obsolete as a technical term of not being marketable today. So, okay. Other questions? Vice Chair Ferranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my understanding that our law makes it that the decision on this project has to be made on land use decisions, and the concerns on labor are not a basis that for which we could take a different position on the buildings. Is that so our attorney has nodded the head, and so it's no grand secret. Adaptive reuse is a great idea. More housing is a great idea. And there's a lot of great pieces of the project. So I'm going to try to sort of, I am pro-labor, and so I'm going to offer a couple of questions or thoughts. First, or a statement, but I'll want to pursue it a little bit. In this building, in this room, there has to be someone who knows for certain DC or other states' laws with respect to prevailing wage on construction and to hotels. 99 out of 100 chance that there are other states that can require labor values, labor salaries on both items. I don't know with certitude, but I think that that's the case. We don't know who's going to be liaisons to what, but certainly, Ms. Coffey, you have been a Richmond liaison, and so I'll follow up to see. This governor ain't signing nothing that helps labor, but I will follow. I'll take some ownership of working with you to see what could be done. Our prevailing wage law that we passed, the ordinance that we passed, applies to public projects. It doesn't apply to private projects. And I don't believe that we have the legal authority to extend it. We got some legislative work to do there that other states have done and that we could do. I think that is true for both parts of what, Mr. Willis, you mentioned, the construction and the hotel part. That's one set of thoughts. We got some work to do there. Mr. Manager, maybe you can, and this is not gotcha, this is just trying to, Amazon, we 90 meetings where we tried to ask them to help, and they eventually used Skillsforce, correct? Or
That's my recollection, yes, Skillsforce.
and what it was is just making sure that there wasn't wage theft. And so, I offer that as a resource, different project, different scale, but I offer that as a resource. And so those are some thoughts. Mr. Willis, really appreciate the way you framed it, because even as I will vote to support the project, it's important to put before us the moral choices that we face, because labor is dying in Virginia for growth, economic growth. No growth means no labor jobs on construction. And so it's inclusive economic growth that we want. And so, that's plenty from me. The only other thing that I'll just share is, and it's precatory, it's a wish, it's a hope. You find an hour or 2 hours with, Mr. Willis, the head of the hotel union and the head of the, or the head of the building trades. I'll come anywhere to have that conversation, and I'm not under an illusion that that means particular action. I just know that when I have to, on a policy issue after policy issue, when I have to look someone in the eye who, lives at the Serrano and talk about that, or lives, is homeless, and I have to talk about that, it's just a little different. And so that's a wish, and I'll send one email to see if that can happen. And I neither necessitate anything from the applicant to respond, but I also give you the opportunity to respond should you guys wish. Hope that's okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ferranti. A few things that I want to add to that. I have first with a question. So and under normal circumstances, a new building or a new site plan would at some point have a use permit phase, right? In this case, I understand there is no such thing, so we don't need to use permit a hotel because this is already a use that is provided by the pre-existing one, right?
So if the board were to adopt this ordinance, it would allow for the hotel use, and they would not need a use permit since it is a permitted use in the zoning district,
Correct.
which is CO.
All right. The second thing is, so, and that's maybe for Mr. Macaulay because it's an AD relevant thing. The department has been very active in getting the hotel sector together, bringing together the general managers. We are conscientious of the fact that we have more than 20,000 hospitality workers, many of whom live here in Arlington. This is a significant sector. This is not of minor public interest. This is not just a private interest that we come. So when a newcomer comes, so for example, we don't know exactly the brand of the hotel. What happens? We reach out, we talk to them. I often meet with our colleagues in the district or in Fairfax, and I told them, something, we are competitive as a hotel market here, and you know what, we're the highest unionized market in the region, so no detriment to our competitiveness. So how do we deal with that normally?
I'll just simply say that certainly we do introduce ourselves early in the process to new hotel operators, and often under the primary focus from AD of how we can help them market their property, fill the rooms, how we can work together on that. I can tell you we do not have in our purview the union discussion, but I'm sure we can huddle with the manager and talk about sort of how those conversations could perhaps roll into that, but that's not our expertise, so we don't raise that.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm after is I was trying to count the times last year that I was with the unions picketing in front of an Arlington hotel. And I believe it has been like 6 times. And Mr. Spain may be able to count them because sometimes he was with me there. So, or other colleagues, I don't remember. But nevertheless, The message is very basic. On Crystal Drive, whoever will be the operator, it is really beneficial to come and discuss a labor peace agreement. That's the basics, right? The ownership of the hotel, the management of the hotel, and the hotel employees union will find a way to negotiate, right? The only thing is that I believe Mr. Willis has mentioned, and I want to reiterate, is that the manager doesn't tip the scale, and they don't interfere with this process. It has worked very well for other hotels in just in your neighborhood in Crystal City proper. The other thing with wage theft. So wage theft is illegal to begin with. It's an illegal practice. The only reason why wage theft happens, and it's still happening at a very highly concerning degree, is for two reasons. One, because major contractors allow this to happen, or they look the other way. The other reason is because we don't have always the capacity to enforce on our side, oversight and enforcement. So I think that things are not looking great in the construction sector. The construction sector is under pressure right now, but also workers in the trades that would be very relevant to the conversion, like drywall fitters, etc. They have a very high degree of delinquency as of lately because of what's happening, the incessant persecution of immigrants. The immigrant workforce is very high there. It's more than a quarter of the total, etc. So it is of concern to us. I mean, we will be seeing that, and we will have to, and as I told you, we will have a role to play because enforcement will be of an issue for that. So I think that JBG is in a very privileged position to actually prevent that from happening and doing that proactively. You invest a lot of work and a lot of capital in this. It is only better if we all together do it right. So that's kind of my point on that. I don't see the fact that we don't have this leverage right now as a deal breaker here. But like we did in other things, we take a lot of, we are focusing on that a lot. I don't want to be picketing on Crystal Drive in front of any hotel in the future. I don't know if I'm going to be able to avoid that, but I hope it's not going to be necessary. One question from me on the treatment of the now empty space, what's grayed out in the underground. So one of the questions of the Civic Association is whether there is still a possibility. I understand that the lobbies, both of the residential as well as the hotel lobby, won't allow the public to go through. But there was a discussion of whether residents or guests of the hotel will be able to go through with their fob. Is that part technically possible?
Sure. So thank you for your question, Mr. Chair. This is something that we've looked at extensively throughout this project. And we looked very closely at that question, right, about whether there ought to be an operable door there or not. And I know some of the opinions we heard were that there would be value to that, right, to have a fob door. We went to our hotel partner and our residential operations team, and they were strongly in opposition to that concept. There are operational issues with the ability to control the lobby completely and not have folks coming in from two different directions. There's also a safety issue, right? Well, Arlington hasn't faced all the same issues as some of our neighbors across the river. There have been some increasing incidents in the underground, right? Vandalism, theft, even some assaults. And that's a concern from a public safety perspective. I think on the positive side, I think that as we mentioned in our presentation, this really allows for folks to get to Crystal Drive, right? It activates that Crystal Drive frontage and allows people to go back and forth through there. In particular, I think the hotel guests, right? Even if they had an option to enter the underground, I don't think necessarily would be comfortable doing so, not knowing how it works and where to go. The last thing I'll add on that is that, well, two other things. One is that we're very excited about the new Crystal City Metro entrance that's going to be out on Crystal Drive. That's going to be much more accessible from the street and from Crystal Drive. And then lastly, the real answer on this accessibility to the underground is that it's not an irreversible condition. I mean, we basically have drywall there, right? And if for whatever reason the underground becomes viable again at some point, it's a very simple process to remove that wall. It's not load bearing, it's not structural. It can just be knocked out, and that can be opened up at some point in the future.
Speaking of which, and following up on that, so the both lobbies will be like opacally separated from the underground as it is today.
That's correct.
There will, so on the side of the underground there will be just a wall. Correct. Correct. So I understand that there is a commitment from your side to study what improvements can be done or be proposed for the underground. How does this rhyme together?
That's right. And I think it's important to point out, right, that the underground's not a monolith, right? It's a very large area that kind of runs throughout Crystal City. And you can see in some other redevelopment projects throughout Crystal City, right, it's been treated in different ways, right? You can see farther north at the Malls block with Riva and Grace, 1900, and you can see farther north where the grocery space is with Crystal Drive Residential, the Alamo Draft House. There are different ways to treat the underground depending on where you are. And what we've agreed to in our conditions as kind of a nod to these issues is that we will do a study of the underground and review some of its viability, some opportunities, and that we'll come back to you as an informational item to present that. So that there is an understanding that we, the staff, the stakeholders, are working together to try to understand what that future looks like for the underground.
Right. I mean, I'm a little bit concerned that, we take a lot of the space out, but it's still grayed out, so, and we don't know what, the concept. So what's the timeline for any thinking about that or an initial concept?
So and you mean the study itself, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Bear with me one second. I'll check it. It is prior to the first certificate of occupancy for tenant occupancy of the residential building.
I understand. Thank you. Other questions? Vice Chair DeFerranti.
These aren't questions, they're quick concluding comments. And so, Ms. Cunningham, did you want to go ahead?
I do. A question for staff. We've been working on getting to a way to describe our site plan projects with a kind of consistent slide 12 from our last presentation. The adaptive reuse projects are going to be different. Do we have a version of trying to explain what the baseline is and what mitigations are included?
I will pull up our slide 11, I believe it is. Let's see. Give me a moment to share my screen.
That's a comparison slide, empty versus used.
Right. So this is where we tried to get at that. Obviously, this differs from a typical minor or major amendment, but this is where we're trying to explain the existing condition versus the sector plan's recommendation, which doesn't propose redevelopment for these two buildings along with the proposal.
Got it. And so I think for the community's understanding, the kind of baseline we're comparing it to right now is what it is right now. It's not what it could be under a site plan redevelopment. It is those two beautiful 11-story vacant office buildings and the fiscal impact / negative fiscal impact they may have on the community, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then in terms of the change in use, we are still, and it's in the board report, looking at level of service for parks, the number of students generated, sewage and all those other things to make sure that we've checked through all of those, just as we would with any building permit.
So the scope of this amendment focused mainly on use of the building internally. We did look at student generation numbers. I believe it was 11 new students for the 195 units. And sewage and other things were looked at as a part of this review.
Great. So all that is still getting checked, but we're not getting like extra parks and extra sector plan elements just yet. Anthony, do you want to add?
Yeah, no, certainly, that's correct. And the only additional thing I would add in the context of these adaptive reuse site plan amendments is, if one were to look at the proposed conditions that are attached to the report, and that would be part of the ordinance if approved, they look very different compared with the standard set of conditions that you would see with a new build or new development. And a primary reason for that really is because these are already existing buildings, right? And this will remain part of Site Plan 11, which dates back to the 1960s. The focus, and through a lot of conversation with our Inspection Services Division and others, the focus of the conditions and the implementation of this conversion is really going to be much more so on all the process that happens on permitting and construction and implementation after the board considers this today. And so that's also just a fundamental difference in approach as it relates to the conditions themselves in comparison to what you typically see for a new development site plan. So just some additional context there.
Great. And then I just wanted to make space for any key lessons learned that either staff or applicant want to elevate while we're going through the first big one of these. I think from the community perspective, we heard they'd like to make sure that even though there's not an SPRC, that they're alerted to it. And I know in this case, JBG worked to do that, but maybe your top three or any other.
Yeah, so the intent was and still is to take the lessons learned from these first three projects that are going to be coming before the board in the next few months to create the adaptive reuse admin regulations that will then be used to implement clear submission standards and a streamlined process. Those administrative regulations will have a clear application pathway and consistent standards for review while allowing the future review of applications to reflect the reality that each adaptive reuse project is unique and how it was initially approved and the proposed elements to change for each building and site.
Great, thank you. And applicant, anything you want to add at this time?
I would just agree with what Ms. Martin pointed out related to regulations and just thank the staff for working this through, even with the lack of a kind of robust set of regulations, they did a great job of getting us to this point and thank them for that.
Great, I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mrs. Spain, I see your lights.
Your lights were on.
Oh, Ms. Coffey then.
Yeah, I think this will be relatively quick, but when do you anticipate the ability to bring these two developments online?
Speaking strictly for the residential, we're hoping to get started in 26 and deliver in 27. That's the goal.
And how does that compare with your new build projects in the area?
It is a far quicker process. Those typically take around 36 months to deliver. So you're talking half the time.
Half the time. Great. That's helpful to understand, I think. That's my last question. I think I'll do concluding comments so no one has to revisit me. But this is a new process. I think we are all very proud that for all of the learning that has occurred over the last 6 months, that we've managed to get here in a, I won't say painless, but tolerable way. And it really is exciting to see that the board's vision of putting in place a policy to move things faster and to see them come before us has been successful. I think that there's a lot of places across the Commonwealth who are looking for inspiration on moving things faster. And I hope that, this can be guidance for folks across the state or even outside of Virginia that are looking to invest in their housing market and address their commercial market issues. I think, the long-term vision for the underground is going to be a concern of many residents. It is a large space, and even if it's not going to be used in the way it was envisioned, something has to happen. And I do think that that is just important to highlight that, there's that uncertainty around it. And I think people really feel that as we make these specific planning decisions that make sense site by site, really thinking about that broader vision. So I'm glad that you will be coming back with kind of a point of information for us to think about that longer term. And overall, I think, what we talked about with the diversity of units, bringing something a little bit different to Crystal City, and activating that block a little bit further south than where a lot of the development and activation has been occurring. We're really building out the real corridor that is Crystal Drive. It is becoming a complete neighborhood now, as opposed to individual blocks that have a little bit going on here and a little bit going on there. The streetscape, and it's a little disrupted with the metro construction at the moment, but it has come such a long way, and I think it is one of the corridors where our sector plan and the vision that was set out in planning guidance, you can see the success of that as each thing gets completed and as each thing comes forward. And so I look forward to seeing these complete, I hope, very soon as you're able. I think you all would like it as soon as you're able to. And, I'm so grateful to staff for their flexibility and their desire to meet all the competing interests here. I think I look forward to the more comprehensive administrative regs and lessons learned. I think that'll teach us a lot. So all in all, I'm ready to be in favor of this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey.
Concluding comments, I'll keep it brief and echo some of the kind words of my colleagues. Over a year or so ago, I talked about economic security and the importance of what we do in this moment. And I think, again, the art of the possible and moving forward with this project is going to stimulate our economy in ways, and it sets a standard for others to emulate, I think, not only in the region, but across America. And to hear that we have the potential here to decrease our vacancy rate by, a little bit over 1% in such a short period of time is motivating. And I think we just need to continue to push. I want to thank all parties. Lastly, I will align myself with the vice chair and understand you're under no obligation to, as the applicant, to, when it comes to labor, but conversations do matter. And I just want to, if I can be in that space to kind of help aid and assist along the way, because I think it's going to be important if we're going to do more of this in the future, right? And so with that being said, I look forward to saying, moving forward on this, saying yay and closing out the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spain. Ms. Cunningham?
Just very briefly, closing remarks. I also will be in favor, and I just want to say a huge thank you to the community members, and especially to Ms. Bagley and her colleagues on the commissions, to the applicant and to staff for doing a hard thing and doing it relatively quickly. I know we'll get faster and we'll get better at it, but I'm just pleased that we were all at the table and able to get through it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Vice Chair Ferranti.
Thank you very much. New process, and so I think you got a question for lessons learned. There may be lessons learned that you think about and you want to continue to share after today. So ears are open as far as the applicant. It's also a new process, Mr. Willis. It's a new process, and so a new level of awareness could also be important, mindful of the land use decision ultimately governing. I want to sort of close by thinking I'm not always the new book Abundance is Everywhere, and there are different views on that. But I do think it's important, in addition to noting the difficulty of the moment and the anxieties that we feel on a regular basis, to think about opportunity, an opportunity to reach for good things. It's my understanding that really it's the carpenters who are the key piece of the building, and so that there are a lot of other workers who are going to benefit, and that's the one that we want to make sure wage theft doesn't happen. With respect to construction in a hotel, there is an opportunity. I do not think that my past failures to exercise mean that I won't exercise tomorrow, just as an example. And so I'm hopeful. Probably not, but my wife will tell me about it. So we got to end, we can't sit here and say, oh, 1.5%, we're better legislators because of that. But we got to end with the possibility here. New housing units, everybody in the room supports that. A process that's quicker, everyone supports that. And economic growth, there are towns I've lived in Iowa and other parts of the Midwest that would kill for this project. And so, and there are lots of other buildings where we can make a huge difference in economic growth, which would help with our resources to fund our schools and affordable housing and many of the other things we care about. So I'm grateful ultimately for this opportunity, and I hope we can keep feeling the overall positivity in the midst of understanding that this is not perfect. World we're in is definitely not perfect. So grateful to staff and everyone who came and shared thoughts. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ferranti. A few words from me. Yes, new process, but I should note that adaptive reuse is not new on Crystal Drive. 7070, for example, I consider it a fantastic project. I mean, one of my, I have many slides on 7070. I mean, I can tell you that. And Crystal Drive has always been the kind of the housing backbone of Crystal City, and it has always been characterized by a variety of multifamily housing, variety in sizes, variety in configurations, variety in accessibility, variety in many things, including concepts that we consider in other places in Arlington kind of novel, like, for example, ancillary parking, that the parking is across the street and is still very useful for your building, and etc. So I'm very, very happy to see that coming together. I fully agree, and I couldn't agree more with Ms. Coffey that this is beginning to be a place that we can show in Arlington. And that's not only a take on the livability of that and of the quality of life for its residents and the many options of housing that it has, and also the public spaces, the accessibility to public transportation, et cetera, one of the best connected places in America, including a walkable airport. This is also a statement about the enormous potential for value there. I'm not surprised that, the first projects of this type will happen in a place like Crystal City. Why? Because I believe that what the planning has been delivering there is great value on that. So it's not a borderline project. As difficult the economics may be, I just sense that this is great value, and this is a great location, etc. So this is an additional reason why I think that we have to be, open and generous to discuss that with the people who work there and who will be, adding a ton of electricals and a ton of drywalls and tons of plumbing and tons of all these trades, and then later the people who will be working there and make Crystal City a great place to be with great reviews and a good magnet and a good destination. All that said, I think that the underground is still a open assignment. I cannot approach you warm enough to really think out of the box and maybe throw that to somebody who is an artist or an unusual proponent here, because this has been really it's a tough one. I understand that. So I hope that we will see something moving there at some point, and if we can play a role, we will definitely be open for that. Again, thank you all of you who have worked on that, Ms. Martin, Mr. McCauley, the entire team, pioneers, the Planning Commission, all our commissions, and thank you to the people who testified today. Mr. Willis, it's really worth it. We lose some, we win some. We focus on what we win, we take them, and we win more. So thank you very, very much for that. I will be voting for the motion, of course. So, and having said that, time for a vote. All in favor to the motion of Ms. Cunningham, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? None. The motion carries 5-0. Congratulations. Mr. Manager, you can now make news about the 1.7% of reduced.
Can we get like a thermometer?
We
or
will be
something?
what in the Washington Business Journal? Does this include the gray out area of the not to be used? So, Mr. Clerk, do we have anything else that's coming here before the board? Any other business?
No further business today.
No. Then we are recessed without objection until Tuesday, the 22nd of July at 1:30 p.m.
Maybe Wayne's office or something.